Reva Pragada, but she is in another session because there are some sessions which have been interchanged. So I have been given the opportunity as a spare wheel to manage the main wheel. So I will be here moderating the session, but the distinguished panelists are themselves so brilliant in their own ways. They will be taking the discussion forward. I'll be listening. So may I invite volunteers? Volunteers हैं यहाँ पे? Volunteers भी lunch करने गए हैं. You can volunteer, yes. You announce once KK Das. KK. Pallavi is not coming. I'm the moderator. KK Das is the moderator. So, yeah.
Hello and good afternoon to everyone. Sorry for inconvenience. We were having a launch. So without any delay, let's start our session. Words have always held the power to shape the society, inspire change, and reflect public service in its truest form. In Nepali, we say, Sabdale sangsar badlana sakti rakcha. This idea truly connects us to this session. So the discussion is power and public service and literary imagination. For this session, we are honored to welcome our expected speakers. Kuladhar Saikia, Lalit Das, Upendranath Behera, Chandrasekhar Hota, Tulasi Diwasa. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. And for the session, we have moderator as Kamala Kantadas.
Thank you so much. May I invite our panel experts to be on the dais. Kuladhar sir, Upendra sir, Lalit sir. Yeah. So we have 40 to 45 minutes. Okay.
We will have a khada session for a while.
Yeah.
With that warm welcome, now I would like to start our session.
We have to our left 3 distinguished officers from the public service, from Government of India, who have had distinguished career and defining impact in their own fields. We have one Indian Police Service officer, Lalit sir. We have Indian Administrative Service officer. We have another police officer who went to the rank of Director General of Police in Assam. All of them have one thing in common. One, astute public service, contribution, making impact in society, and then returning back to Goddess Saraswati and start writing. They all have now the journey they're reflecting and shaping the next generation of young minds who are either joining their own journey of public service, bureaucracy, or broad public service and community service. So, sir, to discuss the theme is power and the pen. People said pen is powerful than the sword sometimes. Is pen really powerful than the sword? That is one question we'll start with. Second, public service and literary imagination. Do they go together? Is public service in itself a literary imagination? Because Kalinga Literary Festival, we purposefully kept the name literary, not literature. Because by definition, by scope, we understood that every human experience is literary, the process, not the fine product, which is a book. If you read any literature syllabus in Sanskrit and Hindi, in English, all languages, they will read only about people who have written books, Shakespeare, Kalidasa. But where the woman who is working in the field and murmuring a song, where like there is a solitary reaper which William Wordsworth writes a poem. Right. So जिंदगी की हर पल जो एक्सपीरियंस है, जो भाव है, वो भी साहित्य है. जरूरी नहीं है वो किसी पब्लिशर के पास पब्लिश होके आईएसबीएन लग जाने के बाद ही साहित्य होगा. तो इस भाव को आगे लेते हुए तीन महोदय जो ये बैठे हैं यहाँ पे, इन्होंने जिंदगी की ऐसे ऐसे लोगों के लाइफ को टच किया है, उनके लाइफ को ट्रांसफॉर्म किया है, सरकार को हिदायतें दिया है और सरकार को एडवाइस किया है और उनकी पॉलिसी को चेंज भी किया है. सो दे हैव बीन ब्रिज बिल्डर्स बोथ फॉर पीपल एंड फॉर गवर्नमेंट. So coming back to the question now, is pen powerful than sword? Sword was kind of controlling mechanism. But one example is that Lord Janaka, who is from this land, the story goes that he has a sword on his head. When he is the king, there is a sword on his head. Someone asked him, Raja ji, आपके सर के ऊपर वो तलवार क्यों लटक रहा है? Now I understand life is temporary. And I put that this is not under my control in any time. So I do not serve because of my self-interest, but others' interest. So an example of good governance. So coming back to that power and sword, can you take the example? We'll start from Lalitsa. Each pen powerful than the sword. It's on.
Thank you, Kamalakantji. So it's my privilege to be here. This calling Kathmandu calling a Litwest. We joined public service in 1992, and Upendra sir was my boss, direct boss in home department. So I used to see his notings. I said, "Sir, you are writing such a good notes. How is it possible?" He said, "You should do, begin with something, then write the content and conclusion." So every file we write, it's a public policy. All public service is a public policy. Anything you do, it has a very big impact, isn't it? So therefore, whatever decision you take, it affects millions of people. So if it's wrong decision, the impact will be wrong. If you take a right decision, and it can have a very big, what do you call tipping point, a very big thing. So, like you said, whether sword is powerful than pen, I think those who are in the public service, the decision they take, that is very important. So therefore, but in everything, there is a gap. Whatever decision you take, and what is the perspective of the public, so there is a big gap. And our thing should be to bridge the gap, isn't it? So therefore, uh, we have to imaginary to bring some change in the society. So what previously we used to write in the files. Now it is all in OSWAS computers in India. It is all in computers. So when the file movement is there, and when I used to see my boss writing in the pen, so pen was powerful than sword. Thank you very much.
I am from Orissa. I worked in Orissa. I'll speak about a few, people who are in the public policy, who are in the administration, deciding public policy, how they changed, how they tried. I'll go to a very old case. Fakir Mohan Senapati. He was a great reformer. He worked as a Dewan in many of the princely states. In many of the, I think, 3-4 princely states, he worked as Dewan. One of his writings was on prohibition. Like a person, a well-to-do person, a jamindar kind. So he drinks. And his wife opposes it very much. So his wife confines him to the house that you cannot go out. So one day he finds his associate also comes from a village. In fact, his associate comes from the Cuttack city. So they make a plot. So this man, this Jamindar, acts as if he is not well. He's sleeping in his bedroom. While actually who is sleeping is that boy who has come from the city. His associate. He's sleeping there. And this man goes to Katak and whatever he does, uh, drinking or whatever. So then the madam, the wife of the zamindar, thinks that my husband is suffering so much. So he has strictly said that don't disturb me. I'm sleeping, don't disturb me. So he comes and massages her foot and things like that. Actually, he's massaging the foot of that servant. So who is sleeping there? So finally, she realized. Then he goes to his face and realizes there is a strong mustache there. He said, "This is not my master. Where is the mustache coming from?" Then puts out the blanket and realizes that is the servant. Then he tells him. Then the boy confesses that this is what master has gone to the city. So he gives a good thrashing in his this sweeper. No, no, jhadu, broom. So gives a good thrashing to the servant with his broom. And see the pet coming to that. So in the evening, the master comes back. Then the lady tells the servant that now you go. I am sleeping. So the lady sleeps there, and the master comes. Ho gaya. Then and she's stinging and he has taken his drinks and this thing singing all that. Then and she started abusing his own wife. So after that, when abusing, then something, then the lady gets up, gives a good thrashing to her husband also in that same room. And the name of the story is patent medicine. This medicine is a patented medicine. And पर अब उसके बाद उसका नशा छूट गया. He gave up drinking. So this was a story on. This is a story, and this is an administrator. You are the one, because he saw the problem of the society, what this liquor, intoxication, what the toll it was taking. He did that. He realized it. So he wrote this story, and it has been very popular, and many people, even today also, you talk to somebody, acha aaj to patent medicine hoga tumko. That kind of thing it goes, and it is so many years, nearly 150 years now, or a little longer. So it was a powerful. Another of his powerful story was Rebati, which is again women's education. When this girl goes studies, some mishaps happens in her family. Then her grandmother said that because this girl started going to the school and started studying, all these mishaps befell on our family. But then this is how the society was taking like that. So many things that this was on women's education. So he started. So he did these things. There are many cases like that. In the recent cases also, many things are there. And there are a number of civil servants, I would say IAS officers, IPS officers, professors always used to write. So these people have written many very good books also in India. Very good books. I can take the names in the people who have made contribution, but they're not only in Odisha, in every state they will be there. And they have made an impact also. In the society, they have made an impact also. And similarly, when you come to public policy is again a public policy document. It is a literary document. It is a literary document. I remember when you are talking about the writing the notings in the file, a predecessor of mine, he wrote something in the file. One going through the file, I saw that note. Very interesting what he says. You know what has happened? Somebody had come to meet him and stated his grievance and all that, and gone back very happy. This man was very nice, talking to me very nicely, very polite. This officer was my predecessor, was very polite. A chap called Satish Agnihotri, you might be knowing, my predecessor. So then he goes back and he was disappointed that his work did not get done. Then he writes a letter to the government saying that I had met such and such secretary and he had promised me this thing. Then Then that letter came. He wrote to the chief minister. So chief minister sent it back. Bhai, kya hua? Had he promised all these things or something like that? He said something. Then Satish Agnihotri had written that note in the file, which I got an opportunity to read. He said that ears hear and eyes see what the mind wants. This is absolutely straight from the literature book kind of thing. He wrote this thing, meaning that man, I didn't tell him something, but he understood that I have told him something because he wanted to hear that. He wanted to see that. This is how he wrote. I said that great. It's a great literary work in our office file. I have seen many notings of this nature in the files. So, this thing, if you write this thing, there will be excellent books, excellent literary books. So,
Right.
anyway,
I
so
think
for-
that's
so
that's a
much for
very
now.
very good reflection, because literary imagination can be notings of government files as well, and because we are dealing with human experiences. Kuladhar sir, you have had a distinguished career as an officer, and then you have also led Sahitya Academy. Where do you see that literature plays a role in public service?
I'll just briefly touch upon your first question.
Yeah.
Pen powerful or the sword?
So,
Anyway, see, I worked as a policeman. I got retired, and now see, the whole of the basic commonality he was talking about, all three of us, that service first, then started writing. No, but I started writing in class 6th only in the school. So my policing job came later on. It's a bonus for me, but it came later on. Anyway, I've been writing all throughout, and police job is also came after in 1985. And incidentally, I was selected twice before joining the IPS. I was selected twice IPS, but I didn't join. I thought I'm not born for the policeman. But when I got the offer again through civil service again, third time IPS, then I felt that I'm destined to be a policeman. All right, that is how I'm here.
Right.
Anyway, what I mean to say is that about the power, how you define power, that is the most important question now, right? See, what is power? Power can be you can impress upon somebody through the governmental code and minutes or decision, rather that is also power. But there is another sort of power. Say for example, I'll tell you a personal experience very quickly. Right after retirement, one day I had gone to buy some fish and all with my wife. Then getting into the vehicle back from the market, young man, young meaning around 35, around 45 or so, 40, 45. He came to me, he said, "Sir, you recognize me?" I said, "No, I don't recognize you." Very stout looking, very good young man. So he said, "No, sir, when you are the police chief of Guwahati, the metropolitan police chief, I had gone once to your place to get the gun license. You know, gun license, no? You got to possess a gun, you have to get a license from the government." Then I asked, "Oh, you got the gun license?" He said, "No, sir, you refused to give me the gun license. And you asked me to sit in a room for half an hour. Then you talked to me for half an hour." I asked him, "What did I ask you?" He said, "Sir, you told me two, three things. One was that the gun will not save you ever. Gun is not for saving somebody. Gun is for killing others. So why do you want to kill people?" Number one. Number two, he said that you told me that you are a very rough and rowdy fellow. I know you. He said, "Yes, sir. I was a very rough and rowdy, and quarreling with people and all those. That's why I told you that I told him like this, that you go back, don't ask for license now. You got a very little kid, small kid he had. I said, you look after that child, see that he properly grows up and he develops like a human being, not like you, violent man." Then I asked him, "Did you get the gun license ultimately?" You tell me. He said, "No, sir. After getting out of your room, I thought I'll never go for gun license." He never went for gun license. He said, "Sir, I'm so happy with that power of yours, power of persuasion. You forced me not to go for gun, but to rear my child properly, and my child is now going into a engineering school, very famous, and I'm very happy with it. You did me such a good, sort of an action. Anyway, this is one power, and another power, maybe okay, I can say fire and shoot and things like that, right? Which power you would love? That is one thing. Second is, if you look at even Bertrand Russell, Bertrand Russell, in the book The Power, he said it very very beautifully. What is power? He said that in the world there are hardly 3-4 persons who are powerful. He considers to be powerful. One was Buddha, one was Galileo, and like that, 2-3 persons he named who are the most powerful people in the world. All right. So how you define power, that is important. In fact, throughout my life in Assam, as you know, it was a place where a lot of violence because of militancy and all sorts of things were happening. So we had to fight against it. I realized that fighting against the militancy with the gun, as well as with some other power which is not given in the power book, can also be applied. What I did was I started writing stories, fiction, short fictions. Those some of them are included in my Sahitya Academy awarded book also on that. Third thing I'll just mention, apart from the stories, what power, you see, when I was posted as a DIG in a particular range in the tribal areas, I realized that women were subjugated to a very social prejudice called witchcraft. Witch hunting, you have you heard about it? Witch hunting and all, yeah. So a lot of people are getting killed, not in our country, elsewhere, all over the world. So I realized that 5 persons were killed in one night before I joined there. I was actually a Fulbright scholar at Pennsylvania State University for a year. Then I was in World Bank in Washington for some time as a consultant. I came back and I was posted there in that particular area. I found that there is no way to fight against such social prejudices within the rule book. That is why we've framed out a particular approach called community participatory approach called Project Prahari. If you search it in the net, you will see. By the time I left my job, 100 more than 100 villages, we made an impact. That's why Harvard Business Review, they have carried 3-part case study on me being a change agent, how I changed those areas without using the forces, without using the arms and weapons which you consider to be powerful. We'll get back to it later on again because he will otherwise he'll catch me. He's more powerful today. Thank you.
So no one can rest power on officers. So, but coming back to Lalit sir, you have also been a police officer. You have worked outside. You have been deputy to United Nations. Share us some example of or stories of your encounter with people, not the encounter that police does with the gun, but the encounter with intellect, with encounter with the heart, encounter with compassion, encounter with that merits attention, that is inspiring, and that also inspired you. As Kuladhar sir said, that example of that gun, not for safe saving yourself but killing others, that man was kind of transformed in few minutes. So there are several such examples which don't come to know unless you write about it. So this is a platform we'd like you to share some of these examples, and how those examples also helped you to become a better officer, better person, or you also contributed to that discussion. Over to you, sir.
So Saike sir told that he wrote when he was 6 years old. I wrote after I got married. Because
So the inspiration is here. So the inspiration is here.
So Ganpit Award, my wife was writes. So then I thought, if I don't write, then I'll not fit into the family. So I wrote after that. Anyway, but I would like to say, in our service, we have many anecdotes,
Yeah.
experience anecdotes,
Yeah.
and there are also many which can enrich the society.
Yeah.
With some good message. you told something I should say about the experience. I had gone to United Nations peacekeeping force in Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone in the east coast, and if you see the Blood Diamond, so that country is full of diamond. Okay, Freetown, but the neighboring country Liberia, they attacked rebel activities there, and they killed many people. And
This is 1990s.
around 2000.
Yeah.
So we had gone there as a peacekeeping force. So they had cut people half sleeve or full sleeve. So in that country, you'll see people with either half sleeve or full sleeve, no hand. So what I mean to say that, and that Freetown doesn't have electricity. The country has diamond, okay, but that because of lack of administration, good governance was not there. There was no election. They will have coups. So Africa, I see, it's like uh, with all resources, but the development is not there because they call it resource curse. If you have lots of resource, then you are cursed, isn't it? Similar in Nigeria, when the oil was found, they had a lot of problem. And when I was in Sierra Leone, so there is something called Nigerian letters. Now, because the cyber fraud, I will tell, somebody will come and say, "My friend, I have millions of rupees in my country left. So if you help me, then I will give you millions of rupees." So those were we call Nigerian letters. So today, if you see all cyber frauds, it is about on Nigerian letters. And I came back and I wrote one on Nigerian letters, but I never thought that after 20 years, my place will have Nigerian letters. So that's why, if somebody can see the future, if you can make aware of the people that this kind of cyber fraud can take place, so you can make people aware of things. And coming back to Freetown,
नहीं, कोई diamond दिया कि नहीं आपको?
one lady, there are Sierra Leone police force is there. One lady constable says, she became good friend. Say, I can give you a diamond, but in UN you cannot accept those things. I said, no, I cannot take. But anyway, today my friends are there, and because the good elected government came, and now that country is prospering, they are having good infrastructure. So I say, any country, if it doesn't have good governance and good policy, even if you have diamond,
Yeah.
you cannot grow. Thank you.
Right, that's a good example.
Yes.
You could have bought a diamond at a lower price, so that is not against even principles.
No, that is again you. You cannot go to a place and get exploit them.
That is Official Secrets Act. Okay,
Thank you.
he will not reveal it. Okay, sir, you were at a time in Odisha government handling several ministries, especially the finance one. We'll come back to that. So, my interest is both Nox security and finance both. And what happened? That transformation. Odisha was perennially debt-ridden, and you took several such initiatives along with your team members. So, what challenges did you? Because Odisha was also not part of Bimaru state. Bimaru में कौन था? Bihar था, Madhya Pradesh था, Rajasthan था, Uttar Pradesh था. Odisha was not. It is below Bimaru also. So, and 1970s and 80s, Kalahandi was called as Africa, North Africa, of sub-Saharan Africa, of Odisha, India. So, what challenges did you face? What kind of human stories evolved during that point of time, from bureaucracy, from people, from politics, from policy making, and what touched your heart and that remains with you as an inspiring note? Anything you would like to share?
No, since you asked about finance,
Maybe Naxalism, maybe
I'll also come to Naxalism separately because he has already brought that topic up. I'll start with finance.
Today we are told that we're Naxal free, so
Yeah. No, finance.
Yeah.
When I joined my service in the IAS, initial first few years, then we looked up to what kind of jobs are in the. Only thing we knew about IAS before coming to IAS was that we become district masters. We become collectors and district masters. That is what we thought that is the job in IAS. We never know that is the smallest, the lowest step in this thing. That is the job. Later on, you have to do many things. So then, when I got to know about it, I always thought that my ambition was that I must become a finance secretary of the state. I didn't want to become a home secretary or industry secretary or this thing. I always thought that I should become finance secretary of the state. So an opportunity came in 1999. 1999, I got my promotion to the rank of secretary. So first posting was secretary steel and mines, and that job was not a very engaging job in the sense that doesn't require much of time. So chief secretary called me. He said that no, this job we are giving you, but we will give you another assignment, which is a little difficult assignment. Assignment was financial restructuring of the Odisha government finance policies. So because that time we were in red, so I was posted in addition to that steel and mines secretary as special secretary of the finance department, where an additional chief secretary rank officer was the secretary of the department. He said that the job is to get negotiate with World Bank and get this restructuring loan so that our financial restructuring will take place. I started there. First week I joined. Just within a week of joining that, our state was hit with a severe super cyclone of 1999. You might all have heard about it. 99 was a devastating cyclone, and coastal area of Odisha was totally devastated. Totally devastated. So immediately, both chief secretary and additional chief secretary finance, they called me. And both of them were meetings, and they called me. He said, "तुम्हारा वो cyclone वर्ल्ड बैंक रिस्ट्रक्चरिंग लोन अभी रहने दो, हमारा रिस्ट्रक्चरिंग अभी टाइम है, तुम अभी पहले ये लोन लाओ वर्ल्ड बैंक से, साइक्लोन रिकंस्ट्रक्शन लोन, डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट, डिजास्टर रिस्ट्रक्चरिंग लोन." So, and I was posted as the managing director of the. I was asked to make that Orissa State Disaster Management Authority. He told me that you make a structure, because World Bank doesn't want to give money directly to the government because they know that government doesn't have money. If anything comes, that will straightway go into the salary of the employees. So then we created that Orissa State Disaster Management Authority and the World Bank loan, and that became a model. That I have a knack for this kind of jobs, creating new institutions, creating new policies, creating new law. I have made many laws.
But we understand that in bureaucracy there is resistance to newness. So
No,
how do you
but
handle that?
I always
Handle
made,
that.
I always made new laws, many new laws. Odisha State Disaster Management Authority was new this thing. I was the managing director. I negotiated that loan. After that loan, this thing, I moved out to others. Let me tell you, as Special Secretary Finance, one of my assistants, one deputy secretary, he always, every day he comes to me with a book in which every day financial position of the state is written. One line.
Yeah.
And net balance of the state government, either positive or negative. So out of the 365 days in a year, only 12 days that line was red in blue. All other days it was written in red.
Red.
Because all other days were negative.
Deficit.
And only first day of the month, when the government of India releases come, here a little point. So that day the balance will be in blue letters. Others all invariably, all other days were negative. And that was the position. And after that, on that day we disperse all our salary, pension, usko sab de dete hain. Baki sab khatam. So treasury used to be empty. This is the position we had in 99-2000. Then we took many tough states which can be really tough in the sense we abolished jobs. We said that 3/4 of the position, if any department gives a proposal, we have 100 posts to be filled up. Our directive was you abolish 75 posts, then only we will allow you to fill up these 25 posts. Jobs were cut, people were not getting government jobs. Then we abolished Group D jobs. Class 4 job totally were abolished. It is a very difficult thing, but a very difficult decision to take.
Was it a political decision or it's a bureaucratic decision?
No, it was our proposal, but government didn't have any option otherwise. We cannot have this kind of state finance and
manage that kind of
exactly
workforce.
And most unfortunate, we stopped rehabilitation assistance jobs.
Was that the disaster rehabilitation assistance?
No, rehabilitation is when a government servant dies.
Oh, dies, yeah.
We give in rehabilitation, we give a job to his wife or his
A family member.
We had to be ruthless with that also. stopped it also. Right.
I'll come back to that on story, but to share something on Noxalism that you told.
Okay. So this
And
is what, and we did many things, and that actually turned. And today, let me tell you,
Yeah.
today, then I became finance secretary, a proper finance secretary, the main finance secretary again, 2013-14, उस time में था as additional chief secretary of finance. And World Bank had called a conference of on state finance, public finance at Goa. Two finance secretaries were called to that meeting. One was the best run state's finance secretary and the worst run state's finance secretary. Two of us who had gone. I was supposed to be the finance secretary of the best run state of the country. And I will not tell the name of the
Worst.
state.
Worst.
Unfortunately, a lady was the finance secretary there.
No fault of the lady, but yeah.
No fault of hers.
Lady, yeah.
As she was a couple of 2 years junior to me, she was the वो हमको बोलती थी सर आप कैसे करते हो हमारा तो बिल्कुल तनख्वाह देने के लिए पैसा नहीं होता है. These are the there.
I'll just
And even today, Odisha is the best on financially best, fiscally run state in the.
Yeah. And before I go to Kuldhar sir, I will just add 2 points. Odisha became a very financially stable state in 10 years' time. And now Odisha is also celebrated as an example in disaster management, because some of these people who started this pioneering work post 1999, and Naveen Patnaik was Prime Chief Minister then. Today, United Nations looks at Odisha as a test case, best practice case in Southeast Asia and South Asia. Thank you for all that work that you have been doing. Kuladhar sir.
Same topic, same issue. What?
Same topic, same issue, but talking about human experience at one level.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, very interesting stories about policing. Policing means for you only Salman Khan's films and all
Dabang.
those, no? Dabang and all those. So when I joined the police service, my first posting was in a very famous subdivision in Assam. It was famous for too many crimes, all right, different sorts, dacoities, robberies, killing, etc. So I joined there. I came to know there is a dacoit who is very famous. You know, he was committing dacoities like, you know, even in broad daylight and all. So, as I said, like Salman Khan, I developed the spirit that, look, I have to catch. All right. So I started chasing him. 2-3 attempts failed badly, as we do in movies also, you have seen, no? So we generally arrive later than the crime. So this man, I was chasing him all around. Before we reach, he used to run away. Why and how? It's because of the fact that he had an image of a Robin Hood. You know Robin Hood, no?
Yes.
That as Robin Hood, he was supporting the small villagers through his
Dacoity.
through his booty, you know.
जो पैसा लेता था.
पैसा लेके आएंगे and he will distribute it to his people.
The large stakeholder is there.
Yeah. Now, because of that, they will give him the information that police is coming, you run away, he will run away. One day, I came to know क्या है, मतलब there is a source information saying that, sir, say 1.5 hours from here, he is hiding there. You can, if you rush now, you'll get him. A old jeep for me. Myself and my security officer sat down. We straightway went to his place. We started driving for half an hour or so. It was raining heavily. The place I was going through, they had a national highway parallel to the railway track. So during the rain, my jeep got, basically started tumbling down, and finally I was thrown away to the railway track. Myself, my personal security and driver, all three of us were injured, less or more or less. I had my head bruise here, so it started bleeding. Since it was heavily raining, there was nobody in the street to come and help us also. Lucky, sometimes something happens that you are lucky. And suddenly we saw a man was coming. So he came out, was a very good Samaritan. He came out and he said, sir, you are injured. Come and sit in my vehicle. I'll take you back to the place so that you can get it stitched and all. I said, very good. At least I'll be safe that way. So I sat down on his vehicle and he took me to the hospital, called the doctor. Doctor was not in the hospital because that was lunchtime. And doctor came, stitched me. It was I was almost be released now in 1 hour's time. So that time I was asking the constable who was looking after me there in the hospital. I was telling him, you call that man who put me here, such a good civilian, such a good civilized man to do me such favor. He said, sir, that man who brought you here, he gone. I said, क्यों? बोला सर वही आदमी था जिसको आपने पकड़ने गए थे. To get my point, this is the man who I was going to arrest. He saw me injured and he saved me by putting me back in the hospital. Before I was ready to come out, he ran away. Then again, after that, I started chasing him, and later on, a lot of things happened. So I'll not tell you that. Now, what I'm saying, what I meant to say on this particular issue was, see, a civil servant comes across so much of life experiences that it depends on the civil servant how much positives or negatives he can draw out of it, how much he can learn. During my training, we are going to, as an officer in charge of police station, I was going to raid a particular liquor den, or a very ordinary liquor. So we broke all the shops. They ran away. Myself and one constable or two constables with two lathis, nothing, no pistol, nothing. They ran away. But when we were trying to return back, we saw that around 150 people gathered. They were a mob now. They were trying to chase us. Only three of us can't do anything about it. Then the young officer, young constable, he just joined police force. He was hardly 1 year, young man. He said, sir, let us run away from here. I said, how can I say an IPS officer run away from here? People will feel this IPS officer ran away. So I said, hang on. Then this old man who was to retire after 3 months, I saw him suddenly that he holding his lathi, the baton, holding his lathi up. He started chasing 100 odd people all alone. He said, who all are you? I'll kill you here if you don't run away. He chased them all. Then, we got a lot of courage. We also followed him, That happened, came back in the jeep. That constable taught me such a good lesson. He said, sir, if you had run away from that particular mob, you would have been lynched. Because only three of us, they would have lynched us. But please remember that in life, you will have such situations where you cannot run away from the challenges. You have to face it. If you do not face it, then you will be nowhere. So please face the challenges in life. He retired after 3 months. I don't know where he is. But such a good lesson he had given me. So a lesson can be learned from any day, any time, even from the poorest of the poor. And during your civil service days, such are possible only when you become a relatable leader and an empathetic leader. If you feel that you really are not different, you are one of them. That's what I felt anyway. Let me tell you, one young woman, her father was shot dead by militants. But 1 day before she came to my home, she said, my father has been kidnapped by somebody. I do not know where. I said, no, we'll find out. Don't worry. Within 24 hours, we'll bring him back. She said, sir, I have got my BA first year exam tomorrow. I said, you please study. Don't bother about it. I'll get your father back. That time, a lot of operations by different forces in Assam, army operations, paramilitary forces operation, local police, lot of forces are operating. You do not know what is going to happen. Then the extremist, early morning on the day of her exam, the man, her father was shot dead near her house. All right. Now, look, I knew that it was her father only when the police told me that somebody dead body has been found there. I went myself. The police force was entirely waiting that you please tell the girl that her father is no more. I waited 2 hours to tell her. She was not opening her door. I told her, but that still I remember in my life and my heart till now, that as if I have given a false promise to that young girl. Even after retirement, I feel, why the hell I could not get her father out. It's not because of anything else, but because of the situation that time. You do not know who has done all sorts of things that cannot be spoken now because of different reasons. But the fact is that, so only when you can relate to the people can relate you, and you feel empathetic, then only you can be a good civil servant leader. That's what I feel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. On that note of courage, and on that note of learning from anyone, on that note of learning from life, we'll wind up the session. Nice talking to three gentlemen who have their, I can say, thousands of days of experience where they have met together millions of people and shaped their life, their own life as well, and contributed to the cause of India and to the public service. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And we are all grateful to you. Volunteers, may I request you to be on stage and felicitate our three distinguished officers. Kuladhar Saikia, first. ये नहीं, कुलाधर सर के कहाँ है? हाँ, ठीक है, तो एक कभी पकड़ा दो कोई.
Thank you to our honorable speakers and moderator for sharing valuable thoughts and insightful ideas. In this session, we have got the idea about whether the pain is powerful or the sword is. Thank you very much.
Volunteer, thank you. Thank you for the spirit. Thank you. Lalit sir. No. Right. Give back. Are you giving bags? Give bag one each. And give the bag. No, it's my name. Yeah. Thank you. चलो तुमको थैंक यू आओ या आओ तुम क्या हो ना Thank you very much. Good moderator. Thank you. Very good moderator. Very nice. It was a very interesting session. That's good experience.
Thank you to our speakers once again.
Check.
The session of learning and discussion continues. We now move to an inspiring session titled From Statecraft to Storytelling, Diplomacy and the Literary Imagination. Communication has the power to shape perception, build bridges, and even define relationship between the nations. In Nepali, we say, Anubhav र अभिव्यक्ति मिल्दा कथा शक्तिशाली बन्छ, which means that when expression and experience come together, the story becomes more powerful. Saying that, we are thrilled to welcome our distinguished guest, Mr. Vikas Swarup, in conversation with respected Sakshi Chanana. Please give them a big round of applause. I request our volunteers to come onto the stage. With that warm welcome, now I would like to start our session, and the session will run for about 45 minutes. Thank you.
I was thinking, and like 5 minutes, but whatever. Good afternoon, everyone. There is a question that has haunted philosophers, kings, and dreamers for centuries, which is, and probably that is the question many of you would also have wondered about, can one story change the world? Our guest here today has answered that question, not through a speech, not through a policy paper, but through a novel that he wrote while serving his country, posted in London in 2 months' time. And that novel became Q&A, Q&A became Slumdog Millionaire, and rest is history. Mr. Vikas Swarup has spent illustrious 35 years in Indian Foreign Service, and along with this has successfully and brilliantly managed to be a writer that we know him to be. So today we are going to explore in this session a very important question. What does a diplomat know about storytelling that rest of us do not? So on that note, we are going to begin, and here's my first question. You have spent decades in global diplomacy, but along with that, you have quietly been the novelist, observing everything around you. So looking back, which one feels closer to home? Which one feels more like you?
That's a very difficult question to answer, Sakshi, because diplomacy was my profession, but writing was my passion. In a way, the two are not too dissimilar also. Of course, they are dissimilar in the sense diplomats are supposed to be behind the scenes, writers are supposed to be out there promoting their work, performing for their publishers, etc. But they are similar in the sense that both are about narrative shaping. As a diplomat, what is your main task? Your main task is to present the best possible image of your country to a foreign audience, to interpret your country for a foreign audience. That's your main task as a diplomat. And as a writer, what also you are interpreting your characters for the readers. That's what you're doing. And both involve a very good use of language. Diplomacy is all about language. You know, in the IAS, in the IPS, there's a lot of legwork involved. But diplomacy is primarily a profession about language and about the right use of language, because if you make one wrong nuance, it can send diplomatic relations into a tailspin. And that is why I think when diplomats try their hand at writing fiction or non-fiction, it's come slightly easier to them because, you know, the craft of using words is probably already there. So I don't think that there were like rival power centers in my head. This is diplomacy, this is storytelling kind of a thing.
Right.
What I did was I did try to compartmentalize, because let me say this very upfront. When I was a diplomat, I was primarily a diplomat. Writing was something I was doing in my spare time. And that's why I used to a weekend writer. And as a writer, as a poet yourself, that an interruption can completely change the complexion of a poem or a piece of work. And that's why you want an uninterrupted horizon. And that uninterrupted horizon for me as a diplomat, I could only aim for on weekends. I mean, in India, of course, Prime Minister Modi would call us even on weekends. But abroad, at least, generally you get your weekends free. So as long as I was a diplomat, that was my primary thing. I was writing only in my spare time. Of course, 4 years ago, my diplomatic career ended. I retired from the Indian Foreign Service, and now I'm a full-time writer. So now, of course, the creative juices are flowing much more easily.
Can we say then that words are your home now?
Well, words were already my home because, as I said, diplomacy is all about the right use of words.
Right.
But yes, the words which were there, maybe I was still writing with a hesitant pen because at the end of the day, you are bound by that maryada of being a civil servant. But now as a writer, you have greater freedom, I suppose.
Right. Thank you so much. Now, when a diplomat walks in the room, he or she knows what to say, what not to say, and also understands that every little thing can lead to a subtle shift in power. And Devi, the protagonist of your very, very recent novel, which I love, by the way, also does the same in that basement. So that brings me to a question that, do you think fiction writing and diplomacy as craft have something similar in that sense?
Yes, I think both are about, as a writer, what is the primary thing you do? The primary thing is you put yourself in the shoes of another person, right?
Yeah.
That is your primary craft for any budding writer here. That's the best way you can, craft your story, by putting yourself in the shoes of your protagonist. Even if the protagonist happens to be a woman, as it is in the Girl with the Seven Lives.
Yeah.
So I had to start looking at the world from the eyes of that woman.
Wow.
Forgetting that I am a male, of a particular age, but I had to become a 25-year-old female and try to imagine the world from her eyes. And I think good diplomats are also those who try to see the point of view of the other person
Right.
by putting yourself in that person's shoes. You know what? The Donald Trump version of negotiation is not a very good version, because his version of negotiation is I get 100%, you get 0. And those negotiations are eventually going to fail, because a negotiation will work only if both parties feel they got something out of it, they are invested in it. And the best way to get a good outcome in a negotiation is when you start looking at the world from the eyes of the other party and looking and to seeing, okay, what does this person want? Why are we not getting the Iran deal? Because he's only looking at it from his point of view. But if you have to look at it from Iran's point of view, that was the country that was attacked unilaterally by two powers when they were in the middle of a peace deal, middle of a negotiation. And when you start looking at the world from their eyes, then probably you will acquire the right amount of empathy to come to a deal that will be sustainable and that will be acceptable to all sides. But unfortunately, the world we are living in is not that ideal world. Everybody is trying to maximize the gains for themselves. So that's what I said. A good diplomat is also someone who looks at the other person's point of view and then tries to create a negotiation dynamic in which that other person's point of view is also respected in some sense. There will always be, no diplomacy is 50-50. It's all 60-40, 70-30, maybe even 90-10. But even the 10 is important, because that 10 at least gives that person a fig leaf that I got something out of the deal. So a good diplomat is one who looks at the other person's point of view. A good writer is one who puts himself or herself in the shoes of another person.
I think that's so beautifully put. Thank you for the distinction. And following up on those lines, so you have spent a lot of your life in movement, different countries across the world. And do you think that this movement, this going around the world, adds to the writer's imagination in the ways that staying at home cannot?
Well, there are two things. One is writing requires stillness. You cannot write in movement. But at the same time, movement opens up your imagination.
Right.
Because I always give the example of the Kathmandu, the frog in the well. There's the frog who's living in the well and who imagines that the entire world is that well, because the frog has never seen anything outside that well. So it imagines that the sky is only as big as the circle of the well. Only when the frog manages to somehow get out of the well, then it realizes, oh my God, the well is nothing. The world is so huge. It's so vast. There are so many other frogs. There are so many other things. The sky is so huge, etc. And then the horizon of that frog opens because the frog realizes that the world is much richer and much more complex than he had imagined living inside that well. So that is why I said that, movement provides you with that inspiration. It provides you with that comparative scale. And it allows you to see the texture of other lives, other countries, other people, because, every country is unique. Every state of India, we say, is unique. So imagine every country, how unique it is in terms of, their culture, their ethos, their traditions, their way of approaching. I mean, when I was in Japan, in Japan, if you lose your purse on the Tokyo metro, there is a 90% chance that you will get it back. In India, there is a minus 500% chance. Even if you don't lose it, somebody might take it out.
Right.
So again, only when you live in Japan, you start imagining what is in the DNA of the Japanese that they have been built like this, that they return something that they find. And that is only possible when you travel, when you go to other countries. And that's what I loved about my job as a diplomat, that it allowed you to actually experience another country, another culture in a much deeper way than you would as a tourist. As a tourist, you come to Nepal, you go to Bangkok, you go to Vietnam, you stay there for 1 week, you speak to some taxi drivers, you get a very surface impression of a country. But when as a diplomat, you live for 3 years, you breathe that air, you understand their culture, their cuisine, their customs, then I think you understand that country at a much deeper level. I mean, I'm not saying that even after 3 years, you can completely understand that country, but certainly your appreciation for that country would be at a much deeper level than the surface understanding you get as a tourist. So that is why. So as I said, movement is also important, but after that movement, there must come stillness, because only then you can digest that movement and create, something which captures that movement.
Right. Tell us a bit more about this stillness. So when you were out there making all those important global decisions and then to come back to a new set of world, so how did you bring that stillness?
No, stillness, as I said, because there has to be the decompression. When you make sense of all that has happened.
Right.
Sometimes if you are caught in the moment, you don't really understand what that moment is. If you are part of a protest, your anger is boiling, you are just saying, oh, this government is bad, this is wicked, that is that. And you are not able to really make sense of all that has happened. Only when you come back and calmly reflect, why was this protest held? Why was it held at this particular point in time? Who's to blame, etc. Then you are able to get at a much more cogent response to that. And then when you want to codify that either in a form of a journal or a novel or a blog or whatever, then that stillness is important, because that is what allows you to make sense of that moment.
Right.
When you are caught up in the passions of the moment, then your passions are all over the place, and then that's not a very, maybe as a poet, I don't know, sometimes, the mood has to just catch you and you pen down something. But for a novel, I think, one mood is not enough. You need to have. Order to your imagination. And that order is not something that comes immediately. That is why that stillness is needed to put your thoughts in order. If your thoughts are still jumbled because you're caught up in the passions of the moment, you will not be able to produce a great work. You may still be able to produce something, but it will be more of a stream of consciousness kind of a thing. Not really very cogent, not something very well argued. That's what I would say.
Right. And in fact, I think you should have written. Is there a book that you think you should have written, and why is that so?
I think I'm still searching for that book.
Okay.
I have written the books which I thought I should write. And the reason for that is, there are many writers that I have admired over the years. Paul Auster, J.M. Coetzee, Khushwant Singh, lots of writers. But I wouldn't say that, I got that absolutely perfect book where I would not change a single comma or a single sentence, because that is that perfect book. where you would not change a single sentence. Everything is so perfectly proportioned there, and the emotions are so brilliantly captured, the emotional heft of it, the narrative flow of it, that you cannot change a single sentence. That kind of a book, I don't think I have yet come across. So I would say I'm still searching for it.
So probably you are the one who's going to write it, maybe then.
Well, that's what I think Toni Morrison said. If there is a book
Yes.
which you want to read, which has not been written yet, then you have
You
to go
should
out
be the
and
one
write
writing
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
Absolutely. Okay. Now moving on to your books, as you just talked about them. So in your books, you keep returning to this one character type, I would rather say, who's very resilient, full of grit, an ordinary person, an ordinary man or woman. So is that character a literary choice, or does it come from a certain personal belief system?
No, I would say it is a literary choice because, at the end of the day, what kind of book that you want to read? You want to read about a character who's slightly larger than life, isn't it?
Yeah.
If it is totally your life just captured, then, as I said, it becomes a documentary. You get my point?
Yeah.
There is a documentary because it's just capturing the mundaneness of life. It's a documentary on what is happening in your everyday life. But fiction, the grandest imagination of fiction is one where the characters are slightly, they capture life, but they amplify it. And they amplify it in a way that brings forward certain truths which will otherwise remain hidden. That is the central purpose. That's the grand purpose of fiction. And for that, I think you have to have characters who the reader can look up to in a certain sense. And that's why, as I said, my characters are very ordinary people, but they are caught in such extraordinary situations.
Circumstances.
I mean, look at the first novel, Q&A, which became Slumdog Millionaire. Ram Mohammed Thomas is your everyman Indian, 18-year-old waiter who works in a bar and restaurant in Kolaba in Mumbai.
Yeah.
But he appears on the world's biggest quiz show, Who Will Win a Billion? Kaun Banega Arabpati. They are offering ₹1 billion. And how is he able to answer those questions? Because some of those questions related to his life.
Yeah.
So in that moment, he becomes extraordinary.
Right.
An ordinary person becomes extraordinary. Similarly, Devi's story, she's an ordinary person, 25-year-old hair, beauty parlor specialist who's also doing some rackets on the side. But she's a very ordinary person. But now she's been captured, she's been kidnapped, she's been held hostage in a basement, and the person, a masked gunman, is threatening to shoot her dead unless she confesses to all the crimes that he's accusing her of. And in that confession, she becomes again larger than life.
Yeah.
How could this 25-year-old woman have seen so much of the world and have created so many enemies that now she has been captured and has been kept in this basement by a gunman who might even shoot her dead by the time the night is over? So that creates, a very powerful dynamic, I would say, between the captor and the captive. And the reader is now intent on finding out what happens next.
Right.
Will she survive the night? Will she be able to turn the tables, or this is the last night of her life? And you are invested in that character. And the difference between the first book and the latest book is, in the first book, the character is a very goody-good character. Ram Mohammed Thomas is a perfectly, the archetype of a really good Samaritan. He only does things which are good. But in this book, the latest one, I mean, she's a very shifty character. She has even committed a murder.
Yeah.
And yet I wanted the reader to sympathize with her,
Yeah.
to empathize with her, to
Anti-hero.
actually, and that's why it was a much more difficult enterprise, because how do you create bonding for a character who has a lot of gray, who is not black or white?
Yeah. So just like Milton's Saturn, you make us fall in love with Devi, probably.
Well, I wouldn't go so far as Satan, but
No, I mean, that is the first anti-hero
Yes,
that I
yes,
think I really
yes.
loved. So that brings me to a question that where do you draw inspiration for your characters?
so if you look at all four of my novels have been set in India.
Yeah.
They have been set around ordinary people thrust into extraordinary situations. And the inspiration really for me is everyday life in India. I just have to read a single day's newspaper and I can get ideas for 10 different plots. Because so much is happening in our country. We are a nation of 1.45 billion people,
Yeah.
which means we are a nation of 1.45 billion stories.
Stories.
I was speaking to the Norwegian ambassador. I said, what's your population? 5 million. I said, you have only 5 million stories at the end of the day. We have 1.45 billion stories.
Yeah.
And then it's up to you what stories you want to choose. But the kind of stuff that happens in our country is just incredible.
Yeah.
It's just incredible. I mean, a soldier went across on the Pakistan side, was not heard back. People thought he's dead, and his wife remarried. and his children got a new father, and then that soldier returned and discovered that, oh my God, my whole family is gone.
So, do you think long enough that this deserves to go
Yeah, so
into?
that's a very good question.
Yeah.
So for me, the creative process begins really with an idea.
Yeah.
You know, and then I let that idea germinate in my head. I
Hmm.
don't write down anything.
Okay.
I just let that idea germinate in my head, because you see, all 4 of my novels, if you have read them,
Yeah.
I mean, at the end there is a revelation.
Yes.
There is a shock or a surprise, whatever you might call it. There is something surprising at the end. The ending is not what the reader was expecting.
Right.
So for that, you cannot write stream of consciousness and suddenly a revelation will come, which means you have to plot it right from the beginning. So the way my creative process runs is, I think of the ending first.
Oh.
This is how my novel is going to end.
Okay.
And then I work backwards from there. Okay, this is how it will end, but how will it begin? What will happen in the middle? You know, which are the characters? And then I work out their character arcs in my head. What is the difference between a short story and a novel? A short story has a point, but a novel has a plot.
Right.
And in the plot, the most important thing is your character evolves. What the character was at the beginning of the novel, even though if the whole novel is set in one night, the character at the end of that night is a different character.
Yeah.
The character has evolved. So you have to chart out the progression of that character in your head.
Hmm.
So that's what I do. Once I have worked out, okay, this character will go from A to B to C to D to whatever it is. So once I have, and this takes maybe sometimes 3 or 4 months, you know, the idea is just germinating,
Yeah.
gestating in my head. Then I start doing my research,
Okay.
because, you know, I'm writing about stuff which I have no personal knowledge of,
Right.
especially murders and things like that. So you have to do your research.
Yeah.
So once I have done my research, that is when I sit down to write. And that's why the writing process actually is pretty fast for me.
Okay.
I mean, not like Nadeem Aslam taking 11 years to write a novel. The writing process per se is fast enough. It's the pre-writing, you know, the ideation and the conception and the research, which takes long.
Right. Thank you so much. And we read all the time about the very charming routines of writers, a particular desk, a particular view, a lot of aesthetics. So as a writer yourself, do you have certain mindset, or is there a particular secret spot that you write in?
I think this has been romanticized. As one writer said, I love writing, I hate the paperwork.
Right.
Look, so the way I write is, for me, the best time to write is early in the morning.
Hmm.
I wake up, even when I'm not writing a novel, I wake up latest by 5 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
And that 5 a.m. to 9 a.m. is for me the golden hours,
Hmm.
because my wife is sleeping, my phone is not ringing, the world is not disturbing me, and I can have, you know, my imagination only to myself without any interruptions. So for me, that is the best time to write, because once the world has woken up, then, you know, reality catches up with you very fast.
Hmm.
And then, you know, because even though you may, you know, some OTP will come, some Amazon delivery will come, something
Yeah.
or the other will happen, and you will lose that thread. So for me, the best time is, and yes, and I write only on my desktop.
Okay.
Yeah, for me, I cannot write. I don't like cramped screen. I don't like this small keyboard. I like, you know, large keyboard, large screen. For me, that's the best way to write, actually.
Mhm.
So it's my desktop, and that's why I'm very particular about, you know, getting a latest hardware,
Right.
because I don't like a very slow desktop as well. Nowadays, of course, RAM prices have gone up exponentially, so I
you have to think
see.
twice.
Yeah, I have to think twice. I'm waiting for DDR6 to come in, actually.
Okay.
So I have DDR4. I want to go from DDR4 to DDR6. So I'm
Mhm.
waiting for DDR6 to actually hit. But God knows, with this AI thing,
Yeah.
all the memory is going to AI now. And because of that, my sense is that, you know, RAM prices are going to just go through the roof. Yeah.
Hmm.
And now, as you know, NVIDIA is actually creating chips directly for PCs,
Right.
which means that, you know, you won't have to have, you know, the normal chips, the Intel and all that. You will have NVIDIA chips, which will be for graphics as well as for AI. It will be all integrated directly. So my sense is the personal computer itself is going to change in the next 2 or 3 years.
And since you brought a very relevant NVIDIA here, I want to just add on one question. Now, what do you think of writing in the age of AI? And recently we had this whole controversy about the Commonwealth Prize winners,
yeah,
right,
that's
being
right. Whose
suspected of
entire story
using
was eventually,
AI.
I
So,
read that story on Granta,
yeah, you
and
did.
I didn't realize that the entire story had been cooked up by AI.
Yeah. So what do you think of writers in the age of AI?
Yeah, my sense is that, look, eventually you cannot do without AI. I mean, that's my sense.
Yeah.
Any moderator who now comes for a moderation session, the first thing is you filter it through ChatGPT, ki bhai, what question should I ask?
Yeah.
And then you do. Any speech person who's giving a speech, the first iteration of that speech comes through ChatGPT. You know,
Yeah.
so my sense is that it's the really talented writers will be the one who will know how to use the AI as their assistant, not as their boss.
Right.
Because when you outsource it completely to AI, then I think you're not going to get, because look, supposing, I mean, I have done this experiment myself. I said, I want to have a very killer idea for a next plot of my novel. ChatGPT, give me a killer idea which nobody has thought of before, which will absolutely be path breaking. And ChatGPT gives me, try to create a murder with an ice pick which will dissolve inside the body, so there will be no murder weapon. I said, come on. I mean,
Stop it.
that's what I'm saying. So it's very, very pedestrian yet.
Yes.
AI cannot give you a Nobel Prize winning idea.
Yeah.
But if you give the right prompts,
Hmm.
then it can put you on the right path. It can push you in the right direction. So that's why my sense is the world will be divided into those who know how to use AI and those who don't know how to use AI. And those who don't know how to use AI, they will be caught out.
Yeah.
And those who know, because see, nowadays the tools exist. You can create an entire novel from AI and then use an entire tool called Humanize AI or whatever to humanize that, which will, so that the AI detectors will not be able to detect that this is a chat, which is a AI written thing.
But you cannot answer a question.
No, but
in
then
the
I
session.
have tried that, because
Yeah.
I experiment with this, and
Okay.
what I find is that AI writing is actually very good writing.
Hmm.
The humanized one makes it bad writing, so that you can say it human likhi hui hai, which is crazy. I mean, if you're getting something better, then why not stick with that better?
Yeah.
That's the point I'm making. So my sense is the AI world is upon us already,
Yeah.
and we have to cope with it. This thing that we'll be purists, and anybody who use even 5% AI is going to be debarred or whatever. I don't think that's going to really stand the test of time, because, as I said, students have now become smart enough to even humanize their AI outputs.
Right.
So it's a whole new world,
Yeah.
and we'll have to, because I think what AI has done is AI has cracked the operating system of humanity, and that is language.
Yeah.
So anything that is based on language is now fair game for AI.
Hmm.
And that's why AI is revolutionary. That it can actually talk to you like a normal human being with proper syntax and grammar.
Hmm.
This latest book has been translated into Hindi.
Okay.
And I asked the translator, I said, did you use ChatGPT? She said, "Arey, tauba tauba, hum log to ChatGPT." मैंने कहा, गलती करी, आपको first draft to ChatGPT से निकालना चाहिए था.
Hmm.
And because that first draft itself will be much better than what a human is producing right now.
Yeah. And the time it takes.
And the time it takes.
Yeah.
Exactly. Because, as I said, Google Translate was very primitive.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
उसमें सब कुछ मंगल है का आता है, everything is Tuesday.
Hmm.
But ChatGPT and all, because they have cracked language, they understand context, they understand nuance, muhavra into a fantastic English version.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's just remarkable the speed with which AI is evolving. It's mind blowing.
Yeah. And just one quick question to this again. But what do you think about the ethics of being a writer? Like for students and for all of us, using it functionally, I think is brilliant. Being a teacher myself, I tell my students that you can and you should use it, because otherwise, you're
AI.
anyway AI.
Yeah.
But for someone who writes, right? So for someone like you, do you think there is this area of ethicality that you would think of that, oh, I'm taking,
But
my
you
whole
see,
idea.
this is where, in fact, I'm going to write a piece. I'm going to
Yeah.
tell you a little bit about it.
Sure.
There is
please.
an American artist called Kehinde Wiley.
Okay.
Please Google him. Kehinde Wiley is very famous. His portraits are now bought by Barack Obama and people like that.
Okay.
And Kehinde Wiley's trademark is he takes black figures and puts them in very heroic contests. So a black figure will be looking like Napoleon, for instance, or
Oh.
Julius Caesar, or whatever. That is his trademark thing.
Hmm.
And what Kehinde Wiley does is he just gives the conception, or he will just paint the main figure. And then he has team of 50 sub artists who
Okay.
will do the, uske cape mein, if there are some stars, then they will fill in the stars and this, that, the other.
Hmm.
But why do we call it a kahinde wale canvas then?
Yeah.
Because 50 other people have worked on that.
Right.
Similarly, music director.
Hmm.
Music director has given, okay, maybe the broad theme, but there are so many other, conductors, percussionists, etc., who are working. But we say, ye to John Williams ka score hai.
Right.
So writing is the only one where we have elevated ki nahi bhai, writing ki to craft aisi hai, solitary writer bleeding on the desk, on the typewriter, Hemingway type, drinking loads of alcohol
Yeah.
and bleeding on the desk. That is the image of the writer, which is a nonsense idea.
Yeah.
Basically, the point I'm making is the others had a system.
Hmm.
Writers did not have that system, and AI has now given writers that system.
That system.
So that is the difference now, that AI has now given writers also that system. So I think we will have to outgrow this notion of the romantic notion of the solitary writer sitting at the desk. Even earlier, if you were searching for a word, you would look at Rogers Thesaurus, isn't it?
Yes.
So why are we saying it is your work only where Rogers Thesaurus has contributed also to it?
Yeah.
So similarly, look at AI also in that sense.
Hmm.
If AI can craft a better sentence than you can, then why not use that sentence?
Right.
But because we are wedded to this, nahi, ye to aapke dimag ke upar hai.
Conditioned that
Yeah.
way.
And usme you see the most specious argument is only a human can experience emotion. And that is why when the writer writes from a felt emotion, then that has a certain value and a certain weight. That's also complete nonsense. Because AI, of course, it's a machine. It does not experience emotion. But the AI knows, for instance, when you are saying, okay, give me the best meditation on grief,
Yeah.
then AI has not experienced death or destruction or loss or anything. But
Hmm.
AI knows that, okay, this writer's husband died, then that writer wrote this. This is the best. These are the words that you use to experience grief, to express grief. And it will basically take all the words from all these places,
Right.
and they will create a perfect meditation
beautiful
on grief.
meditation for you.
So that's what I'm saying. Saying this, that, because the AI has not experienced it, that's why it's, which means you can write about death only if you have died.
Yeah. Not
No,
so.
that's the beauty of fiction, that fiction allows you to go to places where you would otherwise not be allowed.
Yeah.
Nothing stops you. Nothing stops you from writing about a dermatologist in Ecuador.
Yeah.
Even though I don't know what a dermatologist does. I've never been to Ecuador, but I can do my research and I can
Right.
create a believable world. So similarly, think of AI.
Yeah, I think this is a wonderful stance. Yeah, because otherwise we are led to believe that, as you said rightly, writers are romanticized, glorified.
Yeah, exactly.
We have put them on pedestal always.
Exactly.
so-
Exactly. The writer's output has to come from the writer's head directly.
Yeah.
But that old saying, if you cheat from one person, it is plagiarism. If you cheat from 100, it is research.
It's research, and
Yeah.
research is research
Yeah,
anyway.
exactly.
So thank you for that wonderful response. Is there a real life incident or character that has found home in your fiction, in any of your books? Or do you plan to do that in times to come?
No, in the sense, as I said, I'm inspired by ordinary people, but then I have never really taken one character. For instance, in the first book, in Q&A,
Yeah.
there is a chapter called Tragedy Queen.
Hmm.
And many people thought that alludes to Meena Kumari, because Meena Kumari ji was seen as the tragedy queen. But
Yeah.
there's nothing about Meena Kumari in that. As I said, when Parveen Bobby died, completely, what should I say, without anybody even knowing about her, her decomposed body was discovered days later
Yeah.
because she had become a complete recluse. Many people said, oh my God, that's exactly what you are. So the idea is I take echoes from certain, known characters, but
Okay.
only certain echoes.
Yeah.
But then you amalgamate it with others so that nobody can accuse you of, writing about them or something. I have never faced a lawsuit, thankfully, so far. Yeah.
And hopefully it never happens. Now coming back to the question of India and your representation of it. So India as a country, has been always very complex. It's a combination of modernity and tradition, spirituality and material world, and now we are heading towards trying to be third largest economy of the world. So
Currently, we have slipped to 6th
okay,
because of the dollar depreciation.
Oh, okay. Have we? Okay.
Yeah.
So when we talk about India as a whole in that complex sense, do you think we are somehow magnificently untranslatable, or do you think there are parts that the writing can do justice to?
No, if you say that you are fundamentally untranslatable, then you will never be known.
Yeah.
Because if you think of this mystic India, and the mysticism is something which cannot be actually channeled into fiction or anything like that, then you are fundamentally unknown, and
Hmm.
there'll be a veil which nobody can pierce.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I think basically in my writing, if you look at it, I have always tried to distill the complexity of India and make it more accessible.
Yeah.
And the way I do it is I use multiple narratives. You know, it's very easy to write a novel based on, let's say, a middle class locality, one building, and let's say we call it building number 17B,
Hmm.
and you have 8 characters from that building who are all residents of that building and their lives, etc.
Hmm.
But then you are giving a snapshot of only 0.0000001% of India, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because that middle class locality in a location in Lokhandwala or wherever represents only a very, very minor percentage of middle class India.
Hmm.
So by creating a polyphony, like in 6 suspects, I had 6 different characters.
Yeah.
There is a Bollywood starlet,
Yeah,
there is a
bureaucrat.
mobile phone thief, there is a powerful politician,
Yeah.
there is a Andaman Islander, who comes from the Andaman Islands to mainland India. There is a Larry Page who comes from abroad, and things like that. So the idea was to look at India through 6 different eyes, and again, try to render the complexity of India slightly more accessible to a reader who wants to understand what India is all about. So that's what I try to do. But at the end of the day, we are all scratching the surface, because India is easily the most complex country on the planet, and no one book, no one film can ever do justice to it. It's just not possible.
Slumdog Millionaire, do you think it did a bit of that?
No, Slumdog Millionaire also, I think what Slumdog Millionaire did was it brought India into the consciousness of the world.
Yes.
Because, before that, a very good movie had come. It was called Salam Bombay.
Hmm.
But Salam Bombay came in 1988.
Yeah.
1988, the world was not interested in India because our economic reforms had not started. We were just seen as a sleeping elephant. Nobody really bothered about us. But Slumdog Millionaire came in 2008,
Hmm.
and that is the time when we were growing at 10%. And the whole world was interested. Oh, what is it that makes India tick? Why is India growing at such a fast pace? So in a way, it plugged that lacuna, that gap on India that was there. And that's why I think this was the right film for the right moment.
And at the right time.
And at the right time, yeah.
And what do you think about, so when we look at India from a very Western lens, so it's esoteric, it
Yeah,
is
correct.
mystical, and there's this whole Oriental attitude that they have. So do you think in your books there is any attempt to kind of debunk that myth, or
No, because you see,
Yeah.
I do not write for a foreign audience.
okay?
I mean, many people say that, a global book is one which can appeal to everybody. And I always say this, I said, if you set out to write I'm going to write a global book.
Yeah.
Then what you will do is you will not use that particular idiom because the reader in Netherlands will not be able to understand it.
Hmm.
You will not use that particular Thali word because, the reader in Malaysia will not be able to understand it.
Hmm.
So what will happen is you will bleach your novel of all its particularity
Yeah.
in order to make it a global novel. That novel will be absolutely garbage.
Yeah.
So there is no such thing as a global novel. It is always a local novel which becomes global
Yeah.
because the themes that it explores are universal. What is the theme of Slumdog Millionaire? The theme is of the underdog winning.
Yeah.
That's the ultimate theme.
Yeah.
And the underdog winning is a theme that resonates all across. FIFA is starting, and you will see everybody will be cheering the team that is playing against Argentina because that's the underdog. So
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. So you have to write a novel which is very particular, which is rooted in a particular context. Then only the characters will come alive.
Hmm.
And that novel can become global if, as I said, the themes that it expounds, the emotions that it captures are the emotions at the end of the day are all universal.
Universal.
Even from the time of the Neanderthal man, hate, jealousy, love,
Love.
rage, all those emotions have remained constant.
Yeah.
Nothing has changed. What has changed is you take something out of the equation, put something into the equation, money and things like that. But
Hmm.
emotions have remained the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they say that writers love all their darlings, all the works that you've created. If you had to pick one, which one is your personal favorite, irrespective of how it has been received? Which one you had most fun writing?
No, the first one took just 2.5 months. So
Yeah.
but after that, all my novels have taken about 1.5 years.
Yeah.
I think the most complex novel I have ever attempted is 6 Suspects.
Okay.
Because as I said, it's a very different kind of a novel where there is no center of gravity.
Hmm.
Every 30 pages, the perspective changes.
Yeah.
Because, there are these 6 different people who are all suspects in a murder investigation. And because there is no center of gravity, there is no one sutradhar as such. You have to constantly shift your own perspective when you are reading that.
Hmm.
But I mean, I enjoyed the payoff at the end, the surprise, etc. But some readers have said that this was a very challenging book for us to read also,
Yeah.
because I was testing my own boundaries. You see, after Q&A, it was, I could very easily have done another Q&A. You know,
Exactly.
become a Spider-Man franchise,
Yeah.
trace the journey of Ram Mohammed Thomas from the age of
Hunger
18 to
Games.
25.
Hmm.
But I said, no, then as I said, I'm becoming a prisoner of my own success.
Hmm.
Why not test my own boundaries as a writer? And I could do that because I had the security of my day job.
Yes.
Because I had my diplomacy career as my fallback. I said, even if I fail as the writer, at least I will have my regular job. So I could afford to take that risk. If I was a full-time writer, then I would try to write what the market wants me to write.
Yeah.
You know, not what I want to write.
Yeah. So
That's the
do you
difference.
think writing is a privilege then? Not everybody can be a writer.
No,
Other
everybody
things?
can be a writer.
Okay.
But whether everybody can survive as a writer, that is the question you should ask.
Yeah.
Everybody can be a writer. In fact,
Wonderful.
everybody is a
Is
writer.
it?
Now, that is what has happened, is the democratization of writing. Because earlier, there were gatekeepers. You know, you could be the best writer in the world, but unless the gatekeepers agreed with what you have written, that writing would not see the would not see the light of day.
Yeah.
Because the gatekeepers were the publishers, the agents. You know, they would decide what would be published and what would not be published. So you had these writers who had written 8 manuscripts. They were all languishing in their cupboards.
Right.
But now, as I said, the gatekeepers have been dismantled.
Yeah.
Now you have the Amazon 70-30 deal. You can directly publish on Amazon.
Yeah.
You can directly publish a blog post. You can directly do vanity publishing. You can do all kinds of things now.
Yeah.
So now the problem is that you have a problem of plenty, that the quality control has gone, because anybody who has a cell phone thinks that he's a photographer now.
Yeah.
So anybody who has Word thinks that he or she is a writer now.
Hmm.
So that is the problem now that we are facing.
Hmm.
That, you know, anybody can become a writer, but will that writing be will that writing resonate? Will that writing be heard? Will that writing be watched? That is the question we need to ask ourselves.
Hmm.
So democratization of writing has happened,
Right.
but I think the quality control now needs to be, you know, we need to have more. But I think that problem is also going to solve. Even a third-rate writer can now put his novel through AI and can get a much more, what should I say, believable and literary output now.
Plausible
Yeah,
output.
much more
Yeah.
plausible output.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Last question before we open the floor for the audience. So somewhere right now, maybe in a small town, in a difficult life, someone may be reading your words and finding solace in it. So what would you like to say to such person if they could hear you? Or has there been any such incident in your life where somebody just came to you and told that how your words literally helped them?
Yeah, actually, it's interesting you asked me this question, because a real world incident happened to me when I was posted in South Africa.
Okay.
So it was the launch of my second book, 6 Suspects, in 2008. And I was in Johannesburg, you know, at the bookstore launching that book. And a young girl, young white South African girl, walks up to me. She was about 18 or 19 years old, I think.
Yeah.
And she gave me a copy of not 6 Suspects, but of my first book, Slumdog Millionaire, Q&A as it was called. And she says, Mr. Swaroop, will you autograph this for me? And I said, of course, with the greatest of pleasure. So as I was signing it for her, she just in a very soft voice, she says, do you know what this book means to me? So I said, no, I don't. Please tell me.
Hmm.
So she says, you know, at one point I was going through a very dark phase in my life. And I almost felt that life is not worth living. And then I read your book again. And Ram Mohammed Thomas gave me the strength to carry on.
Wow.
So, I mean, when I heard this, I was, because you don't believe that something you wrote in 2.5 months is going to be so transformative to somebody else's life. And that is what told me that words are very, very important. You know, we sometimes, authors don't understand the weight of words, but the words, I mean, that's why the previous session was the pen mightier than the sword. The
Yeah.
pen is mightier than the sword, because as I said, the pen touches, the sword only cuts 1 head or 10 heads, but the pen touches millions of people
Yeah.
who have read it, you know. And that's why I think, you know, that particular moment really told me that, you know, it's a privilege being a writer and touching so many lives with your work, you know.
Yeah.
That, you know, the fact that you alleviated somebody's 3 hours passed off you know, they were traveling and they read your book and they enjoyed it, you know, just that fact, and they wrote to you saying that how much I enjoyed it. For 3 days, I did not eat, drink, sleep. I was just reading your book.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I think these are the moments that make writing worthwhile, because writing, job also. You know, you
Yeah.
lock yourself in your room, you invent a world in your head and you write from that perspective. But it is moments like these, reactions like these from readers that make all that effort worthwhile.
Hmm. And it's very fulfilling, you know, when
It is,
people
yes. Yes,
come
as I
and tell
said, this
you.
ability to touch lives, you know,
Yeah.
through your pen.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And just one more question. If there is a writer in the room or an aspiring writer in the room, which I'm sure there is, or there would be many, what would be your advice to them? I know it's a generic question, but I think this is the one we all look for in every session.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is the advice I always give, that do not write if you are looking for fame or money.
Yeah.
Because if you think, you know, I have to write something which will make me famous and earn me a lot of money, then you will write crap. Write what you want to read, what has not yet been written.
Hmm.
Write a story which only you can tell. And you write only when you have that story to tell. Don't just put yourself in front of a computer and say, I have to write something.
Hmm.
Because then the output will be not a very pedestrian output.
Hmm.
So the writing has to find you. You know,
Yeah.
the story has to find you. And then you have to become the outlet for that story.
Hmm.
So that's why the muse has to strike you,
Yeah.
so to speak. So that's what I would say. Write because you have something worthwhile to share.
Hmm.
But don't write just because you are looking for easy fame or fortune or whatever it is. Which, I mean, you may find it. I'm not saying these days even crap sometimes sells.
Yeah.
But eventually you will be caught out.
Yeah. The story that is unlived
Yes.
has to be lived.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So before we end, I just
Yeah,
want
any
to add
questions from the-
add few comments, and then we'll take some questions. So I think in last 45 minutes, what I have understood in our brief interaction is that in diplomacy, you represented our country to the world. In your books, you represent different characters, but
You
I
represent
think
humanity.
humanity,
Yes.
an individual, beginning with an
Correct.
individual, you know, which then becomes the whole humanity. But I think what is most beautiful about all of this is how how you are able to bring the individual at the center of it, how you are able to see not only one character in the room but all of them. So thank you for doing that for us. Thank you for giving us such wonderful and memorable characters. And
Thank
now
you, Sakshi, for being such a fantastic moderator. This is one of the best sessions I've done.
Thank
honestly.
you. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure talking to you. Now the floor is open for questions, and you can raise your hand. We'll take 2 or 3 questions. Yes. Okay.
दाश साहब सबसे पहले. Okay.
जी.
Front row. Mike? हाँ, बहुत अच्छी आवाज.
First is a comment and appreciation. Thank God I stayed through and listened to you. A lot of nuggets of wisdom that we can put into our practice of writing. Though I'm not a published author yet, I keep guiding several authors to become authors. So this is kind of a masterclass on.
You are being too kind. I'm hardly in a position to give a master class, but.
And enjoyed the process, and also have touched upon quite a number of people's life. So my quick question is this: that we all are writing for fame. That we wanted to say that is the variety of fame. But while writing for fame, why it turns out to be crap?
Why?
It can turn out to be crap.
Because when you're writing for fame, then as I said, you're not writing because you have a story to tell. That's what I'm saying. That the best story will be the one which only you can tell and which only you have. A story which has not been told yet. Then you are bringing something fresh into the world. That's what creativity, what is the first condition of creativity? It has to be original, it has to be new. If you are not writing something new, if you're not bringing something fresh into the world, then why write at all? What are you adding to the weight of literature that is already there in the world? You're not adding anything at all. So that's what I'm saying. If you're writing for fame and you set out to write for fame, then you will write crap, because as I said, you don't have a story really. You're just trying to write the best story which according to you, will work best. You are writing based on the data points. People write, yeah, young adults ke liye likhna hai, so you have to have a sexy heroine, you have to have a love affair and all that. Then when you're writing with data point, then you might as well write a screenplay. Why are you writing a book? Because screenplay is writing by committee, isn't it? वो कहता है हमें sex दे दो, वो कहता है हमको emotion दे दो, वो कहता है हमें मसाला दे दो, हमें माँ दे दो, आप वो कर देते हो. Yeah, comedy दे दो. Exactly. Yes, Satish.
I wanted to understand from Vikas ji, when you were talking about writers using AI, what do you exactly mean that a writer writes, say a chapter and would put it through AI to improve it? I mean,
Yeah,
what
so
exactly?
so
Because just what you just said about originality, about you answering Kamla ji's question.
yes.
So that comes from the writer, no?
Correct. So that's what I'm saying. AI is very, very poor at giving you an original idea. That's what I'm saying. That AI in its current phase is absolutely crap at giving you a world-beating idea. AI is very good for a totally mediocre writer who does not even know sentence construction. Even the crap you put it through AI will produce a very, very
Right.
perfectly acceptable output. And especially if you say, isko Hemingway ke style mein kar do, isko Paul Auster ke style mein kar do, isko Khushwant Singh ke style mein kar do, wo bhi AI can do that. But if your original idea itself is crap, then even that AI output
So how
will
do
be
you,
grammatically good, but it will be grammatically crap.
so how do you think writers can use AI?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Writers can use AI, as I said, to fill in the blanks. You give the idea, you create the structure, and then the little bits, अच्छा मुझे अब sunset एक describe करना है. You understand? I am writing a novel. This particular chapter opens at 6 o'clock in the evening when तब उसमें मैं the crimson pain is spread across the
But isn't that what
sky.
writing is?
वो सब करके वो आप AI के थ्रू डाल दो कि एक sunset
No,
describe कर
but
दो, AI
Vikas
कर
ji,
देगा.
isn't that what I would like to read how you describe a
No, I
sunset
know,
rather than
I know,
how
no,
Hemingway
no,
has described it? Or
but that's what I'm saying, Tatish. You take the first draft from the AI, you don't accept it. It gives you the pointers, because sometimes you may also forget कि sunset में क्या क्या elements हैं. You get my point? AI knows all the data points of a sunset.
that I agree completely.
So
but
that is what I'm saying, that you put it through the first draft through there कि भैया evening just explain to me an evening scene set in Connaught Place in Delhi. AI को Connaught Place भी पता है, उसको वो भी पता
but
है.
I want to read what
No,
Vikas
I
ji
know,
would
but then
describe Connaught Place,
but that's
not
what I'm
what.
saying. No, I know that, but that's the point I'm making. That you have already given the superstructure, na? Then the question is, should we be wedded that every word has to come out from the writer's mouth? That is the point I'm trying to make. Whereas, as I said, now writers also have a system, which composers have had, which painters have had, which others have had. Writers never had that, because the solitary writer sitting on the desk reading on the page was the romantic image of the writer. That is changing now because of AI. And as I said,
No,
you can now create a complete thing and then feed it through a humanized AI, and then it will not even be detected.
But won't it make sunsets very uniform from now on? You may also
But
ask the
that's what
same
I'm-
thing.
but that's
I
what
may
I'm-
also ask the same thing.
Exactly, but that's what I'm saying. You have to, you see, the good writer will spot the AI sunset from the creative sunset. That is what I'm saying. That now the world will be divided into writers who know how to use AI creatively, and those who use AI routinely. And the routine ones will be the ones who will be caught out. कि ये sunset तो boss हर एक, you see, the advantage of AI is that whatever input you are giving exists only on your computer. So there is no plagiarism in that sense. It is existing only on, because it's
No,
your.
that bit is fine. Yeah.
Yeah, but then you have to have the discernment to understand that this what AI has produced as a sunset is absolute crap, and I cannot use one word of it.
No, it may be
but,
better.
But you can also say,
I
अच्छा
would still
इसने
like to read your
he mentioned the
description of it.
Delhi coffee house, उसको डाल सकता हूँ मैं. That's what I'm saying.
No.
That AI is very good for brainstorming. I mean, that's the point I'm making. It's
Okay.
your superstructure, your idea entirely, but then कितने directions में जा सकती है. So what I do is, okay, I have a murderer who has just committed a murder. He has stepped out of the house. What are the possible things this murderer will now think to evade being detected by the police? Because I cannot think of all the million possibilities, you understand? But AI क्या database में वो है. So that's what I'm saying. AI can then put you in the right direction. No? He'll say कि भाई, he can change his clothes. He can dump the knife in a garbage bin by first wiping it out. He can do this, he can do that. I mean, this is the point I'm making. That because it has its data, all 4 of my novels have been part of the AI database. Can you believe that? In fact, I'm probably going to get some money from Claude because
Okay.
of the settlement that is going to happen. Because it says, yeah, your 4 books have been used to train AI. Yeah, LLM में वो training हुई है. So this is the point I'm making, that AI is good at giving you the range of options that are available to you, which as a writer you may sometimes miss. That's the point. Especially for a crime writer, it becomes very, very important because, उसमें कुछ detail आपसे miss हो सकता है. So that's what I'm saying. But the good writers will be the ones who will know कि ये AI का output से ये ले सकते हैं और ये crap है. And the bad writer will say, यार पूरा AI ने बड़ा अच्छा लिखा है, sentence construction is very good, इसको पूरा use कर देते हैं. That is the point I'm making. Yeah. But to think that a world without AI now, जिसमें ये हो, I mean, 90% of the stuff I'm reading on Twitter, on X, is AI generated. 100% of the tweets are AI generated. वो sentence construction से you can make out कि ये AI ने लिखा हुआ है. So this is something with us now. We can't really, the genie is out of the bottle. We can't put it back in. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Correct. Okay.
Being here and enriching us with such beautiful and useful knowledge base. So, as I used to be a civil servant with the UK government before,
okay.
and currently I'm working as a cross-border academic strategist with UK and India. But this question is just like as an aspiring writer on the same field in finance specifically. So you earlier mentioned that there are 1.45 billion people in India, and when you read the newspaper, there are stories everywhere.
Correct.
1.45 billion people probably have different stories,
Yes.
each on its own. So, for example, like according to your experience as well, and everybody who would want to be a writer, there is a certain kind of power structure somebody sits at when they write about something. For example, you
Correct.
as
Absolutely.
a writer, you as a
No,
diplomat,
absolutely.
will have
And
a
the whole
different-
question of
yes.
cultural appropriation, etc.,
Absolutely,
arises.
yes.
Absolutely.
And the kind of privilege I have, which I have come
Correct.
across with, and my experience, my understanding of the world,
Correct.
that provides a different story. But if I would want to still tap the market, quote unquote, or the 1.45 billion people in the world who would want to have, let's say, some kind of aspiring lifestyle through finance education and everything, and if I would want to write a non-fiction about it,
Correct.
then
AI
what
is
would be the
excellent for
journey?
non-fiction, actually.
Mhm.
I'm
Okay.
told 75% of the books on Amazon non-fiction is all AI generated.
Right. Okay. Okay.
75%.
Right. Okay. So, so that power structure, that being privileged, that kind of mindset which I come from, or which all of us mostly come from, how to make that journey to reach to those people and tell their story? What are the roadblocks in that journey, and how can someone like take that courage to cross that journey and be the representative of them?
Yeah.
Saying the
in a
same-
sense, giving voice to the voiceless.
Yes. Yes.
So I already answered that in a question from Sakshi. I said you have to put yourself in their shoes. That
Mhm.
is, there's there are two words I'll give you. One is called sympathy,
Mm.
and one is called empathy.
Mm.
Now, and the world of difference between sympathy and empathy. In sympathy, you meet a poor beggar on the street,
Mhm.
and you have sympathy, bichare ki, what a bad life he has had. Oh my God, let's give him some money, bichare ka, at least let him get one decent meal at least. That is sympathy.
Mhm.
But in empathy, you become that beggar. You start looking at the world from that beggar's eye. You yourself
Mm.
feel what that deprivation is all about. And when you write from that perspective,
Mhm.
then look, all writing is appropriation. Unless you're
Yes.
writing an autobiography, please remember, all writing is appropriation because you're
Yeah.
writing about characters that you don't own yourselves.
Yeah.
So once you accept that all fiction is appropriation, then you have already crossed that frontier. But
Indeed.
if you keep getting hemmed in, oh, how can as a privileged upper caste Brahmin I write about a Dalit character and all that, then you are missing the whole point of fiction.
Yes.
The whole
Absolutely,
point
yes.
of fiction is you can appropriate any character you want, provided you do it with empathy, provided you do it with sensitivity, and provided you do it with enough research
Hmm.
so that nobody can catch you out. That is the way you have to do it.
Yeah.
So so basically you get into a world which you have no knowledge of, and then you try to become an expert on that world. In my latest book, I'm writing about a girl who becomes a fake nurse. So I had to understand the whole world of nursing. I read 8 books on nursing alone. 8 books written by nurses to understand what is their daily life. What does a nurse think? How do they memorize the names of all these drugs and things like that? And eventually I may have used only 2 lines from those 8 books that I read. But the idea was you inhabit that character because you have entered that world so deeply that you start inhabiting that character. And then when you write with a much greater fluency because, as I said, you are now becoming part of that world and you are writing from that perspective. So that is what I would advise. Do not just forget about that I am from a privileged background, I'm writing for this. Who's your target audience? What are you doing for them? And how you do it, that is what you have to focus on.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you so much.
We can take one more question if there is.
माइक इनको माइक दे इनको उनका आप कम जी से आप पहले वॉइस मॉड्यूलेशन सीखिए.
Hello. Sir, only one question I have. How you decide the length of that whatever you are
Ah,
writing,
Very good.
And-
That's a fantastic question. actually.
and how do you change the whatever the story or the topic
Yes,
whatever
that's
you
a very
write?
good. I think that
So
it's a
how
very
you
amazing
decide?
question that nobody has asked me this question ever. It's an amazing
So
question.
This is
No,
I want
seriously.
just to know.
That's a
and learn
beautiful
from you.
question.
And,
Yes, I
ma'am,
think
thank
you see-
so much for your questions.
Yeah.
Whatever you
I
are
think
asked.
You see, at the end of the day, if you're not writing for yourself, if you're not writing a diary, you're writing for the world.
Yeah.
And when you're writing for the world,
Yeah.
then your writing is going to be mediated by somebody called a publisher.
Yeah.
So you have to be mindful of what the publisher also wants.
Okay. So
And
you,
these days, so when people say that the novel is dead,
Yeah.
what they mean is that the Vikram Seth, A Suitable Boy type of novel is dead, because no publisher is going to publish an 800-page novel in today's day and age. So for me, because I have been translated into 47 languages, I understand now the dynamics of the publishing industry and of the translation industry. So I know that a good novel ranges between 80,000 words and maximum 120,000 words. So if you see, very rarely my novels, I think Six Suspects may have gone slightly overboard because it was Six Suspects. But generally, I try to restrict myself. And that comes naturally. I mean, for instance, I wrote The Girl with the 7 Lives. Because मुझे पता था कि मुझे 120,000 में इसको निपटाना है. Otherwise, The Girl with the 9 Lives भी हो सकता था. The Girl with 11 Lives भी हो सकता था. The Girl with 4 Lives भी हो सकता था. So once I know that this is the structure I'm working with, then I think practice makes
Yeah,
perfect.
yeah,
Then,
that
you
works.
know that also. And then also don't forget, in the first draft, you try to put out as much as you can. And then a lot of writing is actually rewriting. It's editing.
Editing,
You
yeah.
you cut out some of your darlings, you gazab ka sentence, then you say, this sentence ka kya purpose? I'm just trying to show off. What's the purpose of this? Cut it out. So that's what you do. So then you
And-
pare down.
And second, my related to that question is, do you sometimes go back? Suppose you have written already 150 pages.
Yes.
So do you, when you change or something?
Oh,
the
yeah,
flow-
absolutely.
flow
Yeah, you see,
is-
that is the beauty.
Yeah.
Even though, as I said, I start by understanding the ending and then work backwards.
Yeah.
But you see, 100% of a plot is never in your head.
Yeah,
It cannot
that's
be.
not possible.
No brain can sustain that. Pura 300 or 425 pages cannot be in your head at any given point in time. So what happens is, you start with about 30% of the plot.
Yeah.
70% of the plot emerges in the process of writing.
Okay.
That is what happens. And there, of course, sometimes, what is writer's block? Log kehte hain, writer's block is a condition where, ideas suddenly stop coming and the writer is now blocked. He cannot write. So that is not that the ideas have stopped coming. What has happened is that the characters that you have created, those characters are rebelling against what you are wanting them to do. Because those characters have now become people.
Yeah.
And you are saying, okay, Ramesh, तुम्हारी तो शादी अब होनी है शालू के साथ. And Ramesh is saying, मैं तो शालू को hate करता हूँ, मैं शालू से क्यों शादी करूंगा? आप कैसे मेरी शादी करा रहे हो?
Relate.
And you cannot write because now Shalu is also saying कि मैं Ramesh से शादी नहीं करूंगी. So then you have to, maybe I made a mistake, maybe I have to go back, maybe Ramesh cannot marry Shalu, maybe Ramesh is a homosexual who loves Rakesh or something like that. God knows.
Thank you.
I mean, what I mean to say, you have to constantly do this because, a novel is a very dynamic process. Nothing is set in stone. It's your entire world.
Yeah.
And you can change and chop that world as you feel like. Laws of physics can also not operate in your world if you decide, as Haruki Murakami does, cats start falling from the sky and things like that. So yes, I think in every novel, ending has very rarely changed. In one novel, the ending changed.
Yeah.
I think in this novel also the ending changed. But generally, once I have decided that this is the ending, that's how it works. But sometimes something feels more organic, something feels more natural. And the great thing is, sometimes when I change a plot, already जो लिखा हुआ है उसी में से एक नया new
ideas,
subplot निकलता है,
ideas,
नया thread निकलता है, and that character which you thought was a totally side character suddenly becomes a very important character. So that's what I love about the process of writing.
That's
That lots of characters, etc., start speaking to you, which were lying dormant, earlier.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Anybody else?
What an insightful session it has been. We sincerely thank you for your thoughtful sharing and deep reflection on the connection between diplomacy, storytelling, and the role of AI in writing. Your words reminded us how narratives can influence understanding at a global level. Now, we will like to present the letter of appreciation as a token of gratitude to our guest. For this, I would like to welcome Kamala Kante Das on the stage.
Before that, I'm just going to take 10 seconds and really thank you, Mr. Vikas, for a wonderful session, for taking us around the world in 45 minutes. And it's been a pleasure speaking to you.
Because I only answered the questions that you posed.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
He's the new Indigo services. 45 minutes in the entire world.
Yes.
Thank you once again. Thank you, our honorable speaker and our moderator. Now we move on to our next session, and the session is on Rise the Deep Resilience Way. In this discussion, we will get to know about the resilience is not simply about overcoming adversity. It is about growing stronger through life's challenges. Let us move ahead and warmly welcome our speaker. Now, for the next session, let's welcome our speaker, Neena Burma, in conversation with Professor Jatindra Kumar Naik. Please give them a big round of applause.
No, 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 no. That glass is any moment fall on the. Yeah, buttress it. I mean, prop it up. Yeah. So, I very warmly welcome you to this session in which we will talk to Dr. Nina Burma on her book, Rising the Deep Resilience Way. There is an Irish saying that when God created time, he created plenty of it, but the Irish were wrong. So we have very little time at our disposal. So we will try to wind it up in as few minutes as possible. So without wasting too many words, I would request Dr. Burma to talk about herself a little bit, because although I know her as a dear friend and many others perhaps know her, I think some people here might not know her that well. So let her talk about herself a little bit and then talk about her book. The book, which has already undergone 5 reprints, has found great readerly appreciation, and therefore she should talk about herself a little bit and then about what led her to write this exceptional volume on resilience.
Namaste, everyone. Is this clear? Am I audible? Namaste, everyone, and good evening. Thank you so much, Professor Jatin, for this gracious invitation to talk about myself and my book. I have a request for the audience. We are not a very large group, so why don't you people come in the front? If you could come in the front, it will be wonderful. Thank you. So, what do I say about myself, sir? My name you have already mentioned, Nina Verma. And I'm...
Career
okay, sure.
and
I'm born, brought up, educated in Delhi, and then thereafter have lived in several cities across the length and breadth of India, and now currently based in Delhi again. And I have an interdisciplinary professional focus. So my one stream of work and specialization is in the leadership and organization change and development domain. And the other is in the well-being domain, particularly focusing on grief, resilience, post-traumatic growth, compassionate mind, and therapeutic writing and poetry. So this is where I work. Regarding my book, Rise the Deep Resilience Way, that Professor Jatin just mentioned about, how this book came to be, that's what your question was.
yes,
So I will, with your permission, have to take you back in time, around 22 years back in time. 2004 it was, and my children had their summer break. And I, as a mother, always had the practice of, making them go through their own initial ragda while doing their homeworks or summer assignments, do the first round, second round of work yourself. And then when you're stuck or you genuinely don't understand a particular thing, that's when I will step in. So quite often while they were doing their initial ragda, half of their problems were solved themselves. So my son, my elder son, whose name is Utkarsh, he got a very interesting summer assignment. That was a creative writing assignment. All children were assigned a particular letter from the English alphabet. He was given R. And they were supposed to pick 10 exotic sounding positive meaning words from that letter, and then pick one word and write an essay on that word and use other 9 words in that essay. So quite an interesting assignment. He got R and he made a list of some 19, 20 odd words. And then I asked him, so what are you going to write on? And he said, resilience. And I said, wow, wonderful. And why it was so exciting for me, because I have always thought from my early childhood, resilience to be a very special human virtue. And by the grace of God, with all humility, I would say I used to also think that this is my hallmark virtue. So I was very excited to see what he was going to write. His essay was titled Resilience, and he used other words in that. But when he showed the first draft to me, I was quite astounded by his proposition. In his essay, he used among 3-4 metaphors that he had used. One metaphor he used was of common yo-yo. We all have played with yo-yo. You know, yo-yo ball goes down and then it bounces back up. So he said that commonly people think of resilience as bouncing back. That is like yo-yo bouncing back. But I think yo-yo is an incomplete and inadequate expression of resilience. He said that, in my view, resilience is not just about bouncing back. That's just the start of the story. Resilience is, it goes beyond recovery. It's about finding a potential for greater momentum and greater growth in your fall. He said when an object falls down and it comes back up, in the yo-yo, we grasp it with hand. If we were not to grasp it with hand, in all likelihood, it will bounce a little higher than its original point from where it fell down. He said same is the case with human beings. When we meet with an adversity or a setback or a loss or a trauma or anything, then when we are rising back up, in our rise, we have an opportunity to find our greater potential and find a level of greater growth, not just restore at the original point. I found this proposition quite astounding, especially coming from someone who was not yet 12, quite close to being 12, but not yet 12. And I said, wow, like I was already a researcher and author and practitioner on resilience. And I said, I'm now going to consciously experiment with this idea. So over the next several years, I started to articulate a framework around this, which slowly and gradually I started calling as deep resilience. Deep resilience takes resilience 3 levels up and beyond this idea of common notion of bouncing back. First idea is restoration. In restoration, we don't just restore, but we also readapt ourselves to the changed reality, to the changed circumstances. Then is the imaginal growth. How many of us know about the butterfly, caterpillar to butterfly transformation? I'm sure all of us know about this. How many of us are fascinated by the phenomenon with which the butterfly transforms itself from the gooey material, the decaying material of a caterpillar? I guess all of us are fascinated. But do you know what is the real story? What's really happening there? A caterpillar, when it is decaying and disintegrating in body, it is still fighting back for survival. And the decaying cells have a natural instincts to fight back, to fight whatever they are encountering. That are the survival cells. But parallelly, in that gooey material, some other cells are forming. Those cells are called biologically imaginal cells. Their mandate by nature is to imagine life. Caterpillar survival cells' mandate is to eventually give up. But the imaginal cells' mandate by nature is to imagine life and imagine growth. Slowly and gradually, initially caterpillar keeps killing them. But slowly and gradually, the imaginal cells, they keep surviving, they keep clustering, and eventually when they cluster, they become the butterfly. So imaginal growth is about that only, that in our fall, can we imagine our rise? In fact, a greater rise. In our setback, can we imagine a resurgence, a restoration which is not just restoration, but actually greater growth. And finally, the final phase is called expansive emergence, which is where I propose that once you have grown, once you have returned with a greater growth, then greater growth does not belong to you any longer. It belongs to the universe. It belongs to the world. You're supposed to help others with what you have learned and you have become in the process of your greater growth. So, for example, Kalinga Literary Festival. The success of India edition, that greater growth, is giving birth to now international editions. So expansive emergence is about that. When you dedicate your growth in the service of causes beyond yourself, purpose higher than your own. So this is expansive emergence. These three aspects together came to be called deep resilience as a framework. What I didn't know that one day destiny will test me. 2004 is when I came upon this idea proposed by my son, who was not yet 12 at that point in time. 10 years and few months later in time, in 2014, at the age of 22 years and 3 months, my precious boy was recalled by destiny. And when I lost him is when this model became my savior. I didn't know one day deep resilience will come back to save me from drowning in the ocean of my own grief and despair. And that is when I realized, in my pain, I realized that expansive emergence, that is dedicating my growth from pain, is what is going to become my life's mission. So I have now abandoned my leadership and organizational consulting, and I dedicate myself fully to the field of well-being, serving people who are in grief, who are in pain, and helping them heal and grow from their pain. Thank you.
So, as you can see, this is no mere academic exercise in which she talks about resilience as an abstract concept. The book is embedded in extremely painful and moving experience, and it's in a way deeply autobiographical. It's a story of Dr. Bauma's own survival, emotional survival as a human being. So this is a unique volume. It's not just a book. We're not holding a book in our hands. We are actually re-experiencing somebody's successful attempt at overcoming trauma, such painful experience. And what methods did you adopt? I think since you have put together such a fascinating book, what technique, what narrative technique did you adopt? How did you organize the material of this book to captivate the reader, to persuade the reader to see the world from your point of view? So any tips on the technique that you adopted?
Sure. Thank you so much, Professor Jatin. This is a very important and helpful question. And that's because, you know, resilience coming from applied behavioral science, coming from psychology background, and being an academic and a researcher and a practitioner myself, it could have been, you know, had I just followed my natural instinct, it could have ended up becoming a more academic and theoretical and conceptual book. But then I consciously reminded myself time and again while writing this book that the purpose of this book is to resonate and appeal to the sensibilities of every single reader, not just an academic reader. So therefore, what I chose as the primary mode of narrative, Professor Jatin, was to say that what resonates the most with human mind and human heart, it is stories. So then though the book is completely research grounded, it is very solidly and robustly rooted in research and concept and the extent knowledge in resilience and in my own papers that I have written on resilience. But the whole narrative is guided by real stories. Each chapter of the 10-chapter book, each chapter starts with a real human story, except the first 2 chapters where the identities have been masked. all other chapters, the identities have been revealed, real identities revealed. These are real stories of real human beings with whom I have spent with each of them about 15 to 20 hours, spread over 6, 7 Zoom sessions and in-person sessions also, gathering their story of resilience and trying to put it into a narrative of the chapter where their story comes. And so what you learn from is not just the concept and the research, but you also learn from real people's real struggles and real stories of re-emergence in life. And then each chapter also has a tiny bit of my own story at different points in time, not just my loss and grief, but my life has been punctuated by endless series of adversities. To say that most recently, for example, last 5 years, from May 2021 to May 2026 now. Today we are on 6th June. 10th June is when I had stepped out of the ICU in 2021. In the last 5 years, I have had corona 6 times, confirmed. Unconfirmed, I don't know. Confirmed 6 times, 2 long COVID phases, 1 minor stroke, 2 accidents, all this in the last 5 years. So when I was writing this book, and every now and then corona would happen and interrupt my flow, then at some stage, I was like wondering to myself, will I ever be able to write this book? And I was, of course, feeling a little tired of, having to, little sick of being sick all the time.
Yes.
And that's when my younger son, Pratyush, who's sitting right there in the front, he said something really interesting. He said, you know what, Mama? This book on resilience wants you to live it first and then write it. What a wonderful perspective. That go through your own doors, your own share of adversities, and then learn from your real experience of coming out of those adversities and then write the book on resilience and adversity. So this was such a wonderful perspective he had, and I've written about it in the book also. So with all these, my editor thought that I also have quite a few of my own resilience stories. So each chapter has a tiny story of my own. So one, you learn from resilience stories of real people and myself. The other is that you learn from the concept, from research-backed, research-evidenced conceptual knowledge. And third is that each chapter has got 4 interesting exercises, which are interactive exercises. In fact, I'm learning from fellow coaches, therapists, educators, trainers, and counselors, etc., that all these people helping professionals, they are using my stories so much, my exercises so much in their own practice, because these exercises are grounded in the real life experiences again. So these exercises are interactive and they're experiential exercises. So what you learn from when you're reading this book, you learn from all these sources, but the best of all, you learn from your own experience of these exercises. So lived wisdom is at the heart of this book.
Yeah, that's a beautiful expression, lived wisdom, because we always talk about wisdom without having lived them, because that's such a painful, that's wisdom born of painful experience, and many of us are not equipped to deal with painful experience. In your text, you have very often referred to a number of thinkers, and your text is peppered with a lot of beautiful poems and excerpts from poems. And so what did those thinkers, how did those thinkers help you shape your understanding of this experience, or this, or in shaping this book? So what thinkers particularly, what thinkers did appeal to you in particular? So just
Sure.
let's hear your thoughts on some of these thinkers.
Sure. So apart from the stalwart, legendary experts in my own field and on the subject of resilience, for example, I have extensively quoted George Bonanno, who's one of the very important and very influential thinker and researcher of our times on the subject of trauma, grief, and resilience. So I have quoted him, I have cited from his work. And then another, I don't know how many of you know about this, but in psychotherapy, we have 3 major schools of psychotherapy. And the third is founded by a Holocaust survivor called Dr. Viktor Frankl, who was himself a psychiatrist, and how he survived the Holocaust, how he came out of the Nazi concentration camps, not just physically survived, but existentially having become a different human being altogether. So he has then created his form of psychotherapy, which is called logotherapy, based on his experience. I have cited his work also extensively. I have cited from our, homegrown ideal that all of us look up to, from Guru Rabindranath Tagore's work also. I have quoted one of the Nepalese poet, Bhuvan Thapliyal, and his poetry about Dandelion, because Dandelion is a central metaphor in my book of deep resilience. So I have quoted Bhuvan Thapliyal, who's a Nepalese poet and thinker. So many of the thinkers, Carl Jung is there, Carl Sagan is there, Carl Rogers is there, and of course, Mahatma Gandhi's story is there, Mahatma Gandhi's thoughts are there. So many. I mean, I would be not doing a great job if I start naming only a few and skip out the others.
Since this book has turned out to be such a great success, and as I already mentioned, it has already gone through 5 impressions, I'm sure lots of readers must have got back to you with their impressions, with their responses, with their feedback. So would you tell us something about the way readers have responded to this wonderful book and what you learned from them? Because of course they learned a lot from you, but maybe you also learned a lot from your readers who made the book what it is today.
The most precious thing that I get from my readers is a reinforced sense of humility. When you realize that you have been of even a tiny bit of relevance or value for another human being, there's no bigger humbling emotion than that. When you realize that somebody's pain, you have assisted in healing that pain in a little bit, a tiny manner, that is very very precious emotion. So this is what I get from my readers when they share their stories of how some part of the book has helped them in a way, to heal from their pain, from their troubles, and then also find a way to grow beyond them. Some readers have written to me about, how they feel that in the current times, when all over the world, geopolitically, sociopolitically, socioculturally, we're going through serious upheaval times in various parts of the world. So some readers have written to me saying that, why don't you write about collective resilience? And in fact, one reader wrote me a very personal and emotional letter saying that she's very much pained by this, the socio cultural violence that is going on, not just at a body level, but in the minds of the youngsters these days, who we call Gen Z. So she said, you please write a book exclusively for Gen Z. And then so many readers have written and have also called up, and some people have spoken to me at a personal level where they say that the chapter 9 I have written, a segment is devoted on resilience in the context of parenting. So where I've said the segment's name is Raising Resilient Roots, which is like when we raise resilient children, it is like raising resilient roots of the tree called society. So some readers are writing to me saying that please write exclusively on this subject, raising resilient children. And so that is very heartening. And of course, so many people in grief, they are finding this book of meaning and relevance for them. So all these things, what I learned from them is, I learned from their resilience. Each story of resilience is unique in its own way. All of us are resilience, practitioners in our own way. So when you learn from others' way of manifesting resilience, pursuing resilience, practicing resilience, that is very heartening. So I learn from each and every reader, each and every person who shares their experience with me.
I think they're already looking restless. We should, unless there is a very pressing question or quick question, I think I would thank. Oh, one question.
coming
it's okay.
from no less
Then
than Professor Kamalakan Dash himself.
no, your presence.
If you would allow, I would read a poem from the book, if you would allow.
Please read the poem first. Then
No, please. You can ask your question, sir.
Yeah. So, because resilience as a policy framework, we have looked at that in disasters, because post-disaster resilience and Canadian government, Australian, UK government, they have formulated resilient frameworks, resilient infrastructure. So coming to resilient human beings, when you talk about human beings, mind, heart, and their existential human being as a resilient being. So has there been any formula frameworks shared by government that people who go through serious trauma like PTSD and others, is there an Indian model of resilience? Most of the resilience that you talked about are either drawn from Western theories or their inferences or their experimentations. Is there anyone in India who talks about Indian psychology like we call it in Patanjali? The Manastattva of Indian context comes from Patanjali or Srimad Bhagavad Gita, or there are several such texts. So Patanjali talks about mind, Bhagavad Gita, Krishna talks about mind and how mind goes down. And Arjuna was depressed also. The first entire chapter was Arjuna was depressed. So in that sense, how do you see the resilient psychological movement? Where is the Indian contextual contribution? If the question is coming from Indian knowledge system perspective, so how are we contributing to that? Do we have a framework that is native to us, or are we learning from best practices of the world? There's nothing wrong learning from outside practices, but is there anything that is home to us? It is homegrown, it is native, it is there in the Shastra, in the Niti, and in our own cultural practices. Thank you.
So very important question. I think it's overdue now in time that we create our locally contextualized and rooted in our cultural, underpinnings, our own model of resilience and post-traumatic growth. The unfortunate reality is that in India we have and I like to think it to some extent in Nepal as well. We have yet to, in fact, wake up to the reality of acknowledging even PTSD, post-traumatic stress. Even that we have not yet acknowledged publicly and systemically. Leave alone post-traumatic growth. Post-traumatic growth is something that people are not even aware about. But at the same time, I know personally about some practitioners in India who at their personal level, at their local levels, in their small domains of practice, are definitely pursuing various tenets of resilience in one way or the other. Is there a systemic framework that is in place, that is institutionalized? Not to my know. I would not claim to be knowing it all, but in my limited knowledge, I'm not aware of any systemic or institutionalized framework that is in place. But I am personally trying my level best. I have recently contacted couple of influential NGOs in Delhi who work with children coming from troubled backgrounds, children and young adults coming from troubled backgrounds. And we are trying to find a way to create, livable and workable frameworks which can be practiced on the ground, which are contextualized to our cultural realities, our sociological realities. But a very important question you raised. Thank you so much for raising this.
Just one reference point to that, 10 seconds. Art of Living's founder, Sri Sri Ravi Shankar ji, has created some framework of this, where he
Sure.
has engaged with prisoners, those who have been in prison for several years, and also used some of those frameworks in also in Latin American conflict context.
Yes.
So these are Indian models born out of the discussions of Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Patanjali Yoga Sutra, and the text which was born from here, Astavakra Samhita. So these are higher level of yogic texts.
Thank you for letting me know this. I would be curious and interested to learn more about it. And as I said that I would not claim that I know it all, but in my limited knowledge, I was not aware about it. And thank you for letting me know. I would catch you outside and try to know more about this from you. And
Poem, with a poem, ma'am.
yeah, so I'm kind of confused which poem to read. So so when you were asking about what is the narrative of the book, what is the style of the book, so since I'm a closet poet myself, so there is a lot of poetry in the book from various thinkers and eminent poets, but also a little bit from myself. So each section, the book is organized in 3 parts and 10 chapters across 3 parts, and each part starts with a tiny poem that I have composed myself. And the book ends with a poem prayer, which is kind of closing coda of the book. So this closing coda poem, prayer poem is very short. I'll read that. But before that, I will read just a tiny para from another poem, wherein I have written about nature being the biggest therapist. The therapeutic effect and the resilience exemplary effect of nature. So this poem I had written on 24 June 2024, the day my son, who's not with us today, my elder son Utkarsh, presence had turned 32. So this poem goes like this: listen to the morning bird's exuberant chirp and the evening bird's soulful song. Listen to the gurgling river, the rustling leaves, and the autumn breeze. Listen to the roar of thundering clouds and the melody of raindrops. Listen and see. Behold a blooming flower's smile and smile back. Very important. When somebody smiles at you, even if they are not smiling at you, assume they are smiling at you and always smile back. Marvel at the twilight skies. Savor nature in all its hues and forms, since it is resilience in abundance. So this is a tiny part of that poem that I had written on my son's birthday. And here is a short prayer that I read for all of you. This is where the book ends. May hope, will, vision, and grit be our muse. May our thoughts have space for many views. May we grow deep, flourish, soar high, and rise. May we deepen our soars and expand our skies. May we imagine and open new horizons before us. May deeper questions and braver quests implore us. May we grow strength from the seeds of sorrow sown. May we find new possibilities beyond the zone of known. May, like sunflower, we strive on beneath the clouds of pain. May, like dandelion, we spring up from snow and bloom again. May calm, curious, perseverant, mindful, and brave we stay. May our deep resilience rise every day and every way. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bama, for that insightful and very fascinating presentation. Thank you very much, and thank you everyone for your patience and attention.
Thank you to our honorable speaker and moderator. We sincerely appreciate your power.
I don't know what price they're selling it for, but I think they're offering some discount. In INR, it is 395. What did they charge you? INR 300, I guess. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. पैसे जाते हैं? नहीं, इनकी मैं हाथ देख रही हूँ आज। My son is also clicking just a second. Please smile into my camera also. Pratyush? Pratyush?
Thank you very much, honorable guest. Thank you very much, ma'am.
So, short and sweet.
Thank you so much.
Let me organize this now. You are looking very nervous, but close your eyes. See what? These now participation most lively. Serious discussions.
Now we move into our another session. Stories shape how we see the world, and screens now carry those stories faster than ever. From newspapers to digital screens, the way we consume stories has changed the way society thinks and reacts. Now, without any delay, let us welcome our speakers. Anant Bijay, Jaiprakash Pandey, Satish Padmanavan, and Sibani Thapa. Along with that, I would like to call onto the stage our expected moderator, Miss Momita Bandari. Let's welcome them with a big clap. Volunteers, you can welcome them with Khada.
Mic check.
हाँ भाई फोटो पहले खींचो सुनने वाला कोई ना हो तो फोटो तो हो जाए हटो भैया फोटो खींचो ये नेपाल का हाँ जी
It's called Dhaka.
ढाका
They
call it Dhaka not from Dhaka
No, made in Nepal.
This is made in Nepal
It is exported to other countries.
exported Dhaka
Maybe. Seems like we're talking for the YouTube.
Yeah, basically only for you.
Yeah.
Online.
Namaste and good afternoon. My name is Mamita Bhandari. I'm a journalist based in Kathmandu, and it's my immense pleasure to welcome all of you here in today's session, Stories, Screen and Society, the changing face of South Asia. We all seen the changing landscape of stories and screen, from hours and hours of television talk and our long form of writing stories to 15-second reels. So we are going to talk about this because in today's era, creators, algorithm, and artificial intelligence are everywhere, and our audience got confused. What is actually true? It's AI or human generated? So we will be talking shortly about the AI and human stories. So I would like to start with the introduction of our panelists. We have from Astak India, we have Mr. Ananta Vijay. He is the editor of Astak, one of the India's most influential news network. I'm sorry. Apologies. And we have Mr. Jay Prakash from Astak. He is the editor of Astak, one of the India's most influential news network. Welcome, sir. And we have from Dainik Jagaran, one of the largest newspaper group in the region. We have Mr. Ananta Vijay, and we have representing Outlook magazine. He is a former managing editor of Outlook, known for its depth stories, long form of journalism. We have Mr. Satish Padmavam. Welcome, sir. I would like to start from Jayaprakash, sir. My question will be, who is telling our story today? Editor, people, AI, creator, or journalist?
सबसे पहले कलिंग काठमांडू कलिंग लिटरेरी फेस्टिवल का धन्यवाद कि उन्होंने एक ऐसे विषय को छूने की कोशिश की जिस पर सामान्य तौर पर बात नहीं होती है। आपने अपने प्रश्न में पूछा कि स्टोरीज आज के समय में कौन लिख रहा है। अगर हम जो हमारा विषय है, जो दक्षिण एशियाई क्षेत्र हैं, देश हैं, उन पर अगर केंद्रित करें तो मुझे लगता है कि स्टोरी तो जनता लिख रही है आज के समय में। अब से पहले ये ऐसी स्थिति कभी नहीं थी। सोशल मीडिया का इम्पैक्ट कहें या एआई का प्रयोग कहें, अगर आपने एआई की भी बात अपनी भूमिका में कही थी, एआई का इस्तेमाल कौन कर रहा है? एआई कंटेंट क्रिएट नहीं करता है, वो असेंबल करता है। जो चीज पहले से लिखी गई है उसको एक जगह पर इकट्ठा करने की कोशिश करता है। रील्स की जो बात कर रहे हैं, रील्स कौन बना रहा है? सेलिब्रिटीज, कुछ सेलिब्रिटीज हैं, लेकिन हर लड़का, यहाँ जितने लोग बैठे हैं, सभी के हाथ में मोबाइल है। सभी अपनी तस्वीरें खींचते हैं सुबह से शाम तक। काठमांडू कलिंग लिटरेरी फेस्टिवल्स में बहुत सारी रील्स बनी होंगी जो इंस्टा से लेके फेसबुक पर जा रही हैं। तो स्टोरीज का फॉर्म बदल गया। स्टोरी ये नहीं है कि केवल हमने कही स्टोरी लिख दी और उससे बात बन गई। अभी हर व्यक्ति क्रिएटर है, हर व्यक्ति अपने रील्स बना रहा है और हर व्यक्ति अपनी स्टोरीज कहने की कोशिश कर रहा है। वो स्टोरी कुछ भी हो सकती है। हो सकता है कि हमें आज हमारा चेहरा हमें बहुत अच्छा लगा हो, हम कहीं गए हों, हमें फूड अच्छा लगा हो, तो तरह तरह की स्टोरीज आ रही हैं, लेकिन उसकी लाइफ कितनी होगी, मुझे लगता है इस सवाल पर हमें चर्चा करने की कोशिश करनी चाहिए, या ये सोचना चाहिए कि जो स्टोरीज आज बन रही हैं करोड़ों की संख्या में, हर सेकेंड लगभग 40 लाख हिट्स नेट पे होता है हर सेकेंड। कंटेंट भी उसी मात्रा में अपलोड हो रहे हैं। कितना समय, उसका जीवन कितना है, ये हमें जानने की जरूरत है कि आज जो स्टोरीज लिखी जा रही हैं, जिसको हम स्टोरीज कह रहे हैं, वो स्टोरी कुछ भी हो सकती है, मॉडलिंग हो सकती है, कोई बात हो सकती है, कोई खाना हो सकता है, ना कोई जगह हो सकती है। तो मुझे लगता है कि इस मामले में हमें ये अंतर देखने की जरूरत है कि जो आज के समय में क्रिएटर है, क्या वो स्टोरी राइटर है, क्या वो कोई कहानी कह रहा है, कोई कथा कह रहा है। तो चूंकि आपने AI और रील्स की बात कही, इसलिए मैं ये उत्तर दे रहा हूं कि हमें ये अंतर करना पड़ेगा कि क्रिएटर कौन है। और क्रिएटर हमारे यहाँ जो मान्यता है, जिस जमीन भूमि पर हम बैठे हैं, वहां हम मानते हैं कि क्रिएटर जो है ब्रह्मा है और शब्द ब्रह्म है, इसीलिए उसे अक्षर कहते हैं जिसका क्षय न हो। तो एक तरफ अमरता का बोध है जिसने ब्रह्मांड को निर्मित किया, और दूसरी तरफ क्षणिक है। अभी हम यहाँ आए, हमारी तस्वीर खींची, हम लोग मंच पर थे, मित्र अनंत विजय जी ने कहा कि फोटो खींचो भाई, पहले पहले हमको अस्थाई करो सोशल मीडिया के लिए, लेकिन कब तक? ये मेरा प्रति प्रश्न है आपके प्रश्न के साथ, जिस पर मुझे लगता है कि हमारे जो विद्वान साथी हैं, वो जो रील्स, AI और जो मैं स्टोरीज कह रहा हूं, उनके बीच की जो रेखा है और उनमें हम कैसे सरवाइव करेंगे, या नेपाल को, भारत को, बांग्लादेश को, पाकिस्तान को, भूटान को, वो किस तरह से श्रीलंका को देख रहे हैं, मुझे लगता है कि इन दोनों को इस बिंदु को देखने की कोशिश करनी चाहिए और इस पर इनको अपना पक्ष रखना चाहिए।
So how hard it is for television to compete with Brahma's creator?
पहले मुझे लगता है इन दोनों से जो मैंने एक विषय कहा है, मैं आपके बात का उत्तर दूंगा। ये टेलीविजन दरअसल कुछ जो है वो दिखा रहा है। ब्रह्मा, चूंकि आपका प्रश्न बड़ा गूढ़ है, ब्रह्मा ने सृष्टि का क्रिएशन कैसे किया, ब्रह्मा कौन है, क्या हम में से लोग जानते हैं? हमारे यहाँ जो बहुत लंबी बात हो जाएगी, नटसेल में ये समझिए कि एक हम कहते हैं कि श्रीहरि सोते हैं और उस निद्रा में जो वो स्वप्न देखते हैं, उसमें 32 चतुर्युग बीत जाते हैं। एक चतुर्युग 4,32,00,000 साल का है, अगर हम उसको पौराणिक आख्यान के हिसाब से माने। तो अगर 32 चतुर्युग श्रीहरि के एक रात्रि के स्वप्न में बीत जा रहा है, यानी एक तो सोए हैं, ऊपर से स्वप्न है और उसमें 32 चतुर्युग बीत जा रहा है, तो हम जिस कालखंड में बात कर रहे हैं, हमारा एग्जिस्टेंस कहाँ है? यानी हम हैं ही नहीं। तो एक इल्यूजन है, उस पर एक बहुत दार्शनिक विषय है और वो मंच ये नहीं है। मुझे लगता है कि मैं जो प्रश्न, जहां जो इस विषय का मूल बिंदु है कि AI और रील्स और स्टोरीज के बीच कहाँ पे हम जा रहे हैं, और भारत या नेपाल या बांग्लादेश, श्रीलंका, पाकिस्तान, ये देश कहाँ खड़े हैं, भूटान, और ये दोनों विद्वान उस पर क्या समझते हैं और कौन सी चीज जिंदा रह पाएगी, ये चुनौतियां कैसी हैं, इस पर इनके बिंदु ले लें, व्यूज ले लें, फिर आप अपना सवाल इनसे पूछ लेना।
Ananta sir, how hard it is for newspapers, since we all need to be on digital platforms to survive these days? What is the importance of newspaper still in this era of digitalization?
प्रिंट जो है, प्रिंट कैपिटल है, प्रिंट कैपिटल कहते हैं उसको। इंटरनेट मीडिया या रील्स अभी तक कैपिटल नहीं बना है, ये बहुत बड़ा अंतर है। और जो प्रिंट कैपिटल हमारा है, आप देखिए रिसर्च में कभी आपने सुना हो कि इतने बजे के बुलेटिन में या इस जगह पे ये चलाया गया हो, तो उसकी संख्या लगभग नगण्य होती है रिसर्च में। इन दिनों कुछ लोग कोट करने लगे हैं उसको, बट उनके पास चूंकि वॉल्यूम, नंबर और एडिशन नहीं होते हैं, इसलिए शोध की दुनिया में, साख की दुनिया में रिसर्च को मान्यता प्राप्त, रिसर्च बाकी प्रिंट कैपिटल को छोड़ के बाकी किसी कैपिटल पर अभी भरोसा नहीं कर रहा है। तो मुझे लगता है कि प्रिंट की महत्ता पहले भी थी, प्रिंट की महत्ता अब भी है। और जब हम प्रिंट कहते हैं तो हम क्या मतलब जो डिजिटल पेपर है उसको काउंट करते हैं या नहीं करते हैं? क्योंकि वो तो जस्ट रिप्लिकेट ऑफ न्यूज़पेपर है। आज के समय में जितने भी न्यूज़पेपर या मैगजीन्स और इनका सबका एक वो आर्म भी है, तो उसको मैं एक्सटेंशन के तौर पर देखता हूं। और दूसरी बात, जो एआई की आपने जयप्रकाश जी से बात की, मुझे लगता है एआई एक टूल है। इट्स अ वेरी गुड एग्जीक्यूटिव असिस्टेंट टू द यूजर। उसको आप जितना अच्छा कमांड देंगे वो उतना अच्छा काम करके देगा आपको। अपने असिस्टेंट को आप बताओगे कि ये काम करना है, अगर उसको आप उसको बताओगे पशुपतिनाथ मंदिर जाना है, वहां आपको रुद्राभिषेक करना है, वहां आपको घट जी से मिलना है, वहां आपको दर्शन करके बाहर आना है, तो इसका रिजल्ट एआई बहुत अच्छा देगा। लेकिन अगर आप एआई को कह दोगे कि आपको सिर्फ मत लिखो, पशुपतिनाथ मंदिर जाना है, पूजा करके आना है, तो वो इतनी सारी चीजें नहीं बताएगा आपको। तो दैट टूल इज ए वेरी गुड फॉलोअर ऑफ ह्यूमन माइंड। और एआई एक बुलबुला भी है। मैं थोड़ा बड़ा स्टेटमेंट दे रहा हूं। अब देखिए, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने एआई के अपने आर्म पर इन्वेस्टमेंट लगभग बहुत कम कर दिया है, उनको नहीं चाहिए एआई। अभी रिसेंटली खबर आई है। तो अगर इस तरह से लोग सोचने लगे एआई को लेके, लेकिन मैं तकनीक को नकार नहीं रहा हूं। भारत और नेपाल हमेशा से कथावाचकों की भूमि रही है। यहां हर कदम पर आपको स्टोरी टेलर मिलेंगे, लेकिन रील को स्टोरी कह देना, मुझे लगता है कि वो थोड़ी ज्यादती होगी। वो जो 5 सेकेंड 10 सेकेंड, अभी बड़े सर्वे वेस्टर्न कंट्री से हमारी तरफ आते हैं जो हमें ये बताते हैं कि ये रील्स जो है युवाओं के कंसंट्रेशन स्पैन को 6 सेकेंड कर रहे हैं, 3 सेकेंड कर रहे हैं। दूसरी तरफ अमेजॉन का सीईओ इंडिया आता है, अपना प्राइम वीडियो लॉन्च करता है और उससे पूछा जाता है कि आपका सबसे बड़ा कंपटीटर कौन है, तो वो कहता है मुझे सबसे बड़ा कंपटीटर हमारा भारतीयों की नींद है। तीसरी तरफ एक और उस पर विचार करिए आप भंडारी मैम, कि यही युवा पीढ़ी है जो 6-6 घंटों का वेब सीरीज बैक टू बैक देखती है। अगर हमारे यूथ का कंसंट्रेशन स्पैन 6 सेकेंड हो गया है, तो वेब सीरीज कौन देख रहा है? बताओ। ये प्रश्न है मेरे दिमाग में, ये प्रश्न आते हैं। दरअसल ऐसा कहने वाले हमें ये बताने का प्रयास, ये सब चीजें जो है एक मार्केटिंग का टूल है। जैसे इंडिया में एक नई वाली हिंदी चल रही है, दैट इज ऑल्सो ए मार्केटिंग टूल टू सेल देयर बुक्स। तो मुझे लगता है कि जितनी भी सारी चीजें हो रही हैं, समय के साथ ये सारी चीजें होती हैं, सेटल हो जाती हैं। और स्टोरी का जब आप लॉन्ग और शॉर्ट की बात करती हैं, तो यू टॉक अबाउट द फॉर्मेट, यू आर नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट द कंटेंट। कंटेंट तो 4 लाइन में भी हो सकता है। हमने पीयूष पांडे के एड में देखा अभी एक सेशन में, 2 बूंद जिंदगी की, ये
itself it is a story, है ना? ठंडा मतलब कोका कोला, प्रसून जोशी, 3 वर्ड स्टोरी है। और कुछ लोग 400 पन्ने की भी स्टोरी लिखते हैं। मैं एक छोटा सा किस्सा बता के सर को दे दूंगा। राज कपूर का नाम सुना होगा आप लोगों ने। राज कपूर बहुत बड़े भारत के शोमैन थे, बहुत सारी फिल्में बनाई उन्होंने। राम तेरी गंगा मैली, मेरा नाम जोकर, बरसात और बरसात, आग, श्री 420, बहुत सारी फिल्में, बहुत पॉपुलर थे राज कपूर। राज कपूर साहब से एक राइटर थे सचिन भौमिक साहब, वो मिलने गए थे और उन्होंने कहा कि सचिन भौमिक साहब ने 1-1.25 घंटे में सर उनको स्टोरी सुनाई अपनी। देन राज कपूर आस्क्ड, टेल मी योर स्टोरी इन 2 लाइन्स। सचिन भौमिक नहीं बता पाए। राज कपूर ने कहा कि भारतीय फिल्मों की 1 लाइन की स्टोरी है, राम था, सीता थी, रावण आ गया। मीनिंग देयर बाय, देयर इज ए हीरो, देयर इज ए हीरोइन एंड विलन कम्स। यही तो होता है आपके यहाँ के फिल्मों में भी, नेपाली फिल्मों में भी तो यही होता होगा ना भाई।
हम लोग बहुत सारे हिंदी फिल्म देखते हैं,
हाँ,
हमको पता है।
नहीं, मैं आपके फिल्म इंडस्ट्री की इसलिए बात कर रहा हूं। तो ये स्टोरी के, जब हम, जो लोग कहते हैं ना लंबी स्टोरी हो रही है, छोटी स्टोरी हो रही है, वो स्टोरी की डिमांड होती है। अब इनके यहाँ आउटलुक में एक बड़ी लेखिका के 40 पेज की स्टोरी छपी थी नक्सल पर। वो स्टोरी अब भी रेलिवेंट है और अब भी सबको याद है। वहीं अखबारों में 300 वर्ड की भी स्टोरी छपती है, लोगों को वो भी याद रहती। तो हम फॉर्मेट को और कंटेंट का जब घालमेल कर देते हैं, तब हम ये कहने लगते हैं कि 3 सेकंड की, 4 सेकंड की रील बहुत पॉपुलर हो रहा है। अरे रील भी इट्स ऑल्सो ए टूल ऑफ क्रिएटिविटी। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूं कि मैं, जैसे अभी मैं शिमला गया था तो एक पति पत्नी घूम रहे थे, पति बेचारा, पत्नी बार बार उसे बता रही थी कि तुम मेरे पांव से शूट करना शुरू करो, और वो नीचे से अपनी वाइफ को शूट करता था, ऊपर चेहरे तक लाता था, और फिर वो वीडियो देख के कहती थी नहीं तुम्हें नहीं हुआ, तुमसे नहीं होगा, तुमसे रील नहीं बना, इस पे गाने ठीक नहीं बैठेंगे। तो मैं इसको सुन के पहली नजर में हंसी आ सकती है, बट दैट लेडी इज सो परफेक्शनिस्ट कि वो कह रही है स्टोरी तुम मेरे मन मुताबिक शूट नहीं कर रहे हो। तो जब हम स्टोरी की बात करते हैं तो स्टोरी राज कपूर ने 2 लाइन में भी सुना दी, सचिन भौमिक साहब ने 1.5 घंटे भी सुनाई। जो कथावाचक होते हैं वो कई बार 1 घंटे भी कहानी सुनाते हैं, तब भी उनका पूरा नहीं होता है। हमें लगता है कि और सुनाओ और सुनाओ। और एक बेसिक फर्क यही है स्टोरी में और कविता में। जब आप पोइट्री सुनते हो, कोई अच्छी शायरी सुनते हो, तो क्या कहते हो? इरशाद इरशाद, मतलब फिर से सुनाओ, फिर से सुनाओ। तो पोइट्री आपको पीछे ले जाती है, पीछे ही तो ले जाती है ना। कुछ तो है जिसकी पर्दादारी है, आपने कहा इरशाद इरशाद, तो शायर फिर कहेगा कुछ तो है जिसकी पर्दादारी है। लेकिन स्टोरी में क्या होता है? आगे क्या, व्हाट नेक्स्ट? और ये हर तरह के स्टोरी में लागू होती है, न्यूज में भी, फिक्शन में भी, नॉन फिक्शन में भी। अगर आपको रोचकता के साथ अपनी बात कहनी है, वो फॉर्मेट चाहे उसका जो हो, कंटेंट में दम होना चाहिए, और उसके कंटेंट की रेलिवेंसी और कंटेंट की रीडेबिलिटी, ये दोनों बनी रहनी चाहिए। और आज न्यूज़पेपर के सामने सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज यही है कि वो अपने कंटेंट में किस प्रकार से रीडेबिलिटी और उसको वो बनाए रखें। क्यों? क्योंकि अभी अगर ये सेशन हो रहा है और ये लाइव फेसबुक पर हजारों लोग इसको देख रहे हैं, अब इस सेशन की रिपोर्टिंग जब कल होगी तो वो कैसे लोगों को अलग दिखाएगी? दिस इज द बिगेस्ट चैलेंज ऑफ द प्रिंट विच यू आस्क्ड।
Satish sir, I would like to ask the same questions. Like I said earlier, especially youths are more focused on 15 second to 19 second from newspaper to Instagram. Even if we see the biggest media houses like New York Times or other people, they're very famous for their writing theme. Now, if we see
their story goes on Instagram first, 90-second vertical shooting. So how in this era, how magazine story can still hook the audience, and how we can balance the in-depth and context in today's reality?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a very interesting session actually, and it's you know I'm just pondering about the questions that you're asking. It's coming from 30 years of journalism, but as he was just pointing out, the question that he actually asked was these reels that you're talking about, or the Insta posts, or the quick instantaneous news that we are consuming these days. What is the staying power? That's one of the questions he asked. What is the longevity of it? Let's say Anand Saab ne abhi bataya this article that he's talking about in Outlook, which was written kitne mere khayal, it must be about 15-18 years old. This is Arundhati Roy's piece that he's referring to, which he wrote nearly 42-45 pages. So you can imagine it was half the magazine, or maybe 3/4 of the magazine was one article, right? He remembers it now after 20 years, or I don't know, and I think it must be more than that. People, IAS students appearing for the exams may still refer to it, to get an idea of what she thought of Naxalism at that time was, and what were the problems with it, and what were the problems with the government, how they were addressing it, and not in the right way, etc., etc. It was a very critical piece about the government trying to solve this Naxal issue. So, I mean, the question that he raised 20 years ago, later we are remembering this piece. I don't know how many reels, I mean, you may see today, it's gone. I don't know how many, will you even remember next week? So, and remembering is not just for the sake of remembering. As a part of history, as a part of political reality of that time, these articles, which you can go back, to the Outlook website, to the Jagran website, to go back and see. And the other part, I mean, about you asked him about print journalism. Jagran is one of the most successful papers. It's one of the, I think every year it does better than last time. Times of India, the English newspaper in India, is doing fantastically well. Many, Malayalam Manorama in Malayalam is, I think, is one of the most widely read newspapers in across languages. In Bengali, Anand Bazar Patrika. So print journalism in India is very much alive and very much thriving. So there is really no, as he said, print capital. It's there is no problem there. People are reading newspapers, are reading. So and coming to my where I have been for a long time, magazine journalism. As in India, as it is often said, that the opposite of everything is also true. There may be a whole lot of people wanting to only see reels and this 1 minute or 30-second things, but a whole lot of others people also come into the stream who want to read long form stories. Like for instance, I did a journalism course. I did one semester in Ashoka University 2 years ago about political reporting during the 2024 elections. And, there were students from various streams who had come to, this was an elective course. I mean, they can choose one. So there were students from BCom. I think there are some science students. They just wanted to know how. And, that was an eye-opening thing just 2 years ago. And these were 18, 19-year-old kids. And they, the common thread there was that actually how they want to now read more long form stories, which tells them, it tells them the context of things, a holistic approach to something. Most students wanted that. So, I mean, if you take that as a test sample, though I'm sure Ashoka University is probably not it's just one very elite university in India. But I'm saying there are all those students who are going to come out. 3,000 of them, I think, come out every year. That is also true. They would like to read. They may see reels for some satisfaction, but if it comes to some serious research and study, they will go to the newspaper. They'll go to the magazine to see, to get the stories of that time. That is one. And two. I'm all for, I think internet, social media has completely democratized journalism, which is fantastic. Everybody is telling stories, they are doing reels. The only thing is, from our time, for anything that you want to write, whether it's a newspaper story or a magazine story, or want to make a film, there was some rigor. There is some the as we started, we would be cub reporters, we would follow senior journalists to the field, to the knack of asking questions, to how to draw people out. There is training, there is, and 90-minute, if your reel is 90 seconds, to make a really interesting 90 seconds reel, I mean, big directors can't do, who have like made many feature films. FTII has a short filmmaking course. So it's one thing for anybody to, like this girl who wanted her to be shot from top, from just shoes to the head. It's, see, that's why is he not getting it? Because the guy, filming is a technique. People learn it. People spend 4 years in FTII to make a short film. So you and I we may think that we have clicked the best photo, best sunset, or the best video that we have done, but it has to stand the test of time, which comes seriously from my point, whether it is to make a film, whether to write a 3,000 word magazine piece, whether to write a new 200 word news piece. There, this training is missing, is what I feel, in this great democratization of media. So it's great that everybody is able to tell a story, but who's telling the story which will stay will be the ones who have who've gone through some rigor.
सर के पॉइंट में बस 10 सेकंड ऐड करना चाहता हूं. सर ने जो कहा ना, जर्नलिज्म इज लाइक medical profession, journalism is like engineers. It's a, we all are trained journalists, lawyers, legals. जिसके भी हाथ में ये मोबाइल है वो जर्नलिस्ट नहीं है, ये समझने की जरूरत है. इन्होंने ठीक कहा कि डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन हो गया, बट वहां एक एनार्की है. देयर इज नो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी. हमसे अगर कोई एक मिस रिपोर्टिंग हो जाती है तो हमें 4 दिन तक जवाब देना पड़ता है. अगर एक गलत कुछ छप जाता है, एक एक शब्द पर मंथन होता है. और यहाँ तो कुछ नहीं, कुछ भी बोल के निकल जाइए. अगर आपको ज्यादा ट्रोल हो गए तो आप डिलीट कर दो.
And it is not just medical or legal or engineering. Fashion is to be studied. Food is a big area to research. I'm saying it's not to just fashion reels are not. Fashion is an industry. There are institutions which teach fashion. Their food is a huge. So I'm saying I can't be today a fashion photographer or a fashion filmmaker, tomorrow a food blogger, day after tomorrow a finance man, and the next day I'm talking geopolitics. It's all these are disciplines. All these need training and rigor, and as said, accountability. So like you and I may go to a same restaurant, we may order the same things. I may like what I have ordered, you may not like it. So it doesn't that you can't diss the restaurant or the food. I'll say it's great, you'll say it's not. So where does it, so there has to be somebody who knows about food, who knows that cuisine that you're having. What is the is it at par with the other restaurants? Is it keeping with the trends? Are the ingredients what it is supposed to be? Are they genuine? There is what I'm basically great that everybody is making films. I wish somebody would make it with some expertise.
Thank you, sir. And today generation, mostly youngsters, my generation, I can say my generation because we were talking earlier and he said like more than my age, I am into journalism. So I can say my generations.
Yeah, of course.
With that note, I would like to ask sir, Aztak is very famous for breaking news. He just mentioned accuracy and balance and speed. Since we all have to compete with, again, 15-second reels and citizen journalism, everyone is posting on social media. So how do you balance that?
आज तक की ओर से मुझे बोलने के लिए इजाजत नहीं है। सामान्य तौर पर आपने जो प्रश्न पूछा है वो नीतिगत फैसले हैं, और मैं साहित्य आज तक की एंटिटी पे काम करता हूँ, जो लिटरेचर को प्रोटेक्ट करने की, प्रमोट करने की कोशिश कर रहा है। आज तक न्यूज़ सेगमेंट में है। न्यूज़ की दुनिया जिस तरह से बदल रही है, जो रील्स की दुनिया बदल रही है, समाचार भी उसी तरह से बढ़ रहा है। हम किसके लिए लिख रहे हैं? आज के 20 साल पहले 40 पेज की स्टोरी पढ़ी जा रही थी, तब अरुंधति राय के लिए ये रिस्क संपादक ने लिया था कि ये खबर छपेगी। आज भी मैं जिस संस्थान में पहले दिल्ली प्रेस ग्रुप ऑफ मैगजीन्स में पब्लिशिंग एडिटर था, हमारे ग्रुप ने, उस समय के ग्रुप ने, पिछले ग्रुप ने एक पत्रिका निकाली, कारमन नाम है उसका, जो नरेशन करता है, बड़ी स्टोरी छापते हैं किसी भी विषय पर। न्यूयॉर्कर से वो प्रभावित थे, लेकिन एक तरफ इतनी बड़ी खबरें छप रही हैं, दूसरी तरफ ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का दबाव है। ब्रेकिंग न्यूज को किसी भी रूप में हम दिखा रहे हैं, और चूंकि तमाम प्रतिद्वंदी हैं इसलिए ब्रेकिंग है। हर खबर ब्रेकिंग है। समाचार है इसका मतलब सूचना है, और सूचना है इसका मतलब ब्रेक है। कंपटीशन किससे है? क्योंकि अगर कोई घटना घटी, उसकी जानकारी सोशल मीडिया पे भी आ रही है और चैनल्स भी दे रहे हैं, लेकिन चैनल्स जो दे रहे हैं और जो सोशल मीडिया पे आ रही है, दोनों में बड़ा अंतर है। वो अंतर इसलिए है क्योंकि चैनल पे जो भी दिखा रहा है खबर, उसकी एक जवाबदेही बनती है। राजदीप सरदेसाई जैसे बड़े एंकर को भी 15 दिन के लिए छुट्टी पर भेजा जा सकता है, सिर्फ इस बात के लिए कि उन्होंने एक ऑनलाइन कैमरे पे एक खबर बोली कि यहाँ पुलिस की गोली से एक किसान मर गया। खबर गलत थी, संस्थान ने उनको 15 दिन के लिए छुट्टी पर भेज दिया। ये फैक्ट है, ये ऑन रिकॉर्ड है। किसी सोशल मीडिया की किसी पोस्ट पर कोई छुट्टी पे नहीं भेजा जा सकता। ये जिम्मेदारी समाचार चैनल्स की होती है, समाचार पत्रों की होती है, जहां जिसकी बात हमारे दोनों साथियों ने कही। एक ट्रेनिंग है, एक दायित्व है, एक जिम्मेदारी है, और उस जिम्मेदारी के साथ साथ जनता के प्रति एक।
So how is the pressure?
एक 10 सेकंड इनकी बात में जोड़ता हूं। आप, यू आर ए जर्नलिस्ट, यू आर फ्रॉम द यंगर जनरेशन। आप किसी ऐसे आदमी से, मान लो आपका यंगर जनरेशन किसी भी ऐसे आदमी से ऑपरेशन करवा लेगा जो ट्रेंड ना हो? हाँ? आपको अगर बुखार आ गया तो राह चलते किसी से पूछ लोगे कि मुझे बुखार है बता दो, या आपको घर बनवाना है तो आप किसी को भी बुला के कह दोगे कि नक्शा बना दो मेरे घर का?
Sir,
उसके लिए इंजीनियर कोई बुलाओगे ना।
लेकिन we ask ChatGPT for sure first before going to doctors. My generation do that.
नहीं, गुड, इट्स वेरी गुड कि चैट जीपीटी से, बट चैट जीपीटी आपको डॉक्टर्स का नाम बताएगा और उसके पास जितने लोगों के अनुभव होंगे उसको आपके सामने रख देगा। यू हैव टू डिसाइड। बट जो जर्नलिज्म है वो समाज को देखते हुए अपनी बात सामने रखता है। तो ये एक बड़ी महीन सी रेखा है। मैं हमेशा सबको यही कहता हूं कि भैया इलाज तो करवाते हो आप अच्छे डॉक्टर से, और कहते हो कि ये जो 4 सेकंड की रील बन रही है वो कोई भी बना लेगा। अरे भाई, उसके लिए जैसे सर ने कहा कि फिल्म मेकिंग इटसेल्फ, मैं एफटीआईआई का वाइस चेयरमैन हूं, तो एग्जीक्यूटिव काउंसिल का, तो मुझे मालूम है कि वो एक ऐसी विधा है जिसके लिए बहुत सीखना पड़ता है। तो आज तो जिसके हाथ में मोबाइल वही जर्नलिस्ट हो गया। जर्नलिज्म को सबसे बड़ा खतरा इस 8 इंच के डिवाइस से है। जिसको कुछ नहीं आता वो भी जर्नलिस्ट बना हुआ है। जर्नलिज्म करने के लिए आपको अपनी जर्नलिज्म की परंपरा का ज्ञान होना चाहिए। आपको उस उत्तरदायित्व का पता होना चाहिए जो कि ये पेशा आपको एक्सपेक्ट करता है कि आप ऐसा ही व्यवहार करेंगे और ऐसा ही लिखेंगे।
But what does it feel for you? Is like 3 fuddy-duddies sitting and talking about some, how does it make you? I mean, don't you think that your generation, when you're a news anchor, she's a news anchor with Nepal Ray channel. So, I mean, you would do research before you do your story. I mean, isn't it? I mean, that is what the younger generation in journalism also would be doing. I mean, I'm just saying it shouldn't appear to you that, there's just three oldies coming and saying ki ye karo, aise karna chahiye. So how do, sorry, I mean, not to, I'll include, actually, I'll speak for myself.
Anyone?
अपडेट रहते हैं ये उम्र से कुछ नहीं होता सर
Yeah. In your friends, yourself, I mean, when you read news, obviously there will be there is, I mean, if it is wrong, then something, accountability will be there, right?
Since all three of you asked me questions, what I truly feel, sometimes, not always, sometimes, since even though I work in television, I think people, especially oldies, I'm sorry, people, sometimes they don't understand what the youth wants. And we often talked about 5W1H, but they don't care about 2C, cause and consequences. Sometimes that's what I believe. I studied journalism. I should not say this, but since you asked, and of course, like in very sensitive issues, of course, we follow the editors and everyone, but sometimes their ways of presenting it's not convincing to me or my friends, but we have to do that because they are editors.
No, that I can, that problem I can, yeah, that I can understand. But I meant not in terms of, that's a good point. I mean, I may have a way of presenting something. You may have a much fresher way, which your age people would like to, that is another matter. But
Okay, I would like to ask you one more questions. Since we are talking about history and newspaper and everything, what do you believe? Like, what do newspaper need to do preserve the informations overloaded and misinformations to save our generations to get the overloaded information and to save from the misinformation?
देखिए मुझे लगता है कि ओवरलोडेड इंफॉर्मेशन जैसी कोई चीज नहीं होती है ये वही लोग बोलते हैं जो कंटेंट ओबीज होते हैं आप रील देख रहे होते हो ओबेसिटी में क्या होता है मैं थोड़ा मेडिकल प्रोफेशन का उदाहरण दे रहा हूं आपको ओबेसिटी में क्या होता है आप खाए जा रहे हो आपको पता ही नहीं कि आपके हेल्थ पर क्या असर डाल रहा है रील में आपको पता ही नहीं कि अगला रील क्या आने वाला है तो रील मेक्स अस कंटेंट ओबीज हमें कंटेंट ओबीज बना रहा है इसलिए इंफॉर्मेशन ओवरलोडेड इंफॉर्मेशन पता नहीं मैं आपका प्रश्न सही समझ पाया कि नहीं समझ पाया मुझे नहीं पता लेकिन ओवरलोडेड इंफॉर्मेशन और मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन जैसी कोई चीज अगर जर्नलिज्म है अंडरलाइन कर रहा हूं इसको इफ जर्नलिज्म इज देयर वोंट बी एनी मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन
What is the role to stop the misinformation? Especially, what is the role of newspaper?
ये तो बहुत बड़ा प्रश्न है and we can debate it hours and hours
You
and
can
hours.
curate shortly.
मैं सिर्फ ये मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि न्यूज़पेपर का या किसी भी मीडिया का यही दायित्व है कि जो मिसकंसेप्शन फैल रहा है जैसे मैं एक छोटा सा उदाहरण देता हूं आपको A foreign newspaper published a news item that India has sold ample number of gold. ठीक है? The so-called influencers started posting on X and all the social media handles that India has done so and so and so. After 2-3 hours, Reserve Bank has denied that story. रिजर्व बैंक ने उसको मना कर दिया कि हमने कोई सोना नहीं बेचा है लेकिन ये जो चीजें चली गई जो इंटरनेट मीडिया पर अभी भी अवेलेबल है कि इंडिया सोल्ड द गोल्ड वो तो अभी भी वहां है और इससे भारत की बात कर रहा हूं मैं भारत जैसे विशाल भूभाग वाले देश में जहां की डिनायल देर से पहुंचता है एक मैसाचुसेट्स इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी की एक रिसर्च है सर जिसमें उनका ये कहना है कि मिस और इंफॉर्मेशन से 40 गुना तेज रफ्तार से फैलता है सो द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ द न्यूज़पेपर्स एंड ऑल द मीडिया हाउसेस जहां ट्रेंड जर्नलिस्ट काम करते हैं, आई एम सेइंग ट्रेंड जर्नलिस्ट काम करते हैं, या जहां जर्नलिस्ट काम करते हैं, उनका यही है कि आपको अपनी कलम से, अपने कीबोर्ड से, अपने मोबाइल के डिवाइस से जो नैरेटिव, जो मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन आपके कंट्री को नुकसान पहुंचाता है, उसका बहुत जोरदार तरीके से प्रतिरोध और प्रतिकार करना चाहिए। मुझे लगता है सारे समाचार माध्यमों की यही जिम्मेदारी होनी चाहिए।
So, I think India, Nepal, especially South Asia, we all have the similar stories, similar problems. I just feel like we are just divided by the borders. Either it's India, Nepal, or Bangladesh, or even Pakistan. So, what is that the stories? One story that we are lacking, we are not reporting, and that we must have to report.
Yeah, that's true. I think most India and the neighboring nations almost, yeah, the problems are more or less the same. You know, it's I think where we are lacking. I mean, it's not one story. Actually, where we are lacking is I think we have too much opinion on either on on television, on social media, and the uh, basic tenet of a journalist, to for somebody to take your bag, take your notebook, take your pen, your laptop, go to the ground, talk to the people, to spend lot of time in an area, not to just make one video and come back, be there for a week, understand, if you have gone with a specific reason to a specific area about a problem, be there, understand what the problem is, talk to X, talk to Y, you'll get one view, you'll get another view, you'll get 10 views, make up, that ground reporting in which we used to, we all started with, and I feel that is disappearing, unfortunately. And that is why I think it's all most news is at some surface level. There's not much depth. People don't want to maybe engage with too much depth. I think that is I mean, I would say in my years of journalism, that is which I feel unfortunate thing, that it's fading.
Thank you. So I would like to follow up with the same question. What are the stories that we are failing to tell because of the short attention or like spam of virality or financial crisis, but we most need to rage through the media? What are these stories?
मुझे लगता है कि ये आपके प्रश्न से ज्यादा आपकी धारणा है. इट्स मोर ऑफ ए परसेप्शन देन द क्वेश्चन. स्टोरी सेम है, और जर्नलिस्ट, सब कॉन्टिनेंट के जितने जर्नलिस्ट हैं, दे ऑल ट्राई टू टेल द स्टोरीज. अब ये आर्ट है उनका. अब पाकिस्तान में जहां मिलिट्री का इतना रोल है गवर्नेंस में, वहां के जर्नलिस्ट भी अगर वहां की आलोचना सरकार की कर सकते हैं, तो ये उस जर्नलिस्ट का हुनर है. ये स्किल है उनका कि कैसे बगैर इनवाइटिंग द जेल वो अपनी बात कह देते हैं. एज ए जर्नलिस्ट मुझे लगता है कि ऐसी सारी स्टोरीज को कहा जाना चाहिए. बट अगेन मैं सबसे यही बात कहता हूं, जर्नलिज्म कोई ऐसा बिजनेस नहीं है जिसमें आपने इन्वेस्ट किया और आपको तुरंत पैसा आएगा. जर्नलिस्ट और जर्नलिज्म जो है वो समाज को और देश को बनाने में परोक्ष रूप से काम करता है, नॉट डायरेक्टली बट इनडायरेक्टली. तो मुझे लगता है कि सारे सब कॉन्टिनेंट की बात तो नहीं मैं बता पाऊंगा क्योंकि मेरा उतना अध्ययन नहीं है, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि हम अगर अपने देश में देखें तो आज इतनी सारी स्टोरीज हो रही हैं और इतनी सारी स्टोरीज कही जा रही हैं, और मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन ये फैलाया जाता है कि सरकार स्टोरी होने नहीं देती है, और सरकार के सबसे बड़े व्यक्ति के सामने खड़ा होकर एक अखबार का एडिटर सरकार की निंदा कर देता है. तो ये सब चीजें परसेप्शन बेस्ड होती हैं, और परसेप्शन जो होता है वो कई बार वेरी ऑफन ये रियलिटी से थोड़ा सा दूर होता है, क्योंकि परसेप्शन और रियलिटी में थोड़ा दुश्मनी है। वो दोनों एक साथ नहीं चल सकते। वो नदी के दो किनारे की तरह हैं, जो साथ साथ चलते तो हैं, मिलते सिर्फ बंगाल की खाड़ी में जाके हैं।
मुझे लगता है आपका प्रश्न ये है कि दक्षिण एशियाई देशों की समस्याएं, उनकी पारिस्थितिकी, उनकी भाषा, उनके संस्कार, उनकी संस्कृतियां लगभग मिली जुली हैं, लेकिन कौन सी ऐसी स्टोरी है जो मिसिंग है या जिसको सभी जर्नलिस्टों को करना चाहिए। जहां तक मैं समझ पा रहा हूं, एक बिंदु पर पूरा भारतीय महाद्वीप या पूरा दक्षिण एशियाई या पूरा एशिया या पूरी दुनिया के पत्रकारों से मिसिंग है, वो है मानवीय सरोकारों से कहीं ना कहीं हम दूर जा रहे हैं और समय के साथ हम भी बहुत तेजी से भागते जा रहे हैं। हमारे अपने दबाव हो सकते हैं, हमारे पत्रकारिता के प्रोफेशन के माध्यम के जो तकनीक बदल रही है उसके दबाव हो सकते हैं, लेकिन कुल के बावजूद मुझे लगता है कि जिनके ऊपर जिम्मेदारी अधिक होती है उनको कहीं ना कहीं रुकना होगा, कहीं ना कहीं ठहरना होगा और आपको ये सोचना पड़ेगा कि अंततः बचा क्या रहेगा। भौतिकता और भौतिकता की ये जो दौड़ है वह आपको उसकी जगह पे मनुष्यता और मानवीय मूल्यों को बचाए रखने की कोशिश करनी चाहिए और वो बहुत जरूरी है कि उस तरफ हम थोड़ा ध्यान दें, हम भी थोड़ा ठहरें अपने दबावों के बीच। सारे पत्रकार जितने भी महाद्वीप के हैं या दुनिया के हैं, और जहां भी मनुष्यता और मानवता बचाने की कोशिश हो अवश्य उसको करें और समान रूप से करने की कोशिश करें।
I would like to conclude our session with one question to all the panelists. We are talking about stories and the media and everything. What is more important, to be a good human or to be a good journalist? Because all the good human cannot be a good journalist, and all the good journalists cannot be a good human being. I would like to start from you and conclude from sir.
एक अच्छा पत्रकार होना चाहिए, एक अच्छा मनुष्य, ये
It's
सवाल
more important.
नहीं। मनुष्य निश्चित रूप से, हम मनुष्य नहीं है तो हम कुछ भी नहीं। अगर हम एक अच्छे मानवीय इंसान नहीं है तो हम अच्छे पत्रकार भी नहीं हो सकते। आपको शायद एक फोटो याद होगी, जो फोटो जर्नलिस्ट बहुत पॉपुलर फोटो है, जो मरे हुए बच्चे का गिद्ध नोच रहा था और वो फोटो जिसको पुलित्जर प्राइज मिला था, वो मर गए इसी दबाव में कि शायद उस बच्चे को बचाया जा सकता था जिसकी फोटोग्राफी के लिए उनको अवार्ड मिला। तो हमको अंततः हमारे एसपी सिंह ब्रेन हेमरेज से इसलिए मर गए क्योंकि पहली बार टेलीविजन पर वो लाइव टेलीकास्ट हो रहा था वो पहाड़ कांड का, जिसमें लोगों की लाशें थी। तो कहने का लोग जल रहे थे और हमारे रिपोर्टर उनको कर रहे थे और पहली बार वो उस तरह की लाइव तस्वीरें आई थी और उनको वो विजुअल्स नहीं झेल पाए। तो कोई भी पत्रकार, मुझे लगता है हम मनुष्य नहीं है तो हम कुछ भी नहीं है। पत्रकार तो बात की बात है, किसी भी प्रोफेशन के लिए मनुष्यता बुनियादी मूल्य है, मेरा ये ऐसा मानना।
अगर मनुष्य अच्छा है तो पत्रकार भी अच्छा होगा।
Yeah, I agree. I also think so. It's, I mean, actually, it's not, I don't agree that good journalists are not good human beings. I think it's on the contrary. I think on the contrary, to be a journalist, really speaking, I mean, basically, why do you want to be a journalist? Why do you want, you want to be a journalist because you want to go, to give power to the powerless, to give voice to the voiceless, to be, to go and that small guy, the small girl, to tell their story. Why do you want to be a journalist? I mean, basically, what is journalism? It's go and tell that story to many more people. I think, for that you need to be a good, you would be a good human being. I really don't know what you mean by good human being, but at least a thinking person.
No, I'm asking this because someone can be a really, really good journalist. They can gather all the information, perform well, and bring the truth in his profession. But sometimes personal life and profession is a different thing. And that's why I'm asking from that aspects.
No, that I'm sure, but that is true, as you said, of any profession. It's, you may be a brilliant doctor. I mean, you may be a brilliant doctor, or you may be a great architect. You may be not a great person at home. So but I mean, like I said, I would imagine that if the minute that you decide or you feel that you want to be a journalist, I would think would be a reasonably good person.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all my
Thank you
wonderful
so much.
panelists.
Thank you.
It's a lovely talking to all of you
Thank you very much.
and getting all diverse perspective and different things and arguments, of course, on some notes.
All the best to you.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much, everyone who is watching us through online. And thank you so much, every audience present here. Thank you.
We have
And yes, we do have a token of love for our amazing panelists. So I would like to request team to provide the token of love. You got more from Nepal, sir. We don't want you to forget us.
Insta ready.
yang Ujjain ji को अनंत विद्यालय अनंता विद्यालय दिया बताओ नेपाल.
Thank you, honorable speakers and moderator. This discussion explored how storytelling across cinema, journalism, television, and digital platforms shape public perception and cultural identity. Thank you to you all.
अब अच्छा फोटो नीचे से ऊपर तो अच्छा फोटो ले रहे हैं.
Thank you.
सर इसको ठीक कर दीजिए सर, मेरा नाम गलत है.
हाँ सर नाम गलत लिखा है.
अच्छा
नहीं ठीक कर.
Hello.
नहीं छोड़ो जाने दो.
Hello.
जो दे दिया तो दे दिया. प्रसाद की तरह से.
सर बैंक पर दे. सर मोबाइल ओके मतलब
दोनों मोबाइल छोड़ के जा रहे हैं क्योंकि ये बचता नहीं है ना सर, तो आज इसकी जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ती. बस
कलेक्शन है, इंटरनेट कलेक्शन होता है, वाईफाई वाला उसमें तो बच जाएगा.
बचेगा. थैंक यू फॉर कमिंग. मैं लेके आया. किसके साथ? पहले आनंद जी के साथ, सबके साथ. आइए भाई. इंस्टा इंस्टा तो ठीक ही नहीं पाएंगे.
इससे क्या होता है, दूसरा मुझे कोलेस्ट्रॉल जा रहा है, कोलेस्ट्रॉल
Ojasvi.
Thank you.
Thank you.
बहुत अच्छे सवाल पूछे और बहुत कठिन सवाल.
Ojasvi. आज हेर्नु खोइ. खोइ त नि स्पिकरहरु. सबैजना आइसक्नुभयो. भन्नु पर्दैन. मलाई कस्तो हाल्छ नि. Respected dignitaries, we have now reached to the final session of the day. It is the last one, but definitely not the least, because art and literature continue beyond every ending. Saying this, we continue our session, and the discussion is about the challenges of festivals. Festivals are often seen as the moments of joy, unity, and celebration. At the same time, every celebration comes along with its own set of responsibilities and realities that we often overlook. Therefore, this session will give us ideas about the several challenges of festivals which will be discussed by our honorable speakers, Mahesh Bikram Shah, Yogesh Dakal, and Dinesh Gautam. To continue this session, we have Raj Sargam as a moderator for this conversation. Please welcome them with a big round of applause, everyone. I request our volunteers to present Khada to our guest and moderator. With that warm welcome, let's begin our session, and the session will run for 45 minutes. Thank you.
धन्यवाद बहिनी। सर्वप्रथम कलिङ लिटरेचर फेस्टिभललाई विशेष धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु। म र हाम्रा वक्ताहरूको समग्र रूपमा धन्यवाद छ यो अवसर दिनुभएकोमा। हामी चाहिँ महोत्सवको चुनौतीहरू, च्यालेन्जिङ अफ फेस्टिभल, महोत्सवमा महोत्सवकै चुनौतीका विषयमा कुराकानी गर्न गइरहेका छौँ। र साथमा हुनुहुन्छ मदन पुरस्कार विजेता लेखक, आख्यानकार, कथाकार तथा टिकापुर साहित्य महोत्सवका निर्देशक सञ्चालक महेश विक्रम शाह। त्यसैगरी कुरा कर्णाली महोत्सवका निर्देशक हुनुहुन्छ दिनेश गौतमजी र लेखक, पत्रकार, शिलापत्र.com का सम्पादक योगेश ढकालजी हुनुहुन्छ। सरलाई पनि स्वागत छ। विगत 1.5 दशक यता हेर्ने हो भने नेपालमा साहित्य महोत्सवहरू निकै फस्टाएको अवस्थामा छ। केन्द्र काठमाडौँदेखि साहित्य महोत्सव सुरु भएर अहिले पालिका स्तरमा पुगेको छ। विभिन्न पालिकाहरूमा पनि साहित्य महोत्सव हुने गरेको छ र राष्ट्रिय स्तरका लेखक साहित्यकारहरू पुग्ने गर्नु भएको छ। एकातिर चलिरहेका साहित्य महोत्सवहरू चाहिँ रोकिन पुगेका छन् भने अर्कोतिर नयाँ नयाँ नामका साहित्यिक महोत्सवहरू देशमा चलेको देख्न पाइन्छ। यसका थुप्रै उदाहरणहरू छन्। झापा, इलाम, टिकापुर, धनगढी, पोखरा, काठमाडौँ त भइहाल्यो, त्यसपछि टिकापुर, सुर्खेत, चितवन, विभिन्न ठाउँमा साहित्यिक महोत्सव हुँदैछ। म महेश दाईबाट सुरु गर्न चाहे। दाईले टिकापुर साहित्य महोत्सव सुरु गर्न थालेको यो तेस्रो संस्करण है? तेस्रो संस्करण है दाई? तेस्रो। यो 3 वर्षको अनुभवमा महोत्सवको खास चुनौती के रहेछ? के गर्न सकियो भने महोत्सव जस्तो हुँदो रहेछ?
महोत्सवका अब थुप्रै चुनौतीहरू छन्। जुन भर्खर भाइले भन्नुभयो नि, महोत्सवहरू सुरु हुने, आयोजना हुने, केही वर्ष फेरि बन्द हुने अवस्थामा पनि धेरै महोत्सवहरू छन् होइन। खास कुरा के भने साहित्य महोत्सव लगानीको प्रमुख केन्द्रको रूपमा विकसित नभइसकेको अवस्था हो। लगानीकर्ताहरूले कुनै कुराको प्रवर्धन गर्नको लागि अथवा त्यसमा आफ्नो पैसा लगानी गर्नको लागि उसले केही न केही त्यसको चाहिँ प्रतिफल खोजेको हुन्छ। र अहिलेसम्म साहित्य महोत्सवहरू लगानीकर्तालाई प्रतिफल दिने एउटा ब्रान्डको रूपमा स्थापित नभइसकेको अवस्था हो। त्यसैले साहित्य महोत्सव आयोजना गर्नमा हामीले धेरै प्रयास गर्नुपर्ने, मेहनत गर्नुपर्ने कारण चाहिँ त्यो हो। अब उदाहरणको लागि हाम्रो पोखरामा हुने नेपाली साहित्य महोत्सव जसको 14-15 संस्करण भइसक्यो, त्यो साहित्य महोत्सव चाहिँ अहिले पनि सङ्घर्षरत छ भने हामी भर्खर सुरु गरेका महोत्सवहरूको जुन अवस्था के होला यो हामी अनुमान गर्न सक्छौँ होइन। अब महोत्सवहरूको खास सबैभन्दा ठुलो समस्या नै आर्थिक स्रोतको व्यवस्थापन हो। जब आर्थिक स्रोत व्यवस्थापन हुन्छ महोत्सव गर्न पनि सहज हुन्छ। महोत्सव कुन स्तरमा गर्ने, कति प्रभावकारी बनाउने होइन, र यसको चाहिँ व्यापकता र प्रचार प्रसारलाई कुन हदसम्म चाहिँ राष्ट्रियकरण अन्तर्राष्ट्रियकरण गर्ने भन्ने कुराको सबैको केन्द्रबिन्दु नै आर्थिक स्रोत हो। त्यसैले आर्थिक स्रोतको व्यवस्थापन नै अहिलेको सबैभन्दा प्रमुख चुनौती हो भन्ने मलाई लाग्छ। र अहिलेसम्म महोत्सवहरू धेरै ठुल्ठुला महोत्सवहरू राजधानी केन्द्रित छन् र हामीले साहित्य महोत्सवलाई राजधानी केन्द्रित बनाउनु हुँदैन। यसलाई हामीले चाहिँ प्रदेश स्तरीय, पालिका स्तरीय, जुन अहिले तपाईँले पनि भर्खर भन्नुभयो त्यो महोत्सवलाई त्यसरी पनि हामीले संस्थागत गर्दै लग्नुपर्छ। किनकि सबै कुराहरू राजधानी केन्द्रित हुनु हुँदैन। र जसरी औद्योगिक महोत्सवहरू पालिका स्तरीय, प्रदेश स्तरीय भइराखेका छन्, र यहाँ रोचक कुरा के भने औद्योगिक महोत्सवहरूको चाहिँ आलोचना हुँदैन, अन्य धार्मिक महोत्सवहरूको आलोचना हुँदैन, पर्यटन महोत्सवको आलोचना हुँदैन। तर साहित्य महोत्सव गर्दाखेरि साहित्य महोत्सव यति किन धेरै, पालिकामा पनि साहित्य महोत्सव, प्रदेशमा पनि साहित्य महोत्सव, यो साहित्य महोत्सव बाढी किन आएको मान्छेको प्रश्न उब्जिन्छ कि। यसको मुख्य कारण के भने साहित्य अझै पनि मान्छेको आकर्षणको केन्द्र बनिसकेको अवस्था छैन र प्राय गरी मान्छेले महोत्सवमा आनन्द खोज्छ। टिकापुरमा पनि औद्योगिक महोत्सव हुँदाखेरि एउटा गायक गायिका जाँदाखेरि 3-4 हजार मान्छे जम्मा हुन्छ र हामीले पनि ठुलो लगानी गरेर साहित्य महोत्सव गर्दाखेरि 100-200 मान्छे जम्मा गर्न पनि हामीलाई हम्मे पर्छ। त्यसैले सबैभन्दा ठुलो हाम्रो चाहिँ चुनौती आर्थिक व्यवस्थापन हो र हामी जस्तो राजधानीबाट टाढा सुदूरपश्चिम जस्तो एउटा पछौटेपनको शिकार भएको प्रदेशमा महोत्सव गर्न अर्को ठुलो चुनौती के हो भने भूगोलको चुनौती, भूगोलको दूरी, हाम्रो खर्च लगानी बढी बढ्छ र हामीले यहाँ गर्दाखेरि जति सहज छ सबै हाम्रो अतिथिहरूलाई होटलमा राख्नु पर्दैन होइन, र आवत जावत यातायातको पनि हामीले त्यति खर्च गर्नु पर्दैन। तर टिकापुर साहित्य महोत्सवमा हाम्रो धेरै लगानी चाहिँ यसमै गइरहेको
ट्राभलमा
हो।
हुन्छ।
त्यसैले चुनौतीहरू धेरै छन्, तर सबैभन्दा ठुलो चुनौती नै आर्थिक व्यवस्थापन हो भन्ने मलाई लाग्छ।
म फेरि आउनेछु दाइबाटमा। दिनेशजी, कुरा कर्णाली महोत्सव निरन्तर गरिराख्नु भएको छ, गए वर्ष पनि गर्नुभयो। कर्णाली काठमाडौँबाट निकै टाढा छ भनिन्छ। भूगोलको हिसाबले हो या सोचको हिसाबले हो त्यो छुट्टै बहसको विषय होला। तर तपाईहरूको टिमले साहित्यिक महोत्सव गर्नुभयो र त्यसले निरन्तरता पाइरहेको छ। भर्खरै महेश दाइले भन्नुभयो कुनै महोत्सव, व्यावसायिक महोत्सव गर्दाखेरि जति मास आउँछ त्यति कला साहित्य सङ्गीतको कार्यक्रमहरूमा पाइँदैन। अब केन्द्रबाट कर्णालीसम्म महोत्सव पुर्याउन के कुराले तपाईँलाई घचघचायो र त्योसँग सामना गर्ने माध्यमहरू तपाईसँग के थिए?
धन्यवाद यहाँहरू सम्पूर्णलाई नमस्कार। हामीले 2076 सालमा कर्णालीमै, तर कर्णालीमा नेसनल डिस्कोर्स चाहिँ कर्णालीमा गर्नुपर्छ। जहिलेसुकै डिस्कोर्सहरू चाहिँ जहिले सेन्ट्रलाइज छन् र त्यसलाई चाहिँ डिस्कोर्सलाई डिसेन्ट्रलाइज गर्ने र दुईटा अप्रोच थियो। कर्णालीमै बसेर राष्ट्रिय मुद्दामा कुरा गर्ने र कर्णालीमा चाहिँ कर्णालीका मुद्दाहरूमा पनि राष्ट्रिय स्तरको बहस गर्ने भनेर दुईटा अप्रोचमा हामीले सुरु गरेका थियौँ। सबैको प्रेम साथ सहयोगले गर्दा हामीले सातवटा संस्करण गर्न सफल भएका छौँ अहिलेसम्म। हरेक वर्षको फागुनको 5, 6 र 7 गते हामी यो कार्यक्रम आयोजना गर्छौँ। अघि दूरीको कुरा गर्नुभयो, यो टाढा छ भनौँ न, काठमाडौँबाट कर्णाली टाढा छ भन्दै गर्दा त्यो अलि चर्चाको विषय पनि रहन्छ। दूरी भनेको चाहिँ तपाईँले कहाँबाट नाप्नु हो भन्ने कुरा इम्पोर्टेन्ट हो होइन। उताबाट नाप्नु भने यता, यताबाट नाप्नु भने उता, त्यसले धेरै माने राख्दैन होला। अघि महेश सरले भन्नुभयो जस्तै भूगोलको कारण, विभिन्न सामाजिक आर्थिक सूचकहरूको कारण हामीहरू सूचकहरूमा हेर्दाखेरि हामी जसरी पछाडि परेको भनेर देखिएको छ, त्यो कुराहरू चाहिँ अल्टिमेटली त्यसले चाहिँ यस्तो डिस्कोर्सहरूलाई पनि रिफ्लेक्ट गर्छ नै। सुन्ने मान्छे, पढ्ने मान्छे, अलिकति कुरा बुझ्ने अर इङ्गेज हुने मान्छेहरू कम्पेरिटिभ काठमाडौँ हेरेर, पोखरा हेरेर, भनौँ न अरू सहर हेरेर सुदूरपश्चिममा कर्णालीमा कम हुनु स्वाभाविकै हो भन्ने मलाई लाग्छ। र हामीले कर्णाली उत्सव गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ हामीले कर्णाली उत्सवलाई साहित्य महोत्सव भनेनौँ। त्यही भएर अहिले पनि हामी साहित्य महोत्सव होइनौँ। कर्णाली उत्सवको परिकल्पना गर्दा नै हामीले यसलाई चाहिँ नीति महोत्सव भनेर सुरु गरेका हौँ। तर त्यहाँभित्र चाहिँ हामी केही सत्रहरू साहित्यसँग जोडिएका सत्रहरू बढी गर्छौँ। नत्र चाहिँ प्रायः जसो हाम्रो फोकस नै प्रादेशिक सरकारलाई केही नीतिगत सपोर्ट होस् उहाँहरूलाई, सँगसँगै चाहिँ कर्णालीको विषयमा राष्ट्रिय रूपमा चर्चा होस्, मान्छेहरूले कर्णालीलाई बुझ्न पाउनुहोस्, कर्णालीको मान्छेहरूले भन्न पाउनुहोस्, सुन्न पाउनुहोस् भनेर त्यो एउटा साझा प्लेटफर्म क्रिएट गरेको हो। ओपन स्पेसमा गर्छौँ, पक्कै टिकापुरमा जस्तै हामीले पनि ओपन स्पेसमा गर्छौँ। सबैलाई फ्री होइन, आउन कार्यक्रममा सहभागी हुन कुनै पनि बाध्यताहरू छैन। र अडियन्सको प्रश्नमा अघि महेश सरले भन्दै हुनुहुन्थ्यो कम्पेरिटिभली मान्छेहरूले ध्यान कम दिन्छ भन्नेमा हाम्रो अनुभव अलिकति फरक छ पहिलाको हेरेर। त्यो अलिकति सुरु भएर त्यस्तो भएको हुन्छ। मैले इन्ट्रेस्टिङ नै भनौँ, हामीले पहिला प्रचार भनेर अलि राम्रै पैसा खर्च गर्नु पर्थ्यो। पछिल्लो 2 वर्ष हामीले 1 रुपियाँ पनि खर्च गरेका छैनौँ यो प्रचार भनेर। जस्ट सोसल मिडियातिर अलिअलि पोस्टहरू राख्ने कुरा भयो। त्यो चाहिँ मान्छेहरूलाई नोटिसेबल भयो भने अब चाहिँ अडियन्सलाई प्रोग्राममा बोलाउनको लागि प्रचार गरिराख्नु नपर्ने अवस्थामा हामी छौँ। म एउटा अर्को के थप्न चाहन्छु भने मैले नाम रङ भन्न सक्छु, तर मैले कतै सुनेको छु शङ्कर लामिछानेले एउटा आफ्नो किताबमा एउटा कुरा लेख्नु भएको छ। उहाँलाई लक्ष्मीप्रसाद देवकोटाले सजेस्ट गर्नुभएको विषयलाई लिएर रिपिटेसन अफ द सेम थिङ इन अ सेम लाइन हेज नो मिनिङ भनेर भन्नुभएको छ नि। त्यो कुराले चाहिँ लिटरेचर फेस्टिभलहरू हामीहरू चाहिँ एउटा त्यो कुरामा अलिकति हामीले समस्या झेलिरहेका छौँ भन्ने मलाई लाग्छ। अब नयाँ इक्जाम्पलकै कुरा गर्नुभयो भने आइफोनको हरेक नयाँ मोडल सबैभन्दा बढी चाहन्छ नि मान्छेहरूले। त्यो आखिर आइफोन ब्रान्ड त आइफोनै हो, तर किन नयाँ किन्न चाहन्छ भने त्यहाँ केही न केही नयाँ फिचरहरू थपेको हुन्छ होइन, केही न केही विश्वसनीय अलिकति आकर्षक विषय थपेको हुन्छ। त्यही भएर नयाँ प्रति आकर्षित हुनुहुन्छ। अब हाम्रो लिटरेचर फेस्टिभलहरूको पनि नयाँ संस्करणहरूमा हामीले केही नयाँ फिचरहरू थप्न सकेनौँ भने चाहिँ बिस्तारै यो फेस्टिभलहरूको क्रेजहरू प्रतिको मान्छेहरूको आकर्षण चाहिँ एकदमै कमजोर भएर जान्छ भन्ने लाग्छ मलाई। सबैभन्दा ठुलो चुनौती चाहिँ यो कसरी नयाँ गर्ने हो भन्ने चाहिँ सबैभन्दा ठुलो चुनौती मलाई अहिले मैले फिल गरिरहेको छु।
हुन्छ, म फेरि आउनेछु तपाईँबाट। योगेश सर, प्राय लिटरेचर फेस्टिभलहरूमा कस्तो वातावरण हुन्छ भने कहिलेकाहीँ अचानक कुनै कार्यक्रम जुराउनु पर्ने हुन्छ। ती कार्यक्रमहरूलाई सफल पार्न कोही न कोही पात्रहरू त्यस्तो ठाउँमा पुगिरहेको हुनुहुन्छ। यस्ता थुप्रै अनुभवहरू छन् हाम्रो योगेश सरसँग। कहिलेकाहीँ आपतकालीन अवस्थामा सरले फेस्टिभलमा आफ्नो भूमिका निकै प्रभावकारी भूमिका निर्वाह गर्नुभएको छ। यो अनुभव पनि छ सरसँग। साथै शिलापत्र.com ले वर्ष व्यक्ति पुरस्कार जस्तो अथवा वर्ष पुस्तक जस्तो कार्यक्रमहरू पनि गर्दै आएको छ। त्यो अनुभव पनि सरसँग छ। एकातिर नेपाली लिटरेचर फेस्टिभलहरूको व्यवस्थापनको चुनौतीहरू भर्खरै हामीले दुवैजना वक्ताबाट सुन्यौँ। अर्कोतिर यसलाई सही व्यवस्थापन गर्न नसक्नुको रिजन के हुन सक्छ? हामी कहाँनिर सुक्दाखेरि त्यस्ता इन्सिडेन्टहरू आइपुग्छ?
धन्यवाद राजी। यो कुर्सीमा बसेर मनिष झा र निरज भारीले भन्न पाउनु भएको भए धेरै कुरा भन्न सक्नुहुन्थ्यो भन्ने लाग्छ मलाई। त्यसकारणले उहाँले मलाई भने जस्तो शिलापत्रले 2टा कार्यक्रम त गरियो, त्यो कार्यक्रमका आधारमा म यहाँ जस्टिफाई चाहिँ गर्न सक्दिनँ, मैले समीक्षा मात्रै गर्ने हो। किनभने म आफै लिटरेचर फेस्टिभलमा कतिपय फेस्टिभलमा सहभागी भएको र समग्रमा पढेको हिसाबले, देखेको हिसाबले, त्यो सहभागी भएको हिसाबले केही भन्न सकिने अवस्था चाहिँ हो। जसले समयलाई महत्त्व दिँदैन त्यो मान्छेलाई समयले पनि महत्त्व दिँदैन भन्छन्। समयको कथा भन्छन् लिटरेचर फेस्टिभलहरूले भन्ने लाग्छ। यस्ता फेस्टिभलले, लिटरेचर फेस्टिभल मात्रै भएन, फेस्टिभलहरूले समयको कथा भन्छन्। त्यसकारणले त्यो समयको कथा भन्ने यस्ता महोत्सवहरू चाहिँ निरन्तर हुनुपर्छ भन्ने लाग्छ। त्यसका लागि कारण महेश दाइ र दिनेशजीले भनेको कुरामा एकदम सहमत। तर 2टा चिजले सपोर्ट गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने लाग्छ। त्यो 2टा चिज एउटा राज्य नै लाग्नुपर्छ। संसारभरि यस्तो महोत्सवहरूका लागि राज्यले कहीँ लगानी गर्छ, सफ्ट पावरको रूपमा लगानी गर्छ। यो भनेको सफ्ट पावर हो, पिपुल टु पिपुल रिलेसनको कुरा हो। यो जियोपोलिटिकल्ली पनि सफ्ट पावर हो, इन्टरनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट तपाईँको कम्युनिटीसँग जोड्नुहुन्छ भने पनि सफ्ट पावर हो। त्यसकारणले यो सफ्ट पावरमा राज्यले लगानी गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने कुरा म एकदम सहमत ठान्छु। कहिलेकाहीँ नेपाल टुरिज्म बोर्डले केही पैसा सहयोग गरे जस्तो लाग्छ, तर त्यो पनि कनिका छरे जस्तो देख्छु। म आफैले बजेट हेरिरहेको हुन्छु। हरेक वर्ष तिनीहरूका बजेटहरू मैले हेर्दाखेरि, बजेटको अङ्क हेर्दाखेरि मलाई पनि बडो ताजुब लाग्ने अवस्थाकै लाग्छ। त्यसैले राज्यले गर्नुपर्छ। अर्को चाहिँ हाम्रो कर्पोरेट हाउसहरूको इन्गेजमेन्ट चाहिन्छ र उहाँहरूमा जुन रेस्पोन्सिबिलिटी हुनुपर्छ त्यो रेस्पोन्सिबिलिटी चाहिँ अहिले म देख्दिनँ। त्यो चाहिँ हामीसँग आवश्यक छ। त्यसका लागि मैले त्यही भएर दिनेशजी अथवा हाम्रो महेश सरहरूले गर्नुपर्ने भूमिका चाहिँ मलाई कहाँ लाग्छ भने राज्यलाई कति झकझकाउन सकिन्छ र कर्पोरेट हाउसहरूलाई कति झकझकाउन सकिन्छ। किनभने कर्पोरेट हाउसहरूले आफ्नो सामाजिक दायित्व, उत्तरदायित्व अन्तर्गत केही रकम खर्चिनुपर्ने बाध्यता छ। त्यो रकम चाहिँ यी साहित्यिक प्रोग्रामहरूमा अथवा यस्ता फेस्टिभलहरूमा कति लगानी गर्न सक्छन् भन्ने कुराको चाहिँ हामीले कहीँ न कहीँ उनीहरूमाथि दबाब सिर्जना गर्न सक्यौँ भने त्यो राइट ठाउँमा आउँछ होला जस्तो लाग्छ। उनीहरूले एउटा स्कुलमा 2वटा कम्प्युटर चाहिँ अनुदान दिएको फोटो तपाईँ हाम्रा मिडियामा सार्वजनिक गरेर त्यो खर्च गरिराखेको अवस्था छ। त्यो खर्च चाहिँ हामीले यस्ता नीति बहसहरूमा केही लगानी गर्न सक्यौँ भने राम्रो हुन्छ होला जस्तो लाग्छ। तर अर्को कुरा हामीले हेर्नुपर्ने चाहिँ, अघि म दिनेशजीको कुरामा एकदम सहमत छु, हाम्रा महोत्सवका अवधारणाहरूमा केही परिवर्तन गर्नुपर्ने छ। ती अवधारणाहरू कस्ता हुन सक्छन् भनेर छुट्टै बहस गरौँला। तर अवधारणामाथि प्रश्न चाहिँ छन् र ती प्रश्नमाथिको संरचनागत सोचमा केही सुधार गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने लाग्छ मलाई।
हुन्छ, म त्यतैबाट आएँ। म भर्खरै दिनेश सरले एउटा लाइन भन्नुभएको थियो, सुरुमा महोत्सव गर्दा मिडिया निकै खड्किन्थ्यो, अहिले हामीले मिडियालाई त्यति धेरै हल्ला खल्ला गर्नु पर्दैन, मिडियालाई बोलाउनु पर्दैन, आफै आउनुहुन्छ भन्नुभयो। खासमा यस्ता महोत्सवहरूलाई अझ प्रभावकारी बनाउन र राज्यले ध्यान दिन सक्ने बनाउन मिडियाको ठुलो भूमिका हुन सक्छ। तर के गर्दा त्यो ध्यान तान्न सकिएला मिडियाबाट?
मिडियामा दुईटा चिज म एकदम रिपिटेडली भन्छु। म 2071-72 सालदेखि रिपोर्टिङ गर्दै आएको र रिपोर्टिङमा मैले धेरै कुरा भन्दै आएको के हो भने नेपाली मिडियामा सिन्डिकेट भयो भनेर म त्यति बेला भन्थेँ र विधागत पत्रकारिता आवश्यक छैन भन्थेँ। म भन्थेँ त्यसको केही कारणहरू मेरो जस्टिफाई गर्ने मेरा आफ्ना आधारहरू थिए, कारणहरू थिए। त्यो मिडियाको सिन्डिकेट चाहिँ के थियो भन्नुहुन्छ भने त्यो विधागत रिपोर्टिङ गर्ने सिन्डिकेटले के गरे, कोही मान्छेलाई उचाल्ने वा कोही मान्छेलाई पछार्ने कामको सिन्डिकेट रूपमा काम गर्थे। त्यो चाहिँ हाम्रो फेस्टिभलहरूमा पनि त्यो सिन्डिकेट कायम छ, त्यसकारण त्यो पनि सुध्रिनुपर्छ। एउटा कारण एउटा चाहिँ त्यो कारणले गर्दा मिडिया हाउसमा पनि कहीँ न कहीँ समस्या छ भन्ने म ठान्छु। अर्को कुरा, हामीले न्युज कभरेज गर्नेमा ठुलो सङ्कीर्णता छ। जस्तो कर्णाली लिटरेचर फेस्टिभल होस् अथवा टिकापुर लिटरेचर फेस्टिभल होस् अथवा नेपाल लिटरेचर फेस्टिभल पोखराको होस् या कलिङ्गा लिटरेचर फेस्टिभल, हामीलाई के लाग्छ भने कला साहित्य बिट हेर्ने साथीहरूले सामान्य के लेखिदिनुहुन्छ त्यो भए हुन्छ, हामीलाई पुग्छ भन्ने ठान्छौँ। तर त्यहाँ उठेका विषयहरूको उठानको विषयमा हाम्रो तहबाट, सम्पादकीय तहबाट हामीले सोच्दैनौँ कहिले पनि। त्यहाँ विद्वत प्रवचन हुन्छन्, विद्वत प्रवचनमा उहाँहरूले धेरै महत्त्वपूर्ण इस्युहरूमा उठान गरिरहनु भएको हुन्छ, त्यो हामीले महत्त्व राख्दैनौँ। किनभने हाम्रो हेर्ने दृष्टिकोण प्रति जे दृष्टिकोण छ त्यसमा नै हामी आफूले न्युज रुमले समीक्षा गर्नुपर्ने भन्ने ठान्छु म चाहिँ। हामीले ती इस्युहरूलाई महत्त्व दिएका छैनौँ, त्यो नदिनुको परिणाम हामीले कभरेज गरिरहेको छैनौँ। कभरेज नगर्नु भनेको हामीले इस्युहरू छोड्नु हो भन्ने कुरा हामीले बुझ्न जरुरी छ भन्ने ठान्छु म चाहिँ। म आत्मसमीक्षा गर्न पर्छ भन्ने ठाउँमा छु। त्यसकारण मैले दिनेशजीलाई पनि सोध्नु होला, कतिपय कर्णालीको इस्युमा म उहाँले भनेर होइन, मैले जोडिएर कतिपय कर्णालीका इस्युहरूमा चाहिँ त्यो फेस्टिभलका इस्युहरूमा मैले कभरेज गर्ने कुरामा उहाँलाई मैले केही कुरामा सहयोग गर्ने प्रयास गर्न खोजेका हुन्छु, तर मैले पर्याप्त सकेका छैन। त्यो जनकपुरको केसमा पनि हो, त्यो नेपाल लिटरेचर फेस्टिभलको केसमा पनि हो। त्यसकारण म चाहिँ इस्युको खोजीमा छु। जब पत्रकार इस्युको खोजीमा लाग्छ त्यति बेला कुनै फेस्टिभल वा कुनै महोत्सवले यो विषय उठ्यो अथवा को छ के छैन भन्ने कुराले अर्थ राख्दैन भन्ने ठान्छु म चाहिँ।
प्राय सञ्चार गृहहरूले अब यस्ता महोत्सवहरूलाई ध्यान दिन सक्यो भने पक्कै पनि योगेश सरले भने जस्तो सबै कन्टेन्टहरू मिडियामा आउने छ र मिडियाले ल्याइदियो भने आम जनतासम्म पुग्छन्। तर धेरै हदसम्म दिनेशजी गुनासो के सुनिन्छ भने फेस्टिभलहरूको कन्टेन्ट अथवा विषय बाहिर आउन सकेन, अथवा कर्णालीको सवालमा त अझ लेख्नै मान्छे हिचकिचाउँछन् अथवा गाह्रो मान्छन्, अथवा त्यहाँसम्म कसरी जाने, उनीहरूले बोलाउँदैनन्, हामीले के लेख्ने, अथवा एउटा कुनै मिडिया कर्मीले लेखेको भरमा सबैतिर पुर्याउनु पर्ने अवस्था आउँछ होइन। तपाईँलाई फेस्टिभललाई उठाउनको लागि मिडिया सुरुवाती चरणमा मिडियाको भूमिका कस्तो रह्यो र बजार अथवा बजार कर्पोरेट सम्म पुग्नको लागि तपाईले त्यो मिडियालाई माध्यम बनाउनु भयो के?
एमा मेरो एउटा अनुभव छ। कर्णाली उत्सवको पहिलो संस्करण गर्ने बेला 2076 सालको फागुनको 5-6-7 भनेपछि फागुन 3-4 गतेतिर प्रेस मिट गरेको भोलिपल्ट कर्णालीको सबैभन्दा चर्चित दैनिक पत्रिकाले लेखेको समाचारको हेडिङ थियो, सरकारका प्रमुख सचिव नै गैर सरकारी संस्थाको कार्यक्रमका आयोजक भनेर। सो हाम्रो त सुरुबाट मिडियाले सुरुमा आलोचना गर्नबाट सुरु गरेको हैन, तर हामीले त्यसलाई रेस्पोन्ड गरेनौँ। किनभने त्यो खालको कार्यक्रम पहिलोचोटि हुँदैछ त्यहाँ भने उहाँहरूले त्यो कुराको इम्पोर्टेन्स बुझ्नु भएको छैन। समय आउँछ बुझ्नुहुन्छ, त्यसपछि उहाँहरूले पक्कै हाम्रो कुराहरूलाई रिकगनाइज गर्नुहुन्छ भनेर लिँदा पछि 2-3 वर्षपछि चाहिँ उहाँहरूले एकदमै आफै नै सपोर्ट गर्न लाउनु भयो। अलिकति अब पत्रकारिताको कुरा अलिकति बढी अब योगेश सरले अघि भन्नुभयो स्थानीय स्तरमा सपोर्ट गर्ने कुरामा चाहिँ त्यो स्थानीय पत्रकारिता चाहिँ कतिसम्म फेयर छ भन्ने अर्को डिबेटको विषय हो, अलिकति सञ्चारको विषयमा जाला। तर लिटरेचर फेस्टिभलहरूलाई सपोर्ट गर्ने मामलामा चाहिँ एकदमै धेरै असहयोग पनि छैन, सहयोग पनि छैन। जस्ट अब कसैले सम्पादकहरूले काठमाडौँबाट ल है यो चाहिँ राम्रो इस्यु छ गर्नु है भन्नुभयो भने गर्ने हो। र त्यसमा मलाई एकजना हाम्रो पहिला वक्ता हुनुभएको दिलभूषण पाठक दाइले मलाई सजेस्ट गर्नुभएको थियो कि एउटा कुरा, भाइ यो तिमीहरूको न्युज कभरेज धेरै नआएको चाहिँ तिमीहरूले प्रोग्राम नराम्रो गरेर होइन, खासमा हाम्रो पत्रकारहरू अल्छी हुन्छन्, तिमीहरूले लेखेर दियो भने चाहिँ सबैले पब्लिस गर्छन् भन्नुहुन्थ्यो क्या। अनि हामीले पछि अलिअलि केही पत्रकार हाम्रो टिममा भएका पत्रकार साथीहरूले चाहिँ केही सेसनहरूको कभरेजहरू बनाएर जानुभयो, अनि त्यो अगाडि बढ्यो। नत्र त्यस्तो छैन। केही फेस्टिभलहरूमा पत्रकारहरू स्वयं आबद्ध पनि हुनुहुन्छ। हाम्रै पनि धेरै जसो सत्रहरू मोडरेट गर्ने पत्रकारहरूले नै हो हैन, त्यो हिसाबले उहाँहरूले सपोर्ट गर्नुहुन्छ। त्यसमा चाहिँ त्यति धेरै ठुलै चुनौतीकै रूपमा त त्यस्तो लिएको छैन।
हुन्छ दिनेशजी, कुनै पनि फेस्टिभलमा चाहिँ कवि साहित्यकारहरू प्रशस्त हुनुहुन्छ र उहाँहरू नै पत्रकारिता पनि गरिराख्नु भएको भेटिनुहुन्छ। किनभने आफ्नो जीवन चलाउन पत्रकारिता र आफ्नो हबी साहित्य लेखन कविता लेखनमा लाग्नु भएको छ, सिनेमामा लाग्नु भएको छ र फेस्टिभलहरू साहित्य महोत्सवहरूमा कहीँ न कहीँ मिडियाको भूमिका हुने भएको हुनाले मैले यो सन्दर्भ जोडेको हुँ। म महेश दाई ओठमा आइपुगेँ। जस्तै साहित्य महोत्सव गरिराख्दाखेरि हामीले बिर्सनै नहुने नेपाल लिटरेचर फेस्टिभल जुन सन् 2011बाट ललितपुरबाट सुरु भएको थियो र उसले निरन्तरता दिइरहँदा पनि गए वर्ष फेस्टिभल गर्न सक्नु भएन र धनगढीमा 3वटा सेसन 3वटा वर्ष महोत्सव गर्नुभयो, त्यसपछि रोकिन पुग्यो। अनि मैले सोधेको थिएँ केही महोत्सवका निर्देशकहरूलाई किन रोक्नुभयो, किन यसले निरन्तरता पाउन सकेन। अब कति आफ्नो खोल्तीबाट पैसा हालेर महोत्सव गर्ने त। दाइले भर्खर 3 वर्ष लाग्नु भएको छ, सायद भोलिका दिनमा त्यो अवस्था आउन सक्छ या आइसकेको छ।
आउन सक्ने सम्भावना धेरै हुन्छ है। अब पोखराको चाहिँ साहित्य महोत्सव त उहाँहरूले विश्राम चाहेको जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई। यो महोत्सव गर्दा गर्दा यस्तो थकान हुन्छ कि त्यो तयारीमा नै 4-5 महिना लाग्छ। अनि महोत्सव समाप्त भइसकेपछि त्यसको हिसाब किताब सम्पूर्ण रापसाप गर्न पनि अर्को 3-4 महिना लाग्छ। महोत्सवमा लाग्ने मान्छे करिब 1 वर्ष यो महोत्सवको तयारी र यसको चाहिँ के अरे बजेटिक व्यवस्थापन र यसको चाहिँ हिसाब किताब को चाहिँ सम्पन्नमा नै चाहिँ 7-8 महिना लाग्छ हेर्नुहोस् है। त्यसैले आफ्नो सम्पूर्ण कामदाम छोडेर यो महोत्सवको तनाव लिएर 6-7 महिना आफ्नो समय दिनुपर्ने अवस्था हुन्छ। त्यसैले पोखराको त उहाँहरूले विश्राम लिए जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई होइन। चाह्यो भने गर्न सक्नुहुन्थ्यो र हामीलाई पनि अब 3टामा नै विश्राम लिने अवस्था आइसकेको छ। र मुख्य कुरा के हो भने अब यो 10औं सुदूरपश्चिम साहित्य महोत्सव के अरे तेस्रो संस्करणसम्म गयो, त्यसपछि बन्द भयो होइन। अब मुख्य चुनौती अब यो साहित्य महोत्सवमा आर्थिक स्रोत व्यवस्थापनको लागि पहुँच, कसको राम्रो पहुँच छ राजनीतिक लेभलमा, सरकारी स्तरमा, कर्पोरेट हाउसहरूमा पहुँच राम्रो छ भने त्यसले लगानी पनि जुटाउँछ हेर्नुहोस् है। पहुँच यो जबसम्म संस्था एउटा ब्रान्डको रूपमा स्थापित भइसकेको हुँदैन र व्यक्तिवादी प्रभावको आधारमा लगानी जुट्ने हो। जब ब्रान्ड यो हाम्रो महोत्सव एउटा ब्रान्डको रूपमा स्थापित हुन्छ त्यसपछि व्यक्तिको प्रभाव चाहिँ क्षीण हुँदै जान्छ। साहित्य महोत्सवको चाहिँ अहिलेसम्मको इतिहास हेर्दाखेरि व्यक्तिगत प्रभावमा नै धेरै साहित्य महोत्सव चलेको भन्ने मलाई लाग्छ। अब उदाहरणको लागि अब काठमाडौँ कलिङ लिटरेचर फेस्टिभल जुन चाहिँ अब यो चाहिँ 4औं संस्करण हो, यसले चाहिँ कलिङसँग कोलाबोरेसन गरेर एउटा सहज रूपमा व्यवस्थापन भइरहेको छ। यसको आफ्नै खालको शैली र प्रभाव यसले बढाएको अवस्था छ। तर चाहिँ हाम्रो त्यो छैन। हाम्रो एउटा आफ्नो व्यक्तिगत पहुँचले लगानी जुटाउँछौँ र सरकारी स्तरमा मैले टिकापुर नगरपालिकालाई उहाँलाई कन्भिन्स गर्दा मैले के कन्भिन्स गरेँ भने तपाईहरूले नेपालको राष्ट्रिय स्तरका बौद्धिक व्यक्तित्वहरूलाई टिकापुर के हो, टिकापुर कस्तो छ, टिकापुरमा के भइरहेछ भन्ने कुरा तपाईँको राजनीतिक स्तरमा बुझाउन सक्नुहुन्छ। तपाईँको आफ्नो टिकापुर नगरपालिकाको विज्ञापनले उहाँहरूसम्म त्यो पहुँच पुग्छ पुग्दैन। सिकेलालले बोल्नुभयो, लेख्नुभयो टिकापुरको बारेमा, अभि सुवेदी सरले चाहिँ बोल्नुभयो, टिकापुरको बारेमा लेख्नुभयो काठमाडौँ पोस्टमा, त्यो अन्तर्राष्ट्रियकरण भयो, हरिशर्मा आउनुभयो, टिकापुरको बारेमा बोल्नुभयो होइन। यस्तो व्यक्तित्वहरूले हाम्रो ठाउँको बारेमा बोले पो त्यो राष्ट्रिय मुद्दा बन्छ। अब ती व्यक्तित्वहरूले बोलेको कुरा राष्ट्रिय स्तरमा प्रभावकारी व्यक्तित्वहरूले सुन्छन्, त्यसको प्रभाव कायम हुन्छ, त्यसको महत्त्व बढ्छ। हामीले बोलेर त हुँदैन। त्यसैले साहित्य महोत्सव पनि हाम्रो क्षेत्रको प्रवर्धनको लागि महत्त्वपूर्ण छ भनेर हामीले प्रयास गर्दा अहिले उहाँहरू कन्भिन्स हुनुभएको छ, धेरै कन्भिन्स हुनुभयो। यो साहित्य महोत्सव राम्रो रहेछ, गर्नुपर्ने रहेछ भन्ने कुरा हाम्रो नगरपालिकालाई बोध भएको छ। त्यस्तै प्रदेश स्तरमा पनि पहिला हामीले चाहिँ पहिलोचोटि उहाँले सह गर्नुभयो, दोस्रोचोटि उहाँले के गर्नुभयो, एकचोटि गरिसक्नुभयो, फेरि किन दोस्रोचोटि गर्नु पर्यो, बरु टिकापुरमा यसो टोइलेट बनायो हुन्छ यो पैसाले भन्नुभयो। मैले भने टोइलेट त बनाउने, तर नेपालीको संस्कार यो छ कि टोइलेट छ, टोइलेटमा जाँदैन, बाहिरै पिसाब फेरिदिन्छ। त्यो व्यक्तिलाई टोइलेटमा गएर सभ्य तरिकाले टोइलेट प्रयोग गर्न पनि मान्छेलाई सभ्य र सुसंस्कृत बनाउन आवश्यक छ। त्यो मान्छेलाई सभ्य बनाउनुको माध्यम चाहिँ यो साहित्य हो, संस्कृति हो होइन। त्यसैले यो आवश्यक छ भन्दाखेरि उहाँहरू पनि अहिले कन्भिन्स भएको अवस्था छ।
हुन्छ दाइ, म आउँछु फेरि तपाईँबाट। शब्दहरूको उत्सव भनिन्छ साहित्य महोत्सव। कला, साहित्य, सङ्गीत, संस्कृति, समाज सँगै जोडिन्छ। अब सभ्य समाज बनाउनको लागि शिक्षित हुनु पर्यो, व्यक्ति शिक्षित हुनु पर्यो, चेतनाको स्तर त्यस्तै हुनु पर्यो। र त्यो चेतनाको स्तर बढाउन, शिक्षित बनाउन, समाज बुझ्नको लागि साहित्य महोत्सवहरू धेरै ठुलो प्रभावकारी हुन सक्छ जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई। अब दिनेशजी, म तपाईँहरूमा आउँछु। कलिङ लिटरेचर फेस्टिभलमा सायद हाम्रो फर्स्ट भेट है। दिनेशजीलाई मैले सोध्न चाहेको, यो कलिङ लिटरेचर फेस्टिभलमा ठुला घरानाका कर्पोरेट संस्थाहरू जोडिएका छन्। तपाईँ त कर्णालीमा महोत्सव गर्नुहुन्छ, मलाई लाग्छ तपाईँ काठमाडौँसम्म त्यस्ता कर्पोरेट हाउसहरू खोज्दै कति आउनु भएको छ तपाईँलाई नै थाहा होला। थाहा छ भने त्यो पनि भनिदिनु होला। र कर्णालीमै बसेर साहित्य महोत्सव गर्दा र त्यहाँका कर्पोरेट हाउसहरूसँग, त्यहाँका विभिन्न सरकारी निकायहरूसँग, त्यहाँका हाकिमहरूसँग बसेर हामी यो कार्यक्रम गर्दैछौँ, तपाईँहरूले सपोर्ट गर्नु पर्यो भन्दाखेरि उहाँहरूको रेस्पोन्स के कस्तो थियो, त्यो अनुभव सुनौँ। र उहाँहरूले दया गरेर, माया गरेर अथवा सचेत ढङ्गले दिएको जे जति छ त्यो उठाउन तपाईँलाई कति सकस भएको छ, त्यो पनि अनुभव सुनाउन।
यो स्रोतको कुरा हो। त्यो स्रोतको कुरा भन्दा अगाडि चाहिँ म एउटा त्यो चेतनाको कुरा गर्दै हुनुहुन्थ्यो, कसरी साहित्य महोत्सवले कन्ट्रिब्युट गर्छ भन्नेमा। यहाँ माधव सर आउनु भएको छ भर्खरै, माधव सौलागाई कर्णाली उत्सवको हाम्रो आयोजक टिम हाम्रो जुन छ त्यसको एकजना मुख्य मान्छे हुनुहुन्छ। अघिल्लो वर्ष एउटा हाम्रो एकजना वक्ताले कर्णाली नदीको बारेमा हाम्रै मञ्चमा बसेर एकदमै कर्णाली नदीलाई नराम्ररी व्याख्या गर्नुभयो। नराम्रो हो यो सब चिज भनेर। अलिकति त्यहाँ त हल्ला नै भयो होइन। एकदमै प्रोफेसर, एकदम विद्वान मान्छेले। तर अब त्यो कुरालाई काउन्टर गर्नको लागि माधव सरले, उहाँको टिम, हामी सबै गरेर अहिले माधव सरले उहाँको कुराले गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ नदीको महिमा, कर्णाली नदीको महिमा बनाएर माधव सरले भर्खरै गीत ल्याउनु भएको छ होइन। हामीले चाहिँ त्यो भ्रमहरूलाई चिर्ने अवसर पनि हुन्छ भन्ने कुरा मैले यहाँ सेयर गर्न खोजेको। र स्रोतको कुरा गर्नुभयो, महेश सरको अनुभव भन्दा फरक केही छैन। सुरुमा हामीलाई एकदमै धेरै दुःख थियो। दुःख त अहिले पनि छ, एकदम सुख छैन। तर अलिकति सजिलो के छ भने 7 वर्ष भइसकेपछि सम्बन्धहरू सबै त्यो किसिमले बनिसकेको हुन्छ, अलिकति सजिलो छ। तर सरकारको हकमा म ठ्याक यो अनुसार गएँ। सरकारको हकमा सरकारलाई चाहिँ कुरा गरेर के हुन्छ भन्ने लाग्छ, प्रादेशिक स्थानीय सरकारलाई। हाम्रो एकजना सर भन्दै हुनुहुन्थ्यो, कुरा गरेर के हुन्छ भन्नुहुन्छ तपाईँहरू? नेपाल टेलिकम र एनसिएल कुरै गर्ने कम्पनी, सबभन्दा धनी कम्पनी नेपालको तिनीहरू नै हुन् भन्दै हुनुहुन्थ्यो होइन। सो एउटा त्यो चेत छ। उहाँहरूलाई चाहिँ त्यो आफूले पोलिटिकल कन्भिन्सिङ एउटा ठाउँमा गएर भाषण गरेर जनतालाई आफ्नो कुरा फकाएर त्यही कुरै गरे त हो नि, त्यही कुरा गरेर उनीहरूको मत ल्याएर जितेको मान्छेलाई फेरि पछि कुरा मन पर्दैन। तर हप्तै पछि समीक्षा कार्यक्रम गर्नुहुन्छ, त्यो पनि कुरा गर्ने हो। पार्टीको अभिमुखीकरण हुन्छ उहाँहरूको, त्यो पनि कुरै गर्ने हो। सो आफूले गरेको चाहिँ उहाँलाई त्यो त्यो अलिकति फरक हुन्छ होइन, उहाँहरूको सपोर्ट छैन र मलाई यो त्यति छिटो सपोर्ट हुन्छ भन्ने पनि लाग्दैन। त्यो पुस्तालाई चाहिँ हामी कन्भिन्सै गर्न सक्दैनौँ, किनभने एकदमै त्यो प्रिअकुपाइड छ त्यो माइन्ड चाहिँ। ब्युरोक्रेटिक कुरामा एकदमै नमिठो अनुभव छ। ब्युरोक्रेसीले चाहिँ केही पनि सृजनात्मक कुरालाई सपोर्ट गर्छ भन्ने मलाई लाग्दैन। नट ओन्ली हाम्रो केसमा अरू विषयमा पनि हाम्रो ब्युरोक्रेसी चाहिँ क्रिएटिभ काम गर्न भन्दा पनि भएको चिज लेखिआएको टिआरमा लेखेको कुरा काम गर्ने कुरा हो। सरकारकोमा एकदमै च्यालेन्ज छ। हामीले अलिअलि सरकारबाट सपोर्ट लिन्छौँ र म यसमा चाहिँ एउटा सजिलो हामीले के गर्न लाग्यौँ पछिल्लो समय भने सरकारसँग सपोर्ट लिँदै गर्दा चाहिँ सेसन सपोर्ट लिन्छौँ आजभोलि हामीले। त्यो गर्दा चाहिँ कुनै सरकारले गर्न खोजेको कुनै छलफल कार्यक्रम छ त्यो चाहिँ यो प्लेटफर्ममा गरौँ भनिसकेपछि त्यो सपोर्ट ल्याउन पनि सजिलो र यो प्रक्रुटमेन्ट पोलिसी यो उहाँहरूको धेरै नै हुन्छ नि त्यो गभर्मेन्टको, त्यो कुराहरू पुरा गर्न सजिलो हुन्छ। यो अझै कर्पोरेट हाउसको कुरा गर्नुभयो। अब कर्पोरेट हाउसको विषयमा के छ भने त्यस्तो एकदमै मेरो ब्याड छैन, इम्प्रेसन छैन। म काठमाडौँमै बसेर फन्ड रेजिङ गर्छु। यसमा हामी यहाँ 4-5 जना साथीहरू हाम्रो टिमको काठमाडौँ नै बेस हुनुहुन्छ। यहीँ बसेर हामी काम गर्छौँ र सहयोग सकेसम्म कर्पोरेट हाउसबाट हामीलाई एकदमै सानो अमाउन्टमा हुन्छ तर सहयोग चाहिँ सकेसम्म गर्नुहुन्छ। त्यसमा कुनै असहयोग भन्ने छैन। डेभलपमेन्ट सेक्टरको पछिल्लो समय बढेको छ। डेभलपमेन्ट सेक्टरको सेसन पार्टनरसिपहरू हामीले अलिकति बढाउन सकिरहेका छौँ। त्यसले सजिलो बनाएको छ तर त्यो दीर्घकालीन चाहिँ होइन। सो अघि महेश सरले भन्नुभयो जस्तै फन्ड चाहिँ एकदमै ठुलो समस्या हो। हाम्रो मात्रै होइन, सबैको अहिलेको समस्या फन्ड हो लिटरेचर फेस्टिभलहरूको। तर त्यो अब त्यसको चाहिँ अल्टरनेटिभ वेमा जानुपर्छ भनेर अब हामी पनि लाग्दैछौँ। अब लागत घटाउने कसरी हो भन्ने विषयमा त्यसरी काम गर्नुपर्छ। मेरो कुरा यति नै।
हुन्छ, म योगेश सरबाट आइपुगेँ। यो फेस्टिभलमा धेरै फेस्टिभल डाइरेक्टरहरूले के भनिराख्छन् भने यसपालि पनि मैले आफ्नो खुल्तीबाट यति हालेर फेस्टिभल निप्टाएँ भाइ, अथवा फलानालाई यस्तो भनेको बडो दुःख दियो। तर फेस्टिभल डाइरेक्टरहरूले यो कन्टेन्ट छुट्यो है, मैले यो सब्जेक्टमा चाहिँ काम गर्न खोजेको त्यो चाहिँ हुन सकेन भन्ने चाहिँ बिरलै सुनिन्छ। खासमा फेस्टिभल डाइरेक्टरहरूले कन्टेन्टमा काम गर्न कति सकेका छन्, यदि गर्न सकेका छैनन् भने के खालको कस्तो खालको कन्टेन्टमा काम गरिनुपर्छ, त्यो चुनौती हो कि होइन?
तपाईँले भनेको महत्त्वपूर्ण कुरा हो र योभन्दा अगाडि भर्खरै पनि हाम्रो निफको निर्देशक केपी पाठकसँग यही बाहिर कफी खाँदै गर्दा पनि यो कुरा भनिरहनु भन्थ्यो। सधैँ गाह्रो छ भन्थ्यो। उहाँ 8औँ कि 9औँ संस्करण पनि गर्दा सम्म पुग्दा पनि गाह्रो छ, इकोनोमिकल्ली चाहिँ एकदम गाह्रो छ भनिरहनु भएको थियो। तर उहाँले पनि तपाईँले भने जस्तै कन्टेन्टको विषयमा छलफल गर्नुभएको थिएन। तपाईँले मलाई वास्तवमा धेरै ठुलो महत्त्वपूर्ण प्रश्न चाहिँ गर्नुभयो। हामीले दुईटा कुराले त्यो समस्या हो जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई। त्यसमा हामीले हेर्नुपर्ने कुरा के भने इकोनोमिकल्ली अहिले जे भनिरहनु भएको छ दिनेशजी र महेशहरूले, त्यही कुराबाट हामी जो सुरुवात हुन्छ होला जस्तो लाग्छ। जब तपाईँ खल्तीमा 2-4 पैसा छ भने तपाईँ हिमालय होटलमा कफी खाने कि बाहिर चिया उयो हिमालय होटल अगाडिको खाजा घरमा चिया खाने भन्ने कुराको डिसिजन सायद तपाईँको खल्तीले गर्छ। त्यो खल्ती जब निर्धारित हुन्छ त्यसपछि विषयवस्तु पनि निर्धारित हुन्छ। उहाँहरूको इच्छा छ, उहाँको उत्कट चाहना छ कि यो विषयमा छलफल गर्नुपर्छ, विषयवस्तुहरूलाई यसरी उठान गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने उहाँहरूको उत्कट चाहना छ। त्यो चाहनालाई परिपूर्ति गर्ने इकोनोमिकल्ली सपोर्ट कमजोर हुँदाखेरि कन्टेन्ट छुट्यो भन्ने कुरामा उहाँहरूले बहस गर्न पाइरहनु भएको छैन जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई। त्यसकारणले हामीले इकोनोमिकल्ली नै पहिला कुरा गर्नु पर्ला। दोस्रो कुरा चाहिँ कतिपय साहित्यिक अथवा अरू महोत्सवहरूमा चाहिँ मैले अघि भने जस्तो संरचनागत केही मोडालिटीमा परिवर्तन गर्नुपर्छ कि सोचमा पनि परिवर्तन गर्नुपर्छ कि फिचरहरूको केही चेन्जहरूमा गर्नुपर्छ कि भन्ने कुरामा चाहिँ म सहमत छु। त्यसकारणले हामीले अब त्यो हिसाबले छलफल गर्न थाल्यौँ भने चाहिँ त्यसपछि बल्ल ती महोत्सवमा तपाईँले भने जस्तो कन्टेन्टहरूको कुरा आउँछ होला जस्तो लाग्छ। दोस्रो तेस्रो कुरा चाहिँ हामी मिडियाका मान्छेहरूले पनि कन्टेन्टहरूमा सपोर्ट गऱ्यौँ भने उहाँहरूलाई त्यो कुरा छलफल गर्ने वातावरण बन्छ होला जस्तो लाग्छ। तेस्रो चौथो कुरा हाम्रो डेभलपमेन्ट पार्टनरहरूको जुन खालको संलग्नता छ नेपालमा, डेभलपमेन्ट पार्टनरहरूले जुन खालको संलग्नता राज्यको तहमा गर्नुभएको छ त्यो संलग्नता नागरिक तहमा नागरिक संस्थाहरूसँगको संलग्नतामा चाहिँ अथवा पब्लिक फोरमहरूमा तपाईँ हामी जस्तो मिडियाको मान्छेहरूसँग अथवा उहाँहरू जस्तो यो फेस्टिभलका आयोजकहरूसँगको संलग्नता चाहिँ उहाँहरूलाई ठुलो हिचकिचाहट छ। त्यो हिचकिचाहट नहुने हो भने पनि एकातिर इकोनोमिकल्ली पनि सपोर्ट हुन्छ, अर्कातिर कन्टेन्टको पनि सपोर्ट हुन्छ। हामी यो कुरामा पनि हामीले सहकार्य गर्न सकियो भने महत्त्वपूर्ण उपलब्धि हुन सक्छ कि भन्ने लाग्छ। अर्को हामीले बहस गर्नुपर्ने केही विषयहरू छन् तपाईँले अघि भने जस्तो, त्यो विषयहरूमा चाहिँ हामी छिर्न सकेका छैनौँ जस्तो लाग्छ। अघि महेश सरले भने जस्तो मलाई एउटा कुरामा चाहिँ के लागिरहेको छ भने मलाई पनि लागेको कुरा के भने नेपालमा धेरै साहित्य कुराहरू चाहिँ हामीले गऱ्यौँ, साहित्य महोत्सवहरू चाहिँ धेरै भयौँ। हामी साहित्यको भन्दा बढी विषयमा हामी जान सक्यौँ कि सकेनौँ भन्ने कुरा महत्त्वपूर्ण कुरा हो। मैले किर्तिपुरमा रुरल डेभलपमेन्ट पढ्दै गर्दा मलाई सरले के भन्नुहुन्थ्यो भने बाटो बन्यो भने बजार बन्छ, बजार बन्यो भने विचार बन्छ भन्नुहुन्थ्यो। हामी अहिले बाटो बनाउने चरणमा छौँ, अब विचार निर्माणको काममा काम गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने मलाई पनि लाग्छ कि हो। विचार विमर्शको काममा चाहिँ अब विषयहरूको छनौट चाहिँ त्यहाँनिर हुनुपर्छ भन्ने लाग्छ।
हुन्छ सर, योगेश सर, हामी अन्तिम चरणमा छौँ। म महेश दाई भट्टमा आइपुगेँ। प्राय लिटरेचर फेस्टिभलहरूमा फरक विचार, फरक क्षेत्र, फरक विचार र फरक कन्टेन्टमा काम गरिरहेका स्रष्टाहरूको नि भेला हुन्छ। कला होस्, साहित्य होस्, सङ्गीत होस् या राजनीति होस् अथवा कुनै व्यवसाय क्षेत्रमा होस्, फरक विचारहरू एकै मञ्चमा एकै ठाउँमा भेला भएर सुन्ने अवसर चाहिँ मेला साहित्यिक महोत्सवहरूले सृजना गरेको छ। र यति हुँदै पनि मान्छे फरक हुन्छ, फरक विचार हुन्छ, तर कहिलेकाहीँ फेस्टिभल नै भाड्न सक्ने त्यस्ता व्यक्तिहरू, वक्ता, मोडिएटर या दर्शक कोही न कोही उपलब्ध हुन सक्छन्। मैले आफ्नै आँखाले पनि कहिलेकाहीँ देखेको छु, फेस्टिभलमा कोही न कोही सानातिना लफडा गरिराख्छन्। कुनै पनि फेस्टिभलमा त्यस्ता पात्रहरू अब चिनेर त कोही आएको हुन्न, अथवा म यस्तो गर्छु भनेर ऊ आउन्न, फलानले यस्तो गर्ला भनेर सोचिन्न। दाइको कुनै त्यस्तो इन्सिडेन्ट छ जसले चाहिँ लफडा गरेको होस्, पैसा नदिएको कारणले होस्, अथवा सुत्न ठाउँ पाइन गतिलो भनेर होस्, या मैले गतिलो खान पाइनँ भने तैँले दारू खुवाइनस् भनेर होस्, कुनै कुरा, यो पनि त चुनौतीको कुरा हो नि। अथवा धेरै दारू खाएर अथवा धेरै खानै नपाएर लफडा गरेको मुर्की कसेर आएको त्यस्तो कोही पात्र छन्?
छैन, त्यस्तो हामीलाई अनुभव छैन। तर के भने जस्तो पहिलोपटक हामीले सिकेलाल सरलाई बोलाउँदाखेरि धेरैले चाहिँ अलि त्रसित भएको अनुभव गरेको थियो। सिकेलाल स्वतन्त्र विचारक, उहाँले चाहिँ त्यति बेलाको थरोट आन्दोलनलाई पनि समर्थन गर्नुभएको होइन। त्यसैले उहाँले केही बोलिहाल्छ कि उटपट्याङ, त्यसले जसले गर्दाखेरि मास भड्किन सक्छ कि भन्ने 3-4 जनाले मलाई फोन गरेर सिकेलाललाई किन बोलाएको भन्ने कुरा पनि मलाई गरेका थिए। र के अरे सिकेलाल सरले पनि आफ्नो विद्वत प्रवचनमा यही कुरा भन्नुभयो कि उहाँलाई पनि भनिएको रहेछ, त चाहिँ टिकापुर किन जान लागेको, के गर्न जान लागेको भनेर सिकेलाल सरले पनि आफै भन्नुभयो, मलाई यस्तो चाहिँ मान्छेहरूले भने भनेर। तर एउटा चाहिँ विद्वान मान्छे, एउटा स्वतन्त्र विचारकले के बोल्ला, त्यसको असर के कस्तो आउँछ भन्ने कुरा त थाहा हुन्छ नि, बोध गरेको हुन्छ नि, त्यो राम्रै भयो। र अर्को कुरा हामीले चाहिँ दोस्रो मैले चाहिँ प्रेस विज्ञप्तिमा जस्तो क्षेत्रीय राजनीतिक पार्टीहरूका चाहिँ संयोजकहरू, नेताहरू आउनुहुन्छ, उहाँले आफ्नो पार्टीका एजेन्डाहरू प्रस्तुत गर्नुहुन्छ भनेर भनेको थिएँ। त्यही कुरालाई इस्यु बनाएर सत्ताधारी पार्टीहरूका व्यक्तिहरूले, अब किनकि हामीलाई त प्रदेश सरकारले पनि फन्डिङ गरिरहेछ, ल हामीले फन्डिङ गर्ने, तिमी चाहिँ त्यस्ता मान्छेलाई बोलाउने भनेर चाहिँ मलाई त्यो धेरै गाह्रो भयो। तर पछि भाग्यवश के भइदियो भने उहाँहरू उपलब्ध हुनु भएन कि एकजना उता अयोध्यातिर जानुभएको थियो, एकजना उहाँ कुम्भ मेला जानुभएको थियो। अब मैले सेसनमा राखिसकेपछि उहाँलाई राख्नुपर्ने इमान्दारी त मेरो थियो, तर त्यो अवस्थै आएन। त्यसैले गर्दाखेरि पछि त्यो स्थितिको सामना गर्नु परेन।
दिनेशजी, हामी अन्तिम चरणमा छौँ, सायद यो अन्तिम प्रश्न नै हो। माइक जस्तो फेस्टिभलहरूमा सबैभन्दा बढी गुनासो के सुनिन्छ भने फुडिङमा समस्या छ, कहिलेकाहीँ लजिङमा समस्या भयो, कस्तो म्यानेजमेन्टै झुर रहेछ। यस खालको गुनासोहरू तपाईँले कति झेल्नु पर्यो र तपाईँसँग त्यस्तो कुनै अनुभव छ जसले पटक पटक तपाईँसँग कल गरेर पैसा मागेको होस्?
हाम्रो तर्फबाट हुने आतिथ्यताको विषयमा गुनासो छ वा छैन भन्ने कुराको जवाफ दिनको लागि म आफै चाहिँ उपयुक्त पात्र हुँदिन जस्तो लाग्छ। त्यो हाम्रो कार्यक्रममा सहभागी हुनुभएको व्यक्तिहरू योगेश सर हुनुहुन्छ, हाम्रोमा सहभागी हुनुभएको महेश सर पनि हुनुहुन्छ, उहाँहरूले भन्ने कुरा हो होइन, ऊ बाबुजी हुनुहुन्छ अरू। र दोस्रो कुरा चाहिँ दोस्रो के थियो यो ओके फोन यो चाहिँ अब यो पैसाको कुरा कस्तो भने अब हाम्रोमा पैसा तिरेर लिटरेचर फेस्टिभलहरू कसैले पनि व्यक्तिलाई चाहिँ त्यसरी चार्ज गर्दैन होइन, उहाँहरूको ट्राभल कस्ट बस्ने यताउता हेर्ने भयो। अब सप्लायरहरूले यो कुरा भन्ने चाहिँ एकदमै नर्मलै हो त्यो, किनभने जहिले पनि हाम्रो पैसाहरू त्यो फिक्स प्राइजिङ के भन्छ नि, पहिला हामी काम गर्छौँ, पेमेन्ट आउन 2-3 महिना लाग्छ। अब लोकल सप्लायरहरू त्यति धेरै क्षमता पनि भइसकेका छैन उहाँहरूसँग, त्यो उहाँहरूको एकदमै स्वाभाविक हो। तर त्यसले अलिकति असहजता चाहिँ हामीलाई बनाइराखेको हुन्छ, तर त्यसलाई हामीले स्वीकार्नुको अर्को विकल्प छैन। उहाँहरूलाई कन्भिन्स गर्ने हो, एकदमै रिक्वेस्ट नै गर्ने हो, हात जोडेरै जाने हो, किनभने अर्को सप्लायरै छैन। मफसलमाको एउटा च्यालेन्ज चाहिँ त्यो हो, सुर्खेतमा गर्नुहोस्, टिकापुरमा गर्नुहोस्, तर तपाईँलाई काठमाडौँमा कुनै एउटा सप्लायरले तपाईँले के समस्या बनायो भने यहाँ चाहिँ धेरै मल्टिपल अप्सन छ। हामीसँग त तपाईँलाई इन्ट्रेस्टिङ भनौँ भिडियो लाइभ खिच्ने एउटा मात्रै सप्लायर छ, टेन्टमा काम गर्ने एउटा मात्रै सप्लायर छ हाम्रोमा, हामीलाई क्वालिटीको काम दिन सक्ने एलइडी स्क्रिन दिने एउटा मात्रै सप्लायर छ। त्यो मान्छेलाई चाहिँ त्यो फेस्टिभलको सबैभन्दा महत्त्वपूर्ण मान्छे नै तिनीहरू हुन्, उनीहरूको सहयोग बिना त हामी अगाडि बढ्नै सक्दैनौँ। तर त्यो चुनौती चाहिँ रहिरहन्छ त्यो, तर म यसलाई नर्मल नै हो भन्ने हिसाबले लिन्छु।
ओके, जस्तो प्राय फेस्टिभलहरूमा लजिङ फुडिङको समस्याहरू कहीँ न कहीँ खड्किरहेको हुन्छ, ट्राभलको कुराहरू खड्किरहेको हुन्छ, कहिलेकाहीँ हामी 2 घन्टा 3 घन्टासम्म गाडी पर्खिरहेको हुन्छौँ तर समयमा गाडी आउँदैन। यी साना साना पनि चुनौती हुन्। फेस्टिभललाई सुन्दर बनाउन, सरल बनाउन, सहज बनाउन यस्ता साना साना ग्यापहरूलाई पूर्ण सक्यौँ भने, त्यो ग्यापहरूलाई हटाउन सक्यौँ भने सायद फेस्टिभल अझ प्रभावकारी हुन सक्छ भन्ने लाग्छ। अब म अन्तिम प्रश्न योगेश सरसँग गएँ। फेस्टिभल कति नाफामूलक हुनुपर्छ, कति समाजप्रति उत्तरदायी हुनुपर्छ लिटरेचर फेस्टिभलहरू, र फेस्टिभललाई प्रभावकारी बनाउनको लागि फेस्टिभलमा आउनेहरू कति सचेत हुनुपर्छ?
अनि यो त नाफामूलक भन्दा यो त समाजसेवा सामाजिक उत्तरदायित्वसँग जोडिएको कुरा हो जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई चाहिँ। अनि सामाजिक उत्तरदायित्वसँग जोडिएको भएर नाफासँग नजोडिने मेरो आफ्नो तर्क भएको कारणले मेरो कुरा के हो भने त्यो साहित्यिक अथवा त्यो फेस्टिभल अथवा त्यो महोत्सव सञ्चालनका लागि पुग्ने आर्थिक जोग गर्न सकियो भने हुन्छ भन्ने लाग्छ मलाई चाहिँ। अब आयोजकहरूको तर्फबाट भन्ने कुरा अर्को हो, मेरो तर्फबाट चाहिँ सामाजिक उत्तरदायित्व हो। हामी समाजलाई सचेत बनाउने एउटा भूमिकामा छौँ, सचेत बनाउने कामका लागि यो प्रयास गरिरहेका छौँ भन्ने कुरा हो मेरो कुरा चाहिँ।
ठिक छ। प्राय फेस्टिभलहरू सञ्चालन गर्नको लागि टिम त चाहिन्छ नै, र टिम 1-2 जनाले भएर कम्ती पनि 8-10 जना चाहियो। आफ्नो ज्ञान विज्ञता अनुसार काम गर्नु पर्यो र खटिनु पर्यो। अघि महेश दाईले भन्नुभयो कम्तीमा 6 महिना फेस्टिभलको तयारी गर्नुपर्छ। एउटा व्यक्ति 6 महिनासम्म फेस्टिभलको तयारीमा लाग्छ भने उसले बाँच्नु पक्कै पर्छ, र बाँच्नको लागि आर्थिक अनिवार्य चाहिन्छ। त्यही आर्थिक खोज्न को ठुलो सकस नेपालको लिटरेचर फेस्टिभलमा छ। यसलाई मञ्चमा बस्नेहरू होस् या मञ्चभन्दा तल बस्नेहरू होस्, हामी सबै समान हौँ, समान ढङ्गले आफ्नो भूमिका निर्वाह गर्नुपर्छ जस्तो लाग्छ। र फेस्टिभलमा हुने कमी कमजोरीहरूलाई चुनौतीका रूपमा भन्दा नि अवसरका रूपमा लिन सकियो भने, पक्कै पनि करेक्सन गर्न सकियो भने बढी प्रभावकारी होला, बढी ज्ञान पाइएला भन्ने लाग्छ मलाई। आज हामीले कलिङ लिटरेचर फेस्टिभलको यो पहिलो दिन अन्तिम सेसन फेस्टिभलको चुनौतीहरू अथवा च्यालेन्जिङ अफ महोत्सवको विषयमा कुराकानी गर्यौँ। करिब हामी 45 मिनट कुरा गरिसक्यौँ। प्रश्नहरू त धेरै थिए। मलाई योगेश सरसँग अझ धेरै कुराहरू सुन्न मन लाग्थ्यो। दाइको अनुभवहरू, यहाँ दाइले धेरै कुराहरू भन्न भ्याउनु भएन अथवा भन्न मैले पनि त्यो अवसर दिन सकिनँ टाइमको कारणले गर्दा। कुरा कर्णालीका महोत्सव, कर्णालीको उत्सव महोत्सव ब्रान्ड बनाइसक्नु भएको छ 2075बाट है सर, 76बाट लगभग 9-10 वर्ष 7 वर्ष भयो। कलिङ पनि अघिल्लो वर्ष हुन सकेको थिएन, तर त्यसले नेता पायो। बाबु त्रिपाठीहरू जस्ता मान्छेहरू सक्रिय भएर लाग्नु भएको छ। तपाईँलाई विशेष मेरो इन्डिभिजुअल थ्याङ्क यू सो मच, यो काम गर्नुभयो। र अर्को कुरो, फेस्टिभलको अनेकौँ चुनौतीका बावजुद पनि फेस्टिभल हुनुपर्छ, वर्षेनी हुनुपर्छ, पालिका स्तरबाटै हुनुपर्छ। यो हुन सक्यो भने साहित्यिक महोत्सव मात्रै नभएर यसले राजनीतिक, सामाजिक, सांस्कृतिक, आर्थिक चहलपहल पनि बढाउनेछ र आम मान्छेलाई साहित्य के हो, कला के हो, सङ्गीत के हो, समाज के हो भन्ने कुरा अवगत पक्कै गराउनेछ। यति भन्दै आजको सेसन हामी यहीँ सक्छौँ। महेश दाईलाई, दिनेश सरलाई, त्यसपछि योगेश सरलाई थ्याङ्क यू सो मच यो टाइम र मसँग कुराकानी गरिदिनु भएकोमा।
Thank you, honorable speakers and moderator. म पनि सुदूरपश्चिमबाट भएको हुनाले हजुरहरूले उठाएको संवादसँग म रिलेट गर्न सक्छु। यहाँहरूले निकै राम्रो कुरा उठाउनु भयो। साहित्य महोत्सवहरू केवल राजधानीमा मात्रै सीमित हुनु हुँदैन। आशा गरौँ अर्को कलिङ्ग लिटरेरी फेस्टिभलमा आउँदा यस्ता समस्याहरू हामी फेस गर्ने छैनौँ। With that, I would like to request Mr. Sekhar Kharel to come onto the stage and present the token of appreciation to our speaker and moderator.
Once more, thank you.
Thank you once again. Finally, after a long day, we have come to the end of today's session. We celebrate not only books and literature, but also dialogue, creativity, curiosity, and human connection. With that, thank you to our energetic volunteers. Thank you for being so cooperative. It means a lot. Without volunteers, we could not have made this day so much success. Thank you all. I hope to see you all tomorrow as well. Bye.